support this shit!
Slick Rick with the 2. Let's see.
Gaming.
Yeah, I hope we do see a return to American imperialism, personally. Agreed. I like it. Yeah, it'll no longer be North and South America. It'll just be America. It'll just be America. No distinction. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 15. Appreciate it. When is Griffin going to talk about his Unk Slop games like Rebirth? He loves saying that Expedition 33 has 40-year-olds soying out about it. It absolutely does. Most of the people soying out about the Final Fantasy VII are boomers as well. I mean, I've literally talked about how Square Enix says that the majority of the people who buy their games are aged 30 to 40. So we had like a whole segment on that. About how, you know, the younger generations just aren't buying video games anymore. So we've already touched on that. Square Enix was actually the source of that. They said that pretty much the average purchasing age for their games are 30 to 40. So, yeah, the younger generation doesn't buy shit. They grew up watching ads in between playing their games. They don't even care about the idea of purchasing something. They want everything to be free. But yeah, Rebirth is definitely made for Final Fantasy fans of 7, so yeah. That's the main audience, is people who played Final Fantasy VII, which that game came out almost 30 years ago, so yeah. It appeals to an older audience. In Daryl Zone with the 2, I pre-ordered the Iron Thor Max model. Now I'm broke. Very nice. Very nice. I really want one of those, but, you know. As a wise man once said, I can't afford that shit. I'm still recovering from spending money on Christmas and all that type of shit, and then I had to pay my taxes, so that was another big expense. So, maybe someday. Also, I've bought all this fucking silver, too, so... Yeah, I'm basically the definition of, right now at least, asset rich, money poor. So I don't have liquid funds at the moment. My fortune is directly linked to stuff. And if stuff goes up, then I'm doing well. But if stuff goes down, then it's over. Speaking of which, where the fucker is... Weird. I don't know what I did with my box of checks. Just thinking I should put those away. I don't know what the fuck they are. Oh well. Imagine if I reached a boogie status. In what way? I made $1 million something on crypto and then blew it all. Dude, I would easily be 45 going for a 20-year-old woman. The fuck? That's the dream. Dude, I hope at 45, if I'm not already married at that point, I get to, you know, plow some 20-year-old prime cut. Not some fucking downy autist like Boogie, but, you know, an actual hot one. How's that a bad thing? Make $1 million on crypto and buy yourself a newly 18-year-old girlfriend. Oh yeah, dude. I made $1 million on crypto. Now I am buying my entire village soap. I don't fucking know. What would they buy their village? Why not go for one right now since you're still in your 20s? Everyone knows I can't talk to women. It's alright. No women allowed. Yeah, I'm 28. Does Griffin think he's ugly or just average? I would say average to below average. I don't fucking know. I'm definitely no Greek god. That's for sure. Not like one of those, you know, chiseled marble statues. It's over, dude. Rogue Dio with the 5. I hope nothing bad happens in Colombia. I have a friend vacationing with his folks, and a lot of people fled from there to escape Maduro. Also, he was PL. Well, Trump basically said today that, you know, there's probably going to be some action going on there.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The Colombian president's taunting him, so I would assume something's gonna happen. I'm sub 5. It's over, dude. It's over. Dr. Nefarious with the 2. Please watch Twitch mod Cries. Okay. Also planning to invade his neighbor for oil. And
I can't afford this shit.
he a tribe member? Oh, okay. Gotcha. But yeah, I think there is some shit that's gonna happen in Colombia. Sounds like it. I mean, Trump's basically come out and accused him of producing cocaine, so we shall see. Well, yeah, dude, everyone should regret not finding their significant other when they're young. You miss out on, you know, the best parts of life, essentially, until later on. Damn. I think the ideal scenario for anyone is to, you know, find their significant other early in life, have a family, and then make money. It's pretty much the generic I made it type shit. Your best bet for finding like a good girlfriend is in college, usually. So college is your best bet, honestly. After that, it's tough. I will start looking for a woman once I'm in my mid-30s. I'm not ready now. Or ever. Brutal, dude. How would I know? Because college has a filter on it. When you're in college, everybody is at the exact same place in life. You both take the same classes, you both do the same shit, you're both part of the same group already. You maybe even already have similar friends. On top of that, neither of you is working, so there's no real wealth imbalance in the sense that one of you is earning significantly more money than the other at the time. One of you may come from money, but it's not the same thing as actually making it. So, really, it's the only place where there's like a stupidity filter, too. So, when you're not at college, you have to dig through the muck of the welfare queens, the single moms, the fucking schizo bitches, and all this other shit. Or just the gold diggers. You know, most people, if you're going to a good college, had to be at least somewhat smart enough to get in. They also have to be motivated in order to be there still. And on top of that, you know, most likely they're not single mothers. So, that's why I say that. It gives you your best filter you're ever going to get in the dating market, period. After that, it's just good luck. Why didn't I try getting girls in college? Because I was making YouTube videos. So... it's definitely, I would say, something I kind of regret. Because on one hand, I made a shit ton of money in college, which most people don't. But on the other hand, yeah, I missed out on like the social aspect of it. Because most of your long-term friends are made in college too. So chud grinding, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I basically would just go to class and then go back to my apartment and make YouTube videos and study. So, because I did that, I did get a basically free ride to my graduate program. So, it did pay off that I did well in college. But, yeah, I would just work on YouTube stuff and then study, pretty much. That's it. Like, I had a pretty decent friend group my first year of college because I lived in the dorm. So I knew, like, all the people in my hall. And we would, like, hang out and stuff. But after the first year when I moved off campus and I wasn't forced to be around other people, I just stuck to myself and, you know, grinded out. So... there are parts of it I kind of regret, but for the most part I don't really regret it because I definitely have a huge advantage compared to most people my age that I, 1, made a lot of money very early, 2, I don't have any student loans, and, you know, 3, I actually focused on school and did very well and got into grad school for basically free and then got a good job, so... in the end, it paid off, I would say, overall, but yeah, I definitely missed out on, like, the opportunity to date and all that other shit, but it is what it is. No point crying about it now, you know? Could have gotten into serious shit with dating and could have fucked you up. Maybe. I also could have gotten into a long-term serious relationship, gotten married, and then had 2 incomes to buy a house with at this point. So you never know, man. Never know. Could already have, you know, a kid with another on the way, too. So it's not all bad. Most of the people I know met their wife in college, so... that's why I say what I say, because, you know... seen it firsthand. Griffin doesn't want to... not right now. Yeah, I really don't want to date. the whole process of dating is just repellent to me. So, yeah, I don't want to put any time into it. Nah, the stack. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by fuck bitches. Like fuck them. Like, yeah, nah, I don't need them. That type of shit. Yeah, I'm terrified of women, dude. They're spooky, dude. Oh my god. Oh. It's like a ghost in the night. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat when I imagine one in my dreams. Imagine that big house with a lovely wife and your children running around far from the undesirables of society. Yeah, I know, dude. And then after spending time with the family, I just retreat to my big white room and just, you know, take a deep breath and exhale and be like, yeah. It's done.
I can't afford this shit!
Maybe someday, dude. Yeah, the white room is Chud territory. Oops. I don't want to grab Steam, shit. The white room. Well, the floors won't actually be wood in this room. This is just something off Google Images. Dr. Nabarius with the 2. Haven't seen Rent-A-Dog in a while. Hope he's chilling. Well, he might be in a cell. But yeah, I don't know. Aside from that, yeah. I don't know. Hopefully he's relaxed. Not fearing dropping the soap. Nah, dude, Diddy's in the cell with Maduro apparently, and they're in the same prison.
I can't afford this shit!
Into the 9s with the 2, mute PK. All right. It's good too because he was telling me to stop playing with my coins. He should know better. It's in my DNA. I can't help it. They are the coins of my people. Yeah, I don't know, bro. That shit's just crazy to me. Like, to throw away your entire life over something that fucking stupid. Like, it's just... That's why it's, like, so unbelievable to me. It's like, it just seems so pointless. But whatever. Shit's crazy. It don't make no sense, man. Ruined his life and was only 33? I know, dude. It's just like so pointless. Yeah, but you'd have to be intoxicated on some crazy shit to go and do that, bro. Like, to premeditate a murder like that and then say that, yeah, it's because I was drunk. It's like, I don't know about that one. Alright, Apollo, what do you want? What, buddy? You finish your chewy? Yeah. Good boy. Nope, no smoking, just taking in the aura of the room. These will be like 20-foot ceilings, at least. And you'll just walk in and stand there, arms crossed in front of the big window, looking out upon your vast swaths of land. And just, you know, take a deep breath and be like, yeah, I fucking made it, bitch. Without a care in the world. I mean, you could crank your hog in front of the window if you wanted to, but... I don't know, I just feel like it'd be nice as fuck to have a room like this that's just completely empty, tons of natural light, and you can just literally do nothing in it. You can just walk in there and, you know, basically just unwind. Yep, the only thing you hear is the echoes of your footsteps. Exactly. Yeah, you'd feel bad doing anything in there. You wouldn't do anything in there other than just exist. You would just literally walk in there and do nothing. No chairs, no sofas, nothing. Just an empty white room. Nope, no chair. All you do is walk around and pace. It's just a place where you can get away from everything and just, you know, do nothing. But yeah, soon, bro. Hopefully. That's the dream, at least. Hopefully soon. What keeps you going to push forward? I don't know. Greed, I guess. I have no idea, honestly. Basic human survival instinct. Fuck my chud life. That's right, dude. It's not easy being chuddy. Yeah, a master's degree is basically the new college degree. Having a college degree doesn't really differentiate you at all, but having a master's degree kind of does. But the thing is now is I think the average college graduate earns the same amount as a non-college graduate, so there's not really a huge incentive to go to college unless you want to work in like a very specific capacity or career. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm looking forward to having, like, a big house. I'll have a big bedroom with just my bed in it. And, like, a, I guess, closet. Nothing else. Maybe a TV on the wall, but that would have to be determined. And then my living room would also be huge. And I'd buy one of those cloud couches. And then just have a TV above the fireplace. And that's it. No clutter. No excess furniture or anything. I'm like sick of living in a fucking box, bro. That shit's driving me crazy. Like just being so cramped up, not having space for anything, clutter everywhere. It's like just, it's irritating. But maybe someday I can get out of my Goy cube. Yeah, enjoy your Goy box, Chud. I love it, man. Absolutely love it. Well, my apartment's 800 square feet, so my apartment is 800 square feet, so convert the freedom units to whatever meters that y'all use for houses, and there you go. Bigger than Raymond's. Wait, really? Dude, that is brutal. Dude, my bedroom's tiny. It's very small. Like, I literally only have room in my bedroom that has my actual bed in it for a queen-size bed, a clothing rack because it doesn't have a closet, and then a IKEA 2x4 like little cubby shelf thing that has my TV on top of it. That's literally it. And there's barely any room in there to move at all. It's literally just a bed and a few pieces of, like, furniture. So, I use the bigger bedroom that I'm in right now, which I think is only, like, 10 by 12. Like, again, it's not very large. And that's the one I use for my office, because I'm in here more often, so. But even that, it's tiny. Might as well be homeless, yeah. For real, for real. But yeah, I just need to move. I need to move at some point. I just need to get the fuck out of this area. That's the biggest thing. Because I'm spending $2,600 a month to live in a fucking box. And it sucks. Yeah, my rent for an 800 square foot 2-bedroom apartment is $2,600, and that's cheap for where I live. Most of them are like $2,600. Like $3,600 is about the normal price, so $2,600 is a good deal. Now, granted, it's older and not really updated and stuff, but yeah, I don't really care. I don't want to pay $4,000 a month pretty much to live in this fucking shithole. It is crazy. It's not worth it. Like, pretty much half of my pay goes towards my rent and basic living expenses. Sucks, man. A little over an entire paycheck just goes to my living expenses. Well, yeah, when you make 6 figures, so like if you make 120,000, you don't really make as much money as people think. Cause like, let's say you make 120,000, okay? So 120,000, I put, I think 19% of my money into my 401k. So already times that by 0.81, and that's already down. Let's say 120,000 down to 97,000. Then you get taxed at about 30% by the federal government. So that brings you down to 68,000. Then I have to pay state taxes, which is like 5 to 6%. So that's 0.94. So 64,000. So 64,000 divided by 12 is $5,329 a month. So then you subtract $2,600 for rent, Now I'm down to 27,000, another 400 for utilities, cell phone bill, all that type of shit. Another 200 for, like, you know, car insurance and that other type of crap. Now you're down to 2,100. So, yeah, what should have been 10 grand a month, basically, gets reduced down to 2,100 bucks when you pay for taxes and living and all that other shit. So, yeah, it's pretty rough, man. Yeah, exactly. I'm lucky I have YouTube as a side hustle. So, 100%. So then on top of that, you know, I have that investment property that I pay into each month with all my excess money. So that eats up pretty much all my work money. My parents don't live near me, and I have to be within like an hour, let's say, of the home office for my company. So I am contractually mandated to live in this area in case I need to be tasked with something locally. So I have to live in this area for work, even though I work remote. I technically am hired as a hybrid employee, meaning that if they need to call me into the office, I, you know, have to go in. So I have to live in the area. So my parents live several hours at least away from me. So yeah, that wouldn't work. Plus, I wouldn't want to impose on them, because, you know, I'm a fucking 28-year-old man. I shouldn't have to live with my parents. I haven't been in person in over 2 years. It's been 2 years at least. I think probably closer to 3 since I've stepped foot in, like, a physical, you know, office at my company. But, yeah, that's why I'm stuck in this area right now. But if half of your salary goes to rent, it isn't that financially sound, what you think? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not ideal, so. The good thing is I make enough money on the side that it's not really that big a deal. But yeah, if I was only working, yeah, it would be brutal. Because it's like, you know, pretty much half my money goes to, you know, just in order to live here. So I would barely be able to, I would have to either take more money from my 401k contributions and actually bank it, or I would have to, like, dramatically cut my living expenses. Which I don't really live an expensive life at all. I don't have a car payment. I don't go out. I don't, like, spend money on stupid shit like sports tickets or fucking casinos or anything like that, or concerts. The only thing I spend money on is, you know, collectibles. So, my only real expense is collectibles. Which, luckily, they go up in value for the most part. So, I have a good net worth of cards. Thankfully. Like, I've been entering in some of my cards onto this app called Collector. Here, I'll show you. So nobody thinks I'm capping. But, I have a sizable card portfolio. And this is just what I've entered so far. I haven't finished. But it's getting close to being done. So this is just my single cards and graded cards that I've entered. I have my sealed product inventory, which is like 60,000. So add that on. But yeah, that's my card inventory for Pokemon. For the most part. There's still some stuff I need to put in there, but I would say the vast majority is in there. So, that's what I have. As you can see, the value's gone up $768 today, so something sold for a new record sale price. But yeah. That's my portfolio value. Stonks, indeed. That's the idea, hopefully. I've done pretty well with my cards, so... But yeah, for the I would say, you know, for the most part, I'm pretty asset rich, cash poor. So I don't like to keep a ton of money just laying around in cash, which maybe I should change. I probably should accumulate some cash in case I ever do need it, but I don't know. It's just very easy to buy stuff because it seems to make money. Like all the silver and stuff I've bought, I've made money on if I wanted to sell it. You know, I don't know. I like getting stuff. I don't like just, you know, seeing a number go up in my account. My cash investment on the, probably like 70 or 80,000. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not that much. I do know that my EX collection that I put together back in like 2021 and 2023, like time period, those I spent about 36 grand on, and they're worth over 90,000 now, so. Yeah, I have some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff too. Nothing super crazy like I do with Pokemon, but I probably got $5,000 or $6,000 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Not really anything like stupid like Pokemon though. Yeah, Pokemon I always collected ever since I was a kid. Hated the game. But Yu-Gi-Oh was way more fun to collect, or to play than collect. Even though, like, collecting Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty cool, the problem is there's a million fucking reprints of everything. So it makes collecting, like, borderline impossible. They reprint everything into the fucking ground, so it's like, okay, why do I want to buy the $7,000 version of a card that has 85 fucking reprints? Make that make sense. I'll just buy the $3 reprint. It looks the exact same. In fact, it might even be better. Like, I would love to have, like, a first edition, like, Legends of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think that's a fucking awesome art. You know, I do want to get a Dark Paladin from Magician Force, the error card, to match my Master Guide version. I would love to get a first edition Dark Magician Girl from, what is that from? That was from Magician Force as well, right? Or something, I don't know. Doesn't matter. But there's some cards I want. Like, I would love to get also the, you know, Ghost Rare, like, Starlight Dragon, I think it's called. I don't know, I gotta remember the Yu-Gi-Oh names. But my favorite cards are Dark Paladin and Winged Dragon of Ra. Those are my two favorites. Yeah, Stardust Dragon. I'm thinking of the Starlight Rare. That's what was tripping me up. Yeah, Ra was busted, bro. Ra, I actually liked. I don't know. I think he was good. I don't think he was ass. Me and my friends, we always would play with the God cards. We didn't care about, oh, you can't use it in a duel. Like, we always would use the Egyptian God cards in a duel. And I feel like Ra was actually kind of underrated. Because if you built your deck around just maxing your life points, it was super busted. Nope, I haven't put my Final Fantasy cards in. I'm just doing Pokemon on that app. Just Pokemon. Yeah, Winged Dragon of Ra is based off of your life points. So, if you boosted your life points to, say, 15,000, you could give it 14,900 attack and defense. And it was basically unkillable, because none of the God cards could be killed by an effect of another card. So the only way that you could actually kill one of the Egyptian God cards is by outperforming its attack or defense. Which, if you have 15,000 pumped into Winged Dragon of Ra, it's never going to happen. So, like, Obelisk just straight up could not kill Winged Dragon of Ra if you had over 4,000 life points remaining. Period. Couldn't do it. And Slifer, I believe, is based on...
Thanks, nigga. All right.
What was it? How many cards you had in, like, the graveyard? I don't remember. It's been so long since I fucking looked at the effects, but yeah. I never liked Slifer. Like, his design's pretty cool, but gameplay-wise, nah. Oh, cards in your hand. Okay, yeah. Which isn't really ideal, because by the time you get Slifer out on the field, you're probably not going to have that many cards in your hand anyway. Unless you're just spamming Pot of Greed, which I think is banned now anyway. Yeah, dude, I had Magic Cylinder. That shit was great. And then after that was Scrap Iron Scarecrow, had a very similar effect. Yeah, one of the coolest iterations of the God cards is the stainless steel release they did for the 25th anniversary, I believe. I have these all in PSA 10, but here. God card. See if I can find a picture. I have all three of these in PSA 10. They're pretty cool, honestly. I like them a lot. Why is that so low res? Okay. It literally just said fucking 1080p. Now it's tiny. There we go. Yeah, so... This apparently is like the manga art, I think. And then the names are also like the direct translations from the manga. So you have the God of Obelisk, Saint Dragon, the God of Osiris, and the Son of God Dragon. So these are like, I guess, the direct Japanese translations from the manga, and then also the artworks from the manga as well. But they made these cards in stainless steel. So, I have a copy of each of these in PSA 10. They're actually pretty cheap. They're actually pretty cheap. They're not that expensive. But they're really cool, honestly. Like, it's nice that they actually did unique art for something that was a re-release. And I love the fact that it has, you know, the manga names as well as, like, the description that's different. Especially the raw one, dude. That shit looks so fucking awesome with, like, the, whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know, but yeah. Really cool, honestly. Japanese Prism God cards. I think I have those as well. Do you know what's really cool? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I used to have the picture on my computer. Let me see real quick what it's called. Alright, so they're the Millennium Box Gold Rares. These. There we go. Perfect. These aren't super expensive either. But as you can see, like, on the card, it has, like, the hieroglyphic overlay and, like, a hollow pattern. And then it's got, like, this cool, like, gold speckling on it, too. But I have a set of these also in PSA 10. They're really neat. Wait, what the fuck are these? Are these real? Dude, what the fuck? When did these get released? Hold on. Bro, this shit's sick. What the hell? I don't even know what these fucking are. Damn. They got these in PSA 10. Dude, those are sick. I like those a lot. No, they're Japanese. What year did these come out? No, they're definitely not knockoffs, dude. They're from the prismatic, what, LPST prismatic Japanese set. They're real. Those are sick, dude. Yeah, I got Obelisk, but in complete hollow with gold script. Oh, see, I think that's the Pharaoh rare in English, right? The Pharaoh rare, if I'm not mistaken. I prefer Japanese just because the quality is better. And with Yu-Gi-Oh, the value is like not really crazy on modern stuff, so I usually stick to Japanese shit on Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm kind of mixed on the Yu-Gi-Oh full arts. I think some of them look cool, but some of them look fucking trash. Dude, people collect the new Dark Magician girls, though. Those have crazy value. The Dark Magician girl cards that I've seen recently released have all been kind of wild in terms of price. Yup, boobs indeed. Yeah, I saw the thing about the serialized cards as well. Konami's tapping into that gambling shit from their pachinko machines, I guess. They want people treating those packs like scratchers. You know, because those serialized cards are going to be worth like 10,000+ would be my guess. For the popular monsters like Dark Magician and stuff. The alternate art Dark Magician girl from Duelist Pack. Let's see. I don't know if I'm familiar with... Oh, this one? Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think this one. That one? My favorite one is probably... there a better resolution? Yeah, this one. This is probably my favorite. I think this one's pretty pricey. Yeah, dude, the Japanese cards get all the titties and ass and shit, so... God, the secret and ultimate of that one? Shit. Let's see how much it is. eBay. Dark Magician Girl. Ultimate. I like the ultimate rares the best. I think they're the coolest looking. Oh, it's not bad at all. What the fuck? $60? Well, I said I wasn't spending a lot of money, but yep, that's getting bought. 60 bucks, and I can send it right to the vault, so I have it immediately. Yeah, I'm buying that. That's a steal. I love ultimate rares. That is the nice thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is it's so fucking cheap. Like, nothing is expensive for the most part. You have to, like, really look for expensive cards. Alright, well that's now mine. I just bought it. It's mine! This item is out of stock. Look at that, dude. That's sick. And the nice thing is about these is the, like, actual foil around the character is, like, textured. So it looks a lot better than, I think, this, where it's just, like, hollow spam. Like, the actual artwork is the artwork, and then there's, like, a textured foil behind it. And it looks really, really nice. That's nice. Yeah, I like that one. That's an easy pickup. PSA 10 too, so that's a no-brainer. No fucking brainer. Yeah, folding under zero pressure, you know. Zero fucking pressure. I folded. Oh, there's the original Dark Magician Girl art. An amazing, or an ultimate rare for 80. And that's not as much of an impulse buy. Well, it looks like the only other one that's listed is $100. So, I think I did alright. That's awesome. But yeah, that's a great artwork for the Dark Magician Girl. Yeah, so if you buy this one in PSA 10, it's like $1,400 for the English version, but look how small her boobs are compared. Like, look at those things, bro. In Japanese, those things are about to pop out of her shirt. But in English, it's like, meh. They literally nerfed her titties. It's like the defining quality. So, yeah. Buy Japanese cards if you care about the art. Long story short. If you want to see the titties, you gotta buy the Japanese ones. So, yeah. Definite nerfing. That's fucking weak. I don't understand why they still do it. It's retarded. Like, fuck, man. My favorite rarity is Ultimate Rare or Ghost Rare. Ghost Rare, I think, just looks fucking awesome. Like, having, like, a bunch of Ghost Rares together is really neat. I think they look really cool, but if you're talking about, like, appreciating the artwork and stuff, I think the Ultimate Rares are the best. Because, like, that textured foil and just how clear the image is, I think that's the best. I don't really like the Starlight Rares that much. It's a little overdone, if you ask me. I do also like the Pharaoh Rare, or whatever you call it, but... yeah, Stardust Dragon Ghost Rare is peak. It fits that card so well. I agree. Agreed. Yeah, I have the Ultimate Rare Dark Paladin in Japanese, PSA 10. This thing's fucking beautiful. I love it. It's actually pretty cheap too. It's only like 400 something bucks. So for what it is, it's not that expensive. For as old as it is, I guess you should say. It's over 24 years old now. So... oh, they don't let you look up cert numbers on the PSA website anymore? Dude, that's so gay. I was gonna send a picture of the card so you could see the or pull up a picture of the card. But they took away the functionality of you to pull up scans on your computer. How retarded, man. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I love my nerd sheet when it comes to cards. Like, I don't have the collector bug with anything other than cards. I do genuinely like buying trading cards. This is my but you can see kind of better on this one. Again, the picture doesn't really do it justice, because in person it looks so much better. But you can kind of see, like, the textured, like, foil in the background, like the ridges and stuff there. But yeah, this is the Ultimate Rare Dark Paladin. But yeah, it looks really nice. Yeah, Dark Paladin and Winged Dragon of Ra are my two favorites. No, this is the original art. So the art you're talking about is only in English. And this is the original in Japanese. The one that was in English was a fuck up. It was supposed to be for the Duel Master Guide. It was not supposed to be a set card. This is the original artwork for Dark Paladin. The one you're talking about, which, hold on. I'll just grab the image real quick. So this artwork was not supposed to be in the set card version. That's why the corrected version, or the English version of this artwork from Magician Force is so expensive, because very few of them were actually printed by the time they caught the error. So this is it's the same artwork, but this is the Duel Master's Guide version, which this is what was in the original Magician's Force, and then they corrected it later to this artwork. But as you can see, this came out in 2003. This is 2002, so this was the original art. This was just a error that they did. But I really like both. This one I prefer, personally. I think it's the most iconic when it comes to Dark Paladin. This is the one I had back in the day, the Duel Master Guide version, so I have heckin' nostalgia for it. Plus the holo looks fucking sick. But yeah, this isn't a super expensive card either. I think it's like 800 bucks, but I guess for a Yu-Gi-Oh card, that's kind of high. That's kind of high for a Yu-Gi-Oh card. But yeah, I love Dark Paladin. That's probably my favorite monster overall, just because of nostalgia. But I do love Winged Dragon of Ra probably just as much. So the error on the card is this. This is the art that was supposed to be used. So instead of putting this art file on the card, when they printed the English set, they used this art instead. So in the first printings of Magician Force, this is what Dark Paladin looked like when it was supposed to look like this. This art was only supposed to be for the Duel Master Guide, you know, variant. It was supposed to be like an alt art. And because of that, there's way more of this art in Magician Force than there is of the corrected art when you look at the English cards. So if you have this art for Magician's Force First Edition, it's like 3,000 to 4,000. But if you have this art for Magician's Force First Edition, it's like, I think 8,000 or 9,000. So it's not so much that the art looks better, because I like this art better. It's that this version in English is more expensive because it's way more rare. That's basically the reasoning behind it. But yeah. Who buys these things? Millions of people, bro. People who played Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. People who collect cards, which there's tons of people who do that. But yeah, mostly chuds like me. Who have no life, no wife, no friends, no hope. Well, the most expensive card I've ever bought was 7,700. So, or 7,750, if you want to be exact. So, I trust me, if I had the fucking dumbass money to go out and spend 10 grand on cards every other week, I'd do it without a hesitation in my heart. Like, I really think a lot of this stuff is undervalued still. When you look at the type of money that gets thrown around for sports cards and you realize, you know, that Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And all that shit is just as popular globally, like, they start to look very cheap in comparison to the most expensive sports cards. So, Pokemon is way more popular than the fucking NBA. But there are multi-million dollar NBA cards that get printed every single year. You can't tell me that some of these extremely low pop, like, very, very, very vintage, like, trading cards that have massive fucking fan bases aren't going to somewhat, you know, appreciate to a similar level in the future, as long as the franchises stay relevant. So, sports cards have been around since the 1800s. As long as Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Are popular, which even if Yu-Gi-Oh! Dies, people will always still have nostalgia for the old cards. So, that's the thing. I don't buy new Yu-Gi-Oh! For the most part. Yeah, Post Malone spent $2.6 million on that One Ring Magic card. But like the card I bought for $7,800, this thing was, there's only 7 10s. Like 7 PSA 10s, and then there's 84 9s or something like that, and I own 35 of them. So I own 35 of the PSA 9s, and I own one of the PSA 10s. Like, you can't tell me that if, you know, there's 7 people out there who have this card, that it's not cheap. When it's been around for 20 plus years, and more have not been graded PSA 10. So... No, this is Pokemon I'm talking about. There's one card I autistically buy whenever a PSA 9 gets posted. And I finally was able to get one of the 10s recently, and that's what I spent almost $8,000 on. So there's one card I personally hoard for myself. And I don't talk about which one it is because I don't want anyone else buying them. But I have an entire frame on my wall filled with them in PSA 9 condition, and I finally got a PSA 10 of it after years of fucking trying to get one. I've graded over 200 copies of the card myself, so I'm responsible for almost half of the graded population. But yeah, I have over 200 graded copies of the card. From all the way up from 1 to 10 now. I have a complete grade run if I wanted to. But yeah, I have almost half the PSA 9 population as well too. Which is pretty cool. No, it's an old, I don't know, I don't really want to say what era it's from, but it's about 20-ish years old, let's just say. It's not anything new. But yeah, I got the card because I sold $30,000 worth of Elite Trainer boxes, like back in 2023, I think it was, I bought 94 like Costco bundles of Evolving Skies Elite Trainer boxes, and I sold every single one of them for $300 a piece to a dealer. So I got like 30 grand selling those boxes, and it was like the perfect timing too, because like a few months later, someone I follow on Instagram on my card account finally fucking posted one of these cards for sale in a PSA 10. And like immediately I was like, bro, I will buy it. I don't care how much it is. He goes like, okay, I'm asking 8. And I was like, all right, bet. So, or 78, whatever it was. I was like, whatever, I don't care. So luckily it worked out great. I was finally able to get one with that money I had from selling those boxes. Am I gonna sell it? Probably not. I mean, unless I got offered like some crazy sum of money for it, I don't think I will. I'd sell the 9s before I sell the 10. I love the fact that it's like 1 of 7. Like, there's only 7 of them. After over 20 years. Like, that to me is just cool. I'd rather keep the individual card and get rid of all my lower duplicate grades. But yeah, this card I'll probably keep. I'm holding it right now. But yeah, this card I'll probably keep forever. It's one of my personal favorite cards, which is why I've enjoyed collecting it so much. Yeah, there are certain, like, my Mew EX I'll never sell from, what is it, Legend Maker? I'll probably never sell that either. So, there are certain cards I have that I have zero intention of ever getting rid of. Or that Mewtwo I just bought that has, like, the hand swirl. I'll probably never sell that either.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And just for reference, when I say that, I mean this. It has like a swirl in the foil, right where his hand would be holding like a fucking shadow ball. It looks really sick. So that to me is like a grail. It's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see like how the hollow forms a circle. It has like a swirl right where he would be holding a shadow ball. It looks really cool. So stuff like that I'll keep. I don't really want to sell it. I like it too much. The black Aragorn card. Oh, yeah, man. That's definitely on my list. Alright, shit, let me refresh the super chat feed. My bad, guys. My card autism was peaking. Shocking. That's never happened before. Yeah, if you can't tell, it's one of the very few things I still have genuine enjoyment for. So, Maheckin Carderinos, dude. And that's not even touching my Final Fantasy cards. Let's see. So Raging Boar with the 5. I know Christmas is over, but this slaps. Oh yeah, Trans-Siberian Orchestra is very good. Yup. I'll just say it preemptively, it's probably good. And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Griffin would get beer thrown at him at a sports ball game. He also doesn't have enough testosterone to catch a sports ball. Why would I get beer thrown at me at a sports ball game? Because first of all, why would I even be there in the first place? Why would I even be at a sports ball game in the first place? Well, Toby, the thing is, you know, 8K may sound like a lot for a card, but I know for a fact one of these also sold recently for over 12 grand. So, the same card in a worse grade. Like a cert number wise. A lower cert number copy of the same card. Sold shortly after mine for 12,000. So, if I, you know, in theory wanted to sell mine, I could probably get 15 to 20,000. Pretty easily. You can't buy a house for that type of money. Show me a house. And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. What's the best Devil May Cry game? Probably 5. I like 5 a lot. But I don't know, you can make the case for 3, 4, or 5, but probably 5 because it's the most modern. And you get, what, the 3 characters, so... Even though V is kind of meh to play, but... And Mr. Kill Jr. with the 5. You had to email the effed up artwork to Upper Deck. Then they would give you the corrected one, which is the rarest of them all. And not a lot of people did. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that aspect. Correct. Yup. I forgot about that. Yeah, you had to get it through the mail. It wasn't even like they replaced it in the actual packs. True. And Mr. Kill Jr. with the 5. Did you see when Tyler the Great Warrior... Yeah, I saw that. I was cringing when the dude took it out of the case with no gloves, bro. That is 300K right there. Yeah, what was that? What was the one card that sold for like 2 million? I think it was a Blackluster Soldier, right? I think the most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card was a Blackluster Soldier, if I'm not mistaken. And it was like 2 million or something ridiculous. But yeah, I remember that. Yep. The Tyler Greatest Warrior selling. Hold on, let me check this. And I think it broke the record for the most expensive card. Hmm.
So when you think
Yeah, it is a black. I'm trying to find a picture of it. It was like a multi-million-dollar card, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it is. This card. This is another personal favorite of mine. Because I got the Blackluster Soldier deck as a kid. So I had this version of it. Which is the same artwork, but it's a blue card in English. But yeah. This, like, Blackluster Soldier, like, promo or whatever the fuck it was. I think it was a tournament promo or something. Was like a $2 million card. And I think for a while it was the most expensive trading card ever sold. Yeah, I don't have it. Dude, trust me, I wish I had the $2 million card. Shit. Dude, I need to send in my Aerith signature cards still. I just have them sitting in a binder, which isn't a good idea. Those things are like 1,400 now, apparently. I have 4 of them in here. I have a Aerith binder filled with cards, too. But yeah, the Tears of the Planet Aerith, if you have it in a 9.5 or PSA 10, it's worth about 1,400 bucks now. Which I have 1 Beckett 9.5 and then 4 raw copies of it. And I bought them each for like 800 bucks. The Goon binder, something like that, right?
I can't afford this shit!
And Fail Pip with the 2, excited for anything this year. The Pokemon 30th anniversary should be a pretty good money-making opportunity. That would probably be the biggest thing. Potentially selling my 25th anniversary stuff when the 30th anniversary comes around. Raging Boar with the 2. Let's see. And All Night Yahtzee with the 2. Can we? Yeah, I can put it on next. Sure thing. Remember when Griffin bought all the Avatar The Last Airbender Ty Lee car? Yeah, I wonder how much that's worth now. I bought him for like 5 cents. I remember that. Let's see. Ty Lee and Weiss. I graded them, too. Alright, why is it not coming up? They were like 5 cents or something stupid. They were dirt cheap. I graded them at 10 bucks a piece, so... PSA 10. Sold. I don't see any listed. There's one. No, that's a signed card. $100. Not even graded. Dude, I don't see any on eBay. I may have them all. Well, it looks like it's worth at least 60 a piece. Yeah, TCG player will have them raw. I have them graded. Okay, yeah, so Beckett 9.5 sold for 20 bucks about... I mean, shit, that's still profit. So... It doesn't look like there's any listed, though, on eBay. But yeah, I got them for like 5 cents, I think. And I got like 40 or something. I don't remember how many I bought. But yeah, they were literally a nickel. Like, literally a fucking nickel. And some guy had like 200 of them listed or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. So anything more than 5 cents, I made money. If I wanted to sell them. But yeah, I think I spent like maybe 20... No, not even 20. Like probably $5 to $10 max. On like a shit ton of them. Which is nothing. Who cares? How do I feel knowing that all my EX era PSA 9s could potentially be 10? They're not 10s. Dude, the amount of PSA 10 EX cards that actually deserve to be EX or like 10s is like nothing. There's very few PSA 10s out there that even deserve to be 10s. Like my Mew EX PSA 10 from a Legend Maker, that has no business being a 10. They just used to be really fucking relaxed on Pokemon cards back in the day. Most vintage cards that are graded 10 really have no business being graded 10 if you actually look at... Like, if you look at them today...
You're fucking poor!
Especially with the centering standards change. It's like, yeah, no. Most of my older cards do not deserve to be even 9s in some cases. But they are, so I'm never going to crack them out. But for the most part... I would say PSA was way too lenient in the past. Like, some of the cards were just straight up damaged back in the day, and they would give them 10s because they just didn't give a fuck. They're just like, oh yeah, PSA 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Like, they genuinely didn't care back in the day with Pokemon. And most of the EX era stuff was graded back then, so it's under extremely lax standards, so... And Schizo Garcia with the 2 bought a 50-80 playing a 20-year-old game. Brutal. Yeah, many such cases, man. That's how it goes nowadays. Like Logan Paul's $2 million trophy card is a 10 but looks more like an 8. Yeah, and that was back in the day when they were really, really relaxed on grading. Apparently the person who graded it a 10 literally just cracked it like 8 times. and just kept sending it back to PSA until eventually he got a 10. So yeah, that's how it was back in the day. You just had to wait to get the right grader. So Lord of the Rings opening theme. I'm guessing prologue. Yeah, that's probably it. Griffin does that with women. Yeah, you just keep cracking them until you get a 10, bro. You know, you have enough sex with them, and then eventually they're a 10 to you. It's like, damn, that shit's mine. 10 out of 10. Different type of cracking, but you know. Yeah, ARS slabs are nice. The only thing is they don't take into account centering, which personally I kind of like. I think centering is not a conditional issue. Like, centering is not damage to a card. So yeah, ARS does not grade centering. They only grade surface, edge, and corner wear. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Oh, no. Yeah, exactly, dude. Lord of the Rings is peak white fiction. People who don't like Lord of the Rings are inherently brown. Sorry, I don't make the rules. They're spiritually brown. Because Lord of the Rings is like peak white fantasy. I mean, it's quite literally, you know, a representation of Europe's stand against the Islamic horde, or evil, quote-unquote. That makes Tolkien even more based. Yeah, he was very based. Him and C.S. Lewis were both very based. The orcs have entered the Shire. That's right. Quick, let's give them the right to vote, free housing, and healthcare. PK, that's because, again, you'll never be white. Brutal. Aw, man, I just spilled my coins. It's going to be 40 degrees Celsius on Wednesday. Is that warm? Clipping coins? Maybe. Fellowship has a unique vibe. Yeah, it's much more of an adventure movie. It's less serious. Lord of the Rings 2 and 3, movie-wise, you know, feel much more like wartime movies, which is what they are. You know, they have battles and shit. Whereas Lord of the Rings 1 was more of like world building and that sense of adventure.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Why is that not? There we go. Man. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. I hate Lord of the Rings, sir. It gives me migraine. Indeed. Not very good. Mr. Kill Jr. with the 5. Do you think that people who experience hardship are just better writers like Tolkien did? Not necessarily, but it can be kind of serving as like a muse for certain people. You know, their hardship plays an impact and influences their writing. But I don't know if it like inherently makes someone a better writer if they've gone through hell. You know? But I guess so. I guess it really just depends on how you use that experience to influence your work. Did you guys know the 48 FPS version of The Hobbit is... Oh, is it actually lost media? I thought they released it on DVD that way, too, or Blu-ray. Like, both versions. Dude, I had the Hobbit video game for PS2. I remember those fucking lily pads. That shit was so obnoxious. PP head with the 5.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay. I remember back when it was used as a trailer music for Two Towers. Great music. All right, yeah, I can, I'll put it on. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I feel like the type of people that, you know, don't feel moved when they watch, you know, The Lord of the Rings or a movie like Braveheart or something like that. Like, you know, those are people who are not fit to live in a civilized society. Or like Gladiator or something. Like, bro, you're basically mentally castrated if you're not like a man who like feels something watching those type of movies. Like, at that point, you've just been zog-pilled so fucking hard that it's like, yeah, it's over, bro. It's actually fucking over for you. Lord of the Rings is for gay nerds like you, Griff. Will slap my ass and call me a sissy because I definitely like Lord of the Rings. Cope and seethe, PK. I'm sorry we don't enjoy movies like The Adventures of Act Shit Sing. Forgive me.
I can't afford this shit!
The Hobbit trilogy, not as much. That really should have just been one movie. They really drew it out way too much because they wanted that paycheck. Maybe they could have done 2, but 3 movies was really pushing it. 3 movies was really pushing it. Yeah, The Hobbit's very short. It's a very short book. Comparably speaking, I guess. Some say the same about Final Fantasy VII No. There's a very, very big difference. So, if you have enough material to make something long, like 3 movies, I'm all for it. Like, imagine if Star Wars' prequel trilogy was 1 movie. That would suck. It's better as 3 fleshed out parts. Same with Lord of the Rings movies. Like, if anything, I wish they were longer. So, with something like Final Fantasy VII, I love the fact that they're taking their time with it and stretching it out, because there's so much material to work with. But if you're talking about something like, I don't know, BioShock 1, for example, and you stretch that out to 3 games, that wouldn't work. It's like putting the Ezio trilogy in one... Yeah, that's another good example. Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad it was more fleshed out. Yeah, or Mass Effect in the one game. Yep, another great example. Gears you could probably fit into one game, honestly. Gears of War's story is only like 5 hours. You could easily fit all 3 parts into one game. The OG Halo trilogy could also be one game. Dude, like, you could do Modern Warfare as one campaign. Like, the original Modern Warfare games, that could easily be, like, one singular campaign or story.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. So, Rat Kicker Reel with the 2. I want to be like Tolkien. I also like to write. You got to come up with the Elvish language before you start. That shit's so crazy, man. Like, who the fuck does that? Like, literally creates the Elvish alphabet and language before he even starts writing the book. Like, that shit's crazy. I don't know. That's like a perfect example of properly weaponized autism. That is a good, you know, use for weaponized autism. No, I haven't really had a reason to play PS5 now that my computer's working with games, so... Now that I have a new computer, I don't really need to play on console because the streaming while playing games works. Yeah, I still have the PS5. I still need to get rid of my launch PS5. I have my old PS5 non-pro version just sitting around. It's not even plugged in. Let's see. Croaky with the 2. Do you like the extended version? Yeah, definitely the extended versions, man. 100%. And Alan Bollock plays with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out. Tim Marco, the 7, plus the Hobbit movies are filled with CGI. Lord of the Rings are much more practical and they look stunning in 4K. Yeah, there's a few scenes, like when the gates of Mordor open. Like, you can really see how old the CGI and stuff is. But yeah, for the most part, it's much more, you know, practical than CGI. But part of Lord of the Rings has aged kind of poorly. But for the most part, it still holds up pretty well. Yeah, you know, like, the whole era of, like, the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, the prequel trilogy, Lord of the Rings, like, that era of CGI aged very fucking well, for the most part. Like, early 2000s to, you know, maybe the early 2010s, CGI looked so much better. Then they all started outsourcing it to India and shit. So, the quality dramatically deteriorated. Yeah, dude, I love the 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies. They are all really good. They're genuinely enjoyable movies to watch. Yeah, 4 and 5 were not good. 4 was okay. 5 was borderline unwatchable, bro. Johnny Depp, you could tell, was coked out of his fucking mind. And literally couldn't even speak properly. He didn't even sound like Captain Jack anymore. Sounded completely different. You could tell that's when he was coked out of his fucking mind. The Nightly girl is hot in the yeah, she definitely is. For sure. Yup. Dude, I thought the villain of 5 was terrible, personally. To kill the sparrow, or whatever the fuck. Like, that shit pissed me off. It really, like, I don't know, man. I didn't like it. He was kind of annoying. When Orlando Bloom rubbed her foot. Yeah. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking. When she puts on the boot. Yup. At the ending of 3. The problem is with Pirates of the Caribbean is it's one of those franchises that should have just ended. Because Davy Jones was such a perfect villain that afterwards it just became a little too retarded. Like, oh, now there's the Fountain of Youth, and now we're talking about Neptune's trident. It's like, bro, what the fuck? So, literally, now we've confirmed that the fucking Roman gods were real. Like, I don't know. It's just, it became a little too outlandish. Like, the thing that was nice about Pirates, you know, 1, 2, and 3, it's just like, okay, yeah, this is, like, still somewhat grounded in reality. Now we're literally talking about, like, divine intervention, in a sense. So it's, I don't know. It just, it became a little too outlandish. They tried to, like, escalate the, like, I don't know, the state. It just, it didn't work. Like, Davy Jones, I felt like, was perfect. And, like, the whole Calypso thing, all she did was make a whirlpool. Like, it wasn't anything crazy. So, I don't know. It still felt more grounded. The 4 and 5 just kind of felt way too out there. And then also you were missing the supporting cast, especially in the case of, like, Will. I think he added good balance to it. It's like, where... I don't know.
Support incoming, brothers.
You didn't watch World's End after watching Dead Man's Chest? Damn. You should watch Pirates of the Caribbean 3. It's really good. If you like Dead Man's Chest, 3 is probably equally as good, I would say.
Restored to combat readiness.
I think they did a really good job with it.
One of us.
Our allies are halfway done.
Like that final scene at the end when, what is his name? Beckett or whatever. It's like, it's just good business. And then the whole ship just like blows up around him. That shit was badass, dude. That shit was badass. Dude, the only good Mummy movie is the first one. And even that's debatable.
Redeploy for combat. Anastastes is dead.
Scorpion, yeah. The Walk. You want to talk about bad CGI? Look at the Mummy too. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, man. You want to talk about bad CGI from that era? That's the perfect example. Yeah, I heard they're making the new Mummy movie too. It's like, there's no originality anymore. None. Dude, you know what the Mummy reminded me of? Like, did y'all ever watch those really old, like, I think it was like 1960s, like the Odyssey or Sinbad movies? With like the really cheap, like,
All right,
stop
awesome. Thanks,
motion
nigga. All right.
monsters and stuff. Like, they were live action movies, and they would have, like, the, you know, mythical creatures as, like, stop motion, like, animation. Or, like, the skeletons and stuff. Like, those were fun. Like, those, I don't know, bro. Like, I kind of have some nostalgia for those, because I used to watch those as a kid with, like, my grandma and stuff. So, I kind of have some nostalgia for that, but yeah, those are kind of kino. I want to read the Iliad and the Odyssey, but I don't know which author to read from. Homer. That's the author you want to read from. Just get a direct translation. And then if you want, buy the Aeneid too. You can read the Aeneid as well, which is the Roman sequel to the Odyssey commissioned by Augustus. which is, you know, basically the story of the founding of Rome post-Trojan War. Like, if you ever watched the movie Troy, when Orlando Bloom's character hands the sword to, like, the random guy at the end as they're all evacuating, that's Aeneas, who, in the Aeneid, is essentially the founder of Rome. He and a bunch of people flee from Troy after the Greeks take it over. They land in Italy and essentially establish what would be ancient Rome. So, it's not like the Odyssey where it has a bunch of fantasy stuff in it. It's much more grounded, like the Iliad. Yeah, but if there's one book everyone should read in their life, you have to read The Count of Monte Cristo. Like, dead ass. I cannot shill that book enough, bro. It's the one book I enjoyed reading in school more than anything else. Like, we had the entire... Basically, it was almost like an entire year worth of reading because of how long it is. It's like over 1,000 pages. It's huge. It's thick as fuck. But,
All right, awesome.
It's
Thanks,
well
nigga. All right.
worth it. Like, I read ahead when we had to read it for school. Like, I finished it months before we were supposed to. It's very, very good. If you like revenge stories, like, it does not get any better than that. It's really, really good. Don't watch the movies, because the movies don't do it justice. Like, the book is 1,000,000 times better.
Rally point updated.
Well, the problem is that, like, it's so long, they could make, like, an HBO series out of it. Like, I'm actually surprised no one has. You could literally take The Count of Monte Cristo and make, like, a TV series out of it, and it would be perfect. Like, it's extremely long. It would be very, very well suited for TV.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Because a lot of it has, you know, a lot of heavy dialogue portions. You know, there's a lot of intricate details and intrigue and, you know, complex characters and connection. Like, it's very, very good. Like, if you made a faithful adaptation of that book, you could probably squeeze 2 to 3 seasons of a TV show out of it. Easily. Why doesn't he forgive the bad guy in the end like Last of Us 2? Because, dude, Neil Cuckman is truly a visionary when it comes to his revenge heckin' bad storyline. It's a 43-hour audiobook. Yeah, it's a long book. Very, very long. But it's very good.
Rally point updated.
But yeah, basically it's like this French sailor who, you know, is sailing back. They stop and, you know, they stop on the island of Elba, which is where Napoleon was imprisoned. And long story short, they end up carrying a letter back the guy who's the main character gets betrayed by who he thought were friends for various reasons, mostly jealousy, and he gets sent to a prison for, you know, many, many years, escapes, and takes his revenge. That's basically the best way to, like, I guess, explain it without spoiling the details. Or, like, the ending. But, yeah, that's basically the main premise. It's basically the main premise. But it's really good. Steals his woman? Yeah, well, again, I don't want to get into, like, all the details and stuff, but yeah. He basically gets arrested on his wedding day. When he's set to be married. But it's really good, honestly. Well worth reading. Yeah, I personally really liked how they spent so much time in the book, you know, really fleshing out, you know, the time he spends with the priest and yeah, I don't know, dude. Again, it's just very, very good. Once you start reading it, you don't want to stop until you figure out what happens. But, yeah. Very, very good. Raging Boar with a 5. Might get my last 50-80 soul. Just gotta wait for my bro to give the go-ahead to pack it up. Very nice. Has the price spiked on those recently? Because I know the 50-90s are way up again. And PKDC with the 5. Griff watch. Ask a ninja. Okay. It's only 5 minutes, so you better not fast forward it, you Jew. No. No promises. And Mr. Kill Jr. with the 39 months. Go read the manga, basically. Not really. Because don't mangas tend to be a lot faster paced than the animes a lot of time? I don't know if that's the best comparison. Griffinberg Gaming Steen? Oy vey. Yeah, I don't know if Schizo Garcia is still here, but I started watching his anime he wanted me to watch. The fucking NHK one. Which that shit's so degen, bro. Count of Monte Cristo was literally a page turner. I broke my rule of reading 3 chapters a day for. Yeah, it's really good, honestly. It's one of those timeless stories that, you know, transcends centuries. Wing cake with the 2. Watch. Okay. Let me go ahead and start opening some of these. Okay. Holy fuck, man. This YouTube dashboard is so bad. I can't even scroll up and down in the super chats without it lagging its fucking ass off. Jeez. You would think I'm like running some sort of insane optimization model with like 100 fucking, you know, 100 variables or something that have a million different, like, fuck, dude. I don't know. Alright, there we go. The Monte Cristo series is going to be 8 episodes. He said it'll be faithful. That's kind of loaded nowadays, but hopefully that's the case. It is kind of crazy that nobody's ever done like a high budget version of that, like as an adaptation. I feel like it'd be easy fucking money. There it goes. It just fucking crashed.
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
Ridiculous. Yeah, the early 2000s Monte Cristo movie is pretty shitty. Honestly, it doesn't really capture the true essence. It's way too short. The only based scene is the part in the chariot with the gun. Like, that's it. That's like the only good part. Other than that, it's like way too rushed and very unfaithful to the actual book. There was like this old French adaptation of it that was pretty decent. I would say it was better, but still not completely true to the actual story. It's like a 4 or 5 part series, but again, not entirely faithful. The problem arises with trying to fit that story into a 2-hour movie. Like, it just doesn't work. It's way too dense of a story for it to ever fit into a movie format. You have to have at least 10 hours, I feel like. Minimum. Like, it's a very, very, very dense story. And if you skip over too much of the, you know, in between moments, it just doesn't hit the same. Oh, you could easily make an entire movie out of just the prison part. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The prison sequence could be its own fucking movie. Absolutely. Like, it unironically would be one of the best jailbreak movies ever. Like, you can tell that Shawshank Redemption took a lot of inspiration from Count of Monte Cristo. Does it have booty bandits? No. Thankfully, no.
Rally point updated.
Oh, no! That shield is so retarded. Why are y'all always bringing up rape in the chat? Are y'all some voids now? The fuck? The Man in the Iron Mask? Yeah, that one's good too. All women read is Morning Glory Milking Farm. That's right, dude. Those whores. Dude, I don't want to actually have to work tomorrow. Damn. That shit sucks. I gotta go back to the wage cage tomorrow. Nah, I've never read Dracula. No, Juan, I will not be nice to the whores.
He was too short for blood.
Just be an unemployed chud like Synth. Nah, I don't make enough from content creation to justify that. Because if I was an unemployed chud, I'd have to pay for my own health insurance. You know, I wouldn't get my 401k matches. You know, also, I make more money from work than I do YouTube. So I'd have to take a significant pay cut as well. I don't really want to take a whole month off. What's the point? I'm just gonna sit here anyway. Go to the gym, exactly. I just did take a little over a week off and I did absolutely nothing.
He was weak, so he died.
The new year has been bad. I mean, it hasn't really started yet for me, but yeah, I don't really think it's been great, which I don't know why you would expect if the calendar just switches. Boom. The Maduro thing makes up for it, I guess so. Yeah, having enough money to where you don't have to work if you don't want to, it would be nice. You know, I'm trying to get on that level at some point, but it's gonna take a fucking long-ass time. The only way would be starting a business or just hitting it fucking crazy with some sort of investment. Like, if Pokemon cards 10x, then maybe I'll be good. I can send in my resignation. No, Trump does not need to end abortion. Trump needs to put abortion clinics in major urban areas. You know, I'm at the point now where we need people to not exist. So, if leftists want to literally kill themselves off, I say go for it. Yeah, Margaret Sanger, I apologize for anything bad I ever said about you. You were ahead of your time. Unironically, a leftist created the ultimate way to kill off leftism. So, yeah. She was right, just for the wrong reasons. Like, honestly, that's the way I look at it now. Fuck, bro. Yeah, exactly. If you're a registered DNC voter, free abortions for life. Stop reproducing. Less welfare kids. PK, if I had said the opposite, you would have been like, you don't support a woman's right to choose? Get out of here with your bait, bro. You're not fooling anybody. No, Hassan is a leftist because he hates the West, because he'll never be Western. So, therefore, you know, leftism is the natural enemy of Western civilization. You know, he'll always be brown no matter what he tries to do, so therefore he resents what he can never be a part of. Nah, if PK was my brother, he wouldn't be so gay. We would have fixed that early on. Am I white? Oh my god, I don't know. Alright, I'll take it. I'm as black as burnt toast? Damn, man. When did that happen?
I can't afford this shit!
Anabolic plays with the two. PK is walking his dogs while biking. Mind green. That's right. Too lazy to even walk. Dude, I had a neighbor that did that growing up. He would just sit on his bike and have the dog pull him. He wouldn't even pedal. Like, bro. Yeah, it's time to stop caring about what your slack-jawed, what is it, slack-jawed, knuckle dragon, football watching neighbor thinks.
I can't afford this shit!
Death cannot claim what iron already owns. Special deployment ready. The true gods have further use.
See, Rat Kicker Real with the 2. Remember, Istanbul is stolen land. But that's okay, dude, because, you know, brown people took it from whites. It's okay when we do it, just not when the white people do it.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Race to victory. Tossing frag grenade.
And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Someone get PK a green card. And a 80-hour work week right now. I know. He needs to drop it down from 100. It's really affecting his mental health. I'm lazy? No, I'm not. I'm like the most, you know, high energy, constantly doing something type person out there. What are you talking about?
My new black crusade begins now.
You live in Istanbul? That would be a place I wouldn't mind visiting. I think that'd be cool. Go see the old Hagia Sophia. Such a cool building. What do I think of the Turks? They're basically just Greeks. I don't know. I don't have any beef with Turks. Not all are Greeks? Well, yeah, obviously. But ethnic Turks are predominantly of Greek heritage. So, they share a very similar genetic background. But yeah, obviously if they're mixed with Arabs, they're not all Greek. Because then they'd be mixed. Griffin harbors murderers? That's right, dude. I got 2 in my apartment right now. Turks at one time had the Chad Greek genetics but got polluted with brutal. Yeah, they have, like, it's like Italians, Greeks, like, you know, back then Turkey was, you know, of that same kind of Mediterranean, you know, genetic background. But that's where they think ancient Troy was back in the day, too. Which they were a Hellenic people, so... Nah, I don't watch Nick Fuentes. No, Hassan is mostly Arab, it looks like. Hassan is most definitely mixed with Arab. For sure. Shit. What do you mean you don't watch Nick? It's one of the funniest things to do after giving your white nationalist Mexican friends a BJ. Hey, I would never do that to PK. It's gross, dude. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really watch any political commentators anymore. The only one I ever used to watch, like, semi-consistently was Alex back in the day. Just because he was always on YouTube, so when I was studying or whatever, I just put him on in the background. A Tim Pool guy? Oh yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Tim Drool.
Astartes down. We shall sing of his valor.
Brett Cooper or Hannah Claire? I would definitely say Brett Cooper is more breedable, personally. She has superior birthing hips. Brett's way younger, though. Is that a bad thing?
Our allies are halfway done. Our brother goes beyond the veil.
Yeah, dude, Hannah Claire's way better than Melanie. For sure.
The arch enemy closes in on victory. The arch enemy closes in on victory. Renew when I return to the fray. Let steel reign.
Well, dude, if you actually watch, like, the Quarterings, whatever, America Fest, like, live streams, when she doesn't have the angles, the lighting, the filter to her advantage, like, not so much.
Push for dominance.
I can't afford this shit!
PK, why are you saying future wife, bro? She's not getting any younger. Get out there and make an honest woman of her. She's a born-again virgin, dude. Although I think Quartering took away that title. Chaga Chaga Gaming with the 3. Griffin should go for Amiru. She's 28. That's gonna be a no for me, dog. I'm not trying to plow the rice fields. Extra Emily. Dude, Extra Emily is the most unfuckable, ugly, obnoxious woman I've seen in my entire life. Real talk. How people watch her proves that, you know, we need to start deleting autists. Dude, most Asian women look like men. Like, that's the reality, bro. Most Asian chicks, when they take off their makeup, look like men. Asian men and women look almost identical. Well, dude, Japanese women are the most attractive Asian women by a long shot. Like, Japanese women have a very unique look to them. that I definitely think makes them a lot more attractive than the majority of other Asians. Well, dude, you prefer Korean women because they've all had plastic surgery. real Korean women all have like the moon face, and you know, they get their eyes done as a 16th birthday present. Like when Korean girls hit like a milestone birthday, their parents buy them plastic surgery. So there's not anything real about them. Korean women are also the most materialistic women in the world. Japanese women are more shut-ins, based. Korean women tend to be more extroverted and outgoing, makes dating them easier. I would disagree, man. I would much rather prefer a shut-in queen than a fucking chick who always wants to go out and spend my money. So, yeah. I'd rather have my, shut-in Japanese GF than a, outgoing, expensive Korean. Base Japanese hermit wife. Yeah, that's right. Let's see. Tony Esquire with a 5. Appreciate it, man. Sub Griffin in 2026. There's going to be me time as I've decided to no longer entertain the liberal BLM, LGBTQ, and DEI movements. So exhausting. Indeed, man. It is all so tiresome. It truly is. It's a never-ending battle, too. Would I open an OnlyFans if you were born an attractive woman? Yeah, but I would probably only do tasteful nudes, if you know what I mean. Like, think like, I don't know, like the magazine covers and shit. I would just do that and bait a bunch of simps into paying for it. Like, basically think about, like, the models you see on, like, magazines and shit who are like covering their nips with their hands or something like that. Like, you could easily do that and make a shitload of money off the simps. Yeah, basically just a touch above Instagram photos. Pretty much, yeah. Why not? Money's to be made and spent. Got him.
Casualty confirmed. Iron Hero online.
Fuck. Nah, dude, Bonnie Blue is Israel's strongest OnlyFans model. Not gonna happen. Although I think she got banned from OnlyFans, didn't she? I don't know, man. I can't keep track of all these fucking hoes.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Creators Freedom with the 2. OF. Yeah, exactly.
Give me money! Give me money! Give me money! Give me monies!
Have sex with an Asian woman is on your bucket list, but you'll never get to do it? Why? Bro, literally just go to Asia and pay for that shit if it's really that big a deal. Prostitution is legal in a lot of Asian countries. Like, you could literally go to Japan and just pay for some shit. Been with the same woman for 11 years? Just take a solo trip, bro. She doesn't have to know. If it's really that deep. Yeah, the thing is with Asian women is I think they're very attractive when it comes to, like, their bodies. But, I don't know, bro. There's just something about the face on a lot of them. It's like, eh. Just doesn't do it for me. But generally speaking, they have good bodies. Very low body fat. Fallout bug-eyed chick. Oh my god, yeah. Still would. I wouldn't, because she's covered in fucking tattoos. She's covered in like those stupid fucking scribble tats.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers. Reporting permission.
Yeah, bro. Chicks with all those tattoos definitely have body counts in the double digits, approaching 3 digits.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
No chick who is a virgin or is not just, you know, putting out constantly is covered in that many tattoos. Sorry.
Restored to combat readiness.
I don't buy it. She's no good, dude.
Claim it at once.
Yeah, extremely poor impulse control.
Fatality reported.
Well, it's like that whole thing where it's people who are covered in tattoos usually have very poor planning and don't think ahead or, you know, consider the consequences. So, they don't really plan shit out and they're not very, forward thinking, usually.
Support incoming, brothers. Brother killed in action. We lost the advantage. Reclaim
Yeah,
it
I
at
think
once.
tattoos are dumb too, personally. Like, why am I gonna pay for someone to permanently mark up my body? It's just retarded. I don't know. I never understood it personally.
I return, ready to take my vengeance.
Yeah, that's true, bro. Renadog was covered in anime tattoos, so there you go. Do you want to end up in jail too? Don't do it, guys. Well, dude, that Bella Porsche chick, she constantly covers up her arms and her chest because she knows that the tattoos make her uglier. All of her videos where the tattoos aren't visible get more likes than the ones that, you know, have the visible tattoos. No woman looks better with tattoos, period. None. There's not a single woman that looks better with tattoos. It makes them look old and dirty.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Tony Esquire with the 10. I'm the only member of my 4-person team reporting back to the Pentagon for work tomorrow, as 2 are sick, and my supervisor is taking the day off. We had December 31st through Sunday off. Today's military. Yeah. The sick thing is funny. Yeah, you would think that you'd actually want to be in the office tomorrow of all days, because the, you know, energy is probably going to be pretty high coming off the Maduro shit, I would imagine. I can't complain because the Pentagon is liberal head. Yeah, it is. Yup, it's all the bureaucrat class of the military, which is all the lefties. Yup. Indeed. Oh shit, it didn't auto-cue me? Fuck. I hate how it does that sometimes. I don't know why that's a thing.
I can't afford this shit!
Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Sorry about Sly. Lol, don't worry about episode 3. I mean, it wasn't that bad. The problem, I'm just not good at platformers. Nor do I have a passion for platformers. It wasn't that bad, honestly. It was better than something like a Psychonauts, for example. So, definitely not the worst game I've played. Well, dude, anything's better than Call of Duty at this point. That shit is genuinely bad. Oh, shit. I hate that that doesn't count as a kill. In most FPS games, it counts as a kill. Assisted suicide is just like an extra bonus, usually. But for some reason in this game, it doesn't count for anything. Makes no sense. No, in Gears of War, I don't think... maybe, I don't know. Gears of War is weird because it has, like, a difference between downs and kills. So, I'm not sure. Oops. Yeah, Sonic Riders is good. They should have made that instead of Sonic Racing.
our grasp. New rally point established. New rally point established.
I don't even know if they're gonna put multiplayer in Gears E-Day. They should, but the way Microsoft is doing shit, who honestly even knows? They might be dumb enough to not to, like, put it in there. I don't know. You could make the case that Gears was never multiplayer first. The thing is, though, is, you know, most people's memories of Gears, yeah, are probably the campaign. But it did have a decently popular multiplayer mode once upon a time. Well, Halo is definitely predominantly multiplayer. Like, Halo multiplayer is what made Halo as popular as it was. So, because even before it had an actual multiplayer mode, Halo 1 had insane, like, LAN communities. So, Halo 2 was as popular as it was because of the multiplayer mode. And then, by extension, Halo 3. Well, I think the Coalition's not making Gears E-Day. It's being made by People Can Fly, which is the studio that made Gears Judgment and Bulletstorm. So, it has potential, maybe. I don't know. Beat DMC 1 for the first time? Nice. Skip DMC 2. Go right to 3 if you're doing the classic games. Dude, it kind of sucks too, is now I have to go to the gym in the, like, morning again. I gotta get back on that schedule, I guess. Shit, that's gonna be rough. Tomorrow, or I guess today is gonna suck. I don't think it'll be crowded in the morning. Most likely the New Year's people will be there in the evening. There's a lot of voids at the gym in the morning, too, which is interesting. I think all the women go in the morning before work, and then all the guys go in the afternoon because women have to do their makeup, so they don't want to have to do their makeup twice. before they go out. So they go to the gym in the morning, get ready for work, do their makeup, and then they're good for the day. Whereas dudes, you know, get off work and then typically go at night, I feel like.
All right, awesome.
Weird.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
No, that's not working. Bill Hurd with the 10 saw a video about Napoleon and his era. Guess which family was funding both sides? Yeah, exactly. That's how they bought up the London Stock Exchange. And guess what? Once it became inconvenient, they stopped. I guess you meant funding France. Yes, I'm talking about the Rothschilds. Yeah. Yup. Indeed. That was how they made their money, is they had a information network, so they spread the false rumor that Napoleon had won in order to trigger a sell-off at the English Stock Exchange, and then Rothschild came in and bought everything up for pennies on the dollar. Bill Hurd with the 5. Apparently that one movie strengthened the British and hurt France. Yeah. Well, the thing is the Rothschilds have their, tentacles in every, facet of European banking. So what would happen is they tank the English stock exchange, buy it all up. Then once the real news spread, France's stock exchange tanked, and then they bought up all the French assets as well. So yeah, that's how they make their money, is just funding wars on both sides. and then taking advantage of the subsequent economic impact. This is just a Final Fantasy soundtrack compilation. So if you just type in Final Fantasy 5 hours, or what is it called? Relaxing Final Fantasy music, it'll come up, but it's like a 5-hour long video.
Fatality confirmed. Special deployment ready.
I really like the Final Fantasy music personally. I don't know. I think Final Fantasy is like some of the best music, if not the best music in gaming, especially consistency wise.
The true gods have further use of me. Casualty reported.
Nah, I'm not a fan of Persona's music. It's too repetitive.
You close those feeble puppets. Black Legion, converge.
I don't know. I think Pokemon's music has deteriorated a lot since Gen 4. Gen 4 was kind of the last hurrah. Like Gen 5, I don't even remember any music from. And the only song I liked from Gen 6 was the Xerneas battle theme. And Sun and Moon, I can't think of a single one. Sword and Shield. Like, yeah, there's just not really. Scarlet Violet, I don't remember any of them. Yeah, Halo has good music. Very Catholic pilled music. Ah, shit. Yeah, the Nier franchise in general has really good music. Final Fantasy soundtrack you'd say is weaker than the rest? From what I've played, 16. I feel like was pretty disappointing, especially coming off of Final Fantasy 15. And especially Remake, but Final Fantasy 7 probably has the best video game soundtrack of all time in terms of variety. So, that one's not really fair. But, yeah, I would say probably 16 is the one that sticks out the most. Stranger of Paradise I don't really count because it's not made by Square Enix. Trying to think. 13, I think, had a really good soundtrack overall. Yeah, I'd probably say 16. It just didn't feel like a Final Fantasy soundtrack, was the issue. Like, there's a certain airiness and lighthearted feel to a lot of soundtracks in Final Fantasy games. I don't really feel like it fit in Final Fantasy 16. It just, everything felt way too serious all the time. Yeah, Final Fantasy X, I think, was the last soundtrack by, was it the last one by, Uematsu? I think so. At least the last full soundtrack. But I might be wrong on that. I think it was, though. Nine was the last one? Okay. Yeah, I knew it was one or the other. I knew it was one or the other. All right.
If you fucking leave me alone and stop, if you,
I won't ban them.
okay, fine, fine, that's fine. I'll put you back, bring you back, and remod you, but you don't mention me 500 times a stream, okay?
You weren't answering my messages. I kept.
It doesn't matter. I see them, dude.
Racist messages.
I don't get. Bro, you realize they're doing that because you are evoking it by calling me and doing this. I
am not evoking it.
Oh, you're not? Okay, well, that's how fucking...
I am not provoking them to do that.
Okay, well, guess what, dude? If you don't fucking... Look, bro, you're gonna have to learn your lesson. You're gonna stay banned for... Stay...
I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, my God. What a freak.
Okay, dude, stop crying. Stop crying. Stop crying. Stop freaking out.
Can you please award me moderator status again? I didn't do anything
Yes, but
wrong.
you gotta fucking calm down and wait a goddamn day. You're freaking the fuck out. Like, you honestly need to take some time off the computer and seriously.
And you can't understand his situation. I did nothing wrong. They're the ones who did something wrong.
Bro.
They're the ones who are corrupted. They're the ones who are despicable. They're the ones who are reprehensible. They're the ones who are submitting derogatory terms towards me.
Okay, you're right about that. You're right. You didn't do anything wrong. So I'll remod you after the stream.
And then you ban me and you demod me? That makes literally no sense.
After the stream.
I didn't do anything wrong.
And
you know it.
After the stream, I'll remod you, bro. I promise to God.
No, you won't.
Why do you think
I don't even know if I'll be along. I don't know if I'll be that around that long.
What are you saying? You're not gonna be around? Are you threatening suicide? Now I'm gonna have to report you or something.
Did I say that?
No, you didn't say that. You implied it pretty heavily.
I might not be here.
Dude, okay, man. I'll give you fucking moderator back. I don't even know the name of the account you're currently...
Dude, I'd tell him to fucking kill himself, honestly. I'd say do a fucking flip off your rooftop, you piece of fucking human filth. Get out of my fucking chat.
Using. Which account do you need moderator on, dude? Which account do you need moderator on?
It's RuneScape Arago. Now it's 56. Like 56 account.
Okay, then.
Jesus Christ, bro. Fuck that. I'd tell that fucking retard to do a flip, bitch.
You're broke!
Like,
You're
damn.
fucking poor!
That shit's pathetic. Genuinely pathetic.
I can't afford this shit!
Like, fuck, bro. You're crying, give me mod.
God!
Dude, fuck that. I would ban that fucker in a heartbeat, honestly. What a freak. What a fucking freak.
Here's how you make my super easy 2-ingredient, low-calorie, no bake, no refrigerate, no flour, no sugar, no gluten, no egg, no carb, no fat, no woman, no cry, no beans, no greens, no potatoes, no tomatoes, no lambs, no rams, no hogs, no dogs, no chicken, no turkeys, no rabbits. You name it! Hi. Here's how you make my super easy 2-ingredient, low-calorie, no bake, no refrigerate, no flour, no sugar, no gluten, no egg, no carb, no fat, no woman, no cry, no beans, no greens, no potatoes, no tomatoes, no lambs, no rams, no hogs, no dogs, no chicken, no turkeys, no rabbits. You name it! Hi. Here's how
Jesus Christ. Yeah. That soul food. Why people don't season they watermelon. There you go.
What I am ninja, he's ninja.
This is PK's recommended, by the way, so feel free to bully him if it's gay.
She is ninja too. I am ninja.
Let's hope it's at franchise end. You know what? It's the exact same movie as Pirates of the Caribbean 2. So I'm just gonna show you that review again. Just
What the fuck is wrong with that?
replace Kraken with Keith Richards. Every time I say plotline, replace that with plotline. And then multiply the general confusion of Pirates of the Caribbean 2 by a bucket of chicken. That does not make sense at all. Neither does this movie. Go! Okay, I don't want to spoil it for anybody who might not have seen it yet. So I'll tell you this one little thing, just to give you some context. It's a horrible movie. I went and did the research on like how they came up with this movie, and it was inspired by old school robot pirates. Like I'm talking Chuck E. Cheese style, like sub Chuck E. Cheese style. So that was where they were starting from the movie, and then they basically took a step backward. It's worse than bad animatronic pirates. The structure of the movie, the best that I can tell is they loaded about 4 or 5 different screenplays into a shotgun, and then just pulled the trigger and then sent somebody around like a PA around and just pick up random words and piece them together and then hand that to the actors. And then even that script was lost about halfway through shooting, and then the director just made it up every day. He was just like, and then today...
Dude, this is how I picture how most Redditors talk. This is exactly how I picture most Redditors sounding. Like, barely detectable autistic lisp ranting about media properties. Let's see. So Schizo Garcia with the 2. Watch Mordecai and Rigby or Performative Male. What the fuck? Okay. What is that? And Captain Hook Games with the 2. I would have said do it, no balls, record it. Yeah, exactly. Livestream a bitch. Grab your dad's gun and prove me fucking wrong, but I think you're too big of a fucking pussy to ever do it. That's something along those lines. Schizo Garcia with the 2. This is why we need to make PK mod. I don't know about that. Schizo Garcia also the 2. Mute PK for this. Indians love this content slot. Wow, that's some immediate 180 energy in that super chat. Alright, there we go. I'm in it.
This person shows up and they're a pirate. The other thing about this movie is everybody was a pirate. Just everybody. If you were in the first movie and you weren't a pirate, you're now a pirate in this movie. Everybody gets to be a pirate. It was ridiculous.
Everybody is not a pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Incorrect. I'm gonna have to stop you right there.
Just how many pirates there were. I mean, and I'm not just saying that because I don't like pirates. I'm just telling you, there were just too many pirates. Some of them were fish pirates, and some of them had always been pirates, and then some of them were half dead, and some of them were full dead, and some of them were just pretending to be pirates. The only thing to which there are more than pirates in this movie are plot lines. Everybody gets a plot line. If you're a dog, you get a plot line. If you're a ship...
What the fuck is wrong with multiple plot lines?
You definitely get a plot line. All the ships get a good plot line. The ocean gets a plot line. If you're just a single body part, a lot of times you have your own plot line. Like if you're just an eye or a heart or something, you get a whole story, but they don't finish any of them. They think about it, but then they just keep adding more plot lines. Like literally, the last line of the movie is a new plot line. It's a never-ending story, but with no luck dragon. One other overall note about the movie that I thought was very interesting was the entire cast, with the exception of Keira Knightley, was women. And I thought that was a bold choice. All the pirates, you could tell because the heavy, effeminate eye makeup.
What in the fuck is this slop? I'm speeding it up. I'm getting bored.
And the long-haired wigs. If you don't know Keira Knightley, she's kind of a slightly more mannish version of Orlando Bloom. And the direction, I don't know that there actually was a director, but I'm told that a name came up and it said Gore Verbinski. And I'll tell you this much, it could have used a lot more gore and a lot less Verbinski, which I think is Russian for bad dialogue. The big thing that they're fighting this whole time is this Kraken that nobody can beat. Kraken! 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 Trust me, I have fought a Kraken! 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 It's not that hard. If this movie was called Ninjas Pirates of the Caribbean, ninjas don't just amble around doing bad Keith Richards impersonations. We get the job done. If there's a chest, it doesn't matter if there's a dead man in it, or a dead man on it, or a dead man. We're gonna get the chest and get it back. Ninjas of the Caribbean would be a great movie. And by the way, there's this alleged pirate code. I don't think that exists because they go against it. There's no honor amongst pirates. And apparently there's no honor amongst filmmakers because whoever made this film didn't really care about the fact that it was going to be terrible. Here's my advice to you regarding this movie. Save your money. Just dress up like a clown, jump into a giant aquarium, and
Dude, this shit is ass.
and sing the lyrics to Hit Me With the Best Shot by Pat Benatar backwards. At least that will make more sense than Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest. Wait a
Yeah, this is just a schizo rant.
minute, there wasn't even a dead man in it. This episode is brought to you by Ask.com. Go to Ask.com, type in this
Does that even exist anymore? Ask.com? Let me ask you a question.
ninja word twice as fast as you physically can, and you'll either get a cool ninja video treat or a sword in your head. That's a pretty good
Ninjas.
deal. I'd take that risk, but I'm a ninja.
Or I'm sorry, ninjuice.
Bob Iger, president of Walt Disney. I don't know if Jerry Bruckheimer has something on you that's making you make these movies. Let me know. I will take care of it. Here's the sign. Lead, lead, walk, walk. Houston, we have a problem. How do you do there, Mom? Just do that exact sequence in a press conference.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this shit?
And I'll know that you need my help, and I'll take care of it, buddy. Yo, ninjas, check out the new
It
Ninja
is
Mart
just
store. We got some new
autism.
teas up there. Got a little something for the ladies on the site now. You're welcome, ladies. And you can get $5 off orders $25 or more if you type in Kill You Soon in the coupon area. That's a good deal. I don't know about you, but I have typed more for less.
Holy fuck, bro. This was a PK recommendation. I guess it's a re-upload. I was about to say, like... Holy fuck, bruh. Yeah, that was like literal brain rot before brain rot was a thing. This was uploaded in 2007. Jeez, man. Oh, there it is. So he does still
The ninja here.
upload.
Now, a lot of people...
Holy fuck. Why? Oh my god, bro. PK in middle school? Maybe so. Alright. Well, that sure was informative, dude.
The United States government has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. This was a message posted by American President Donald Trump on Saturday, the 3rd of January at 4:21 a.m. Eastern Time, announcing to the world that the American government had achieved one of its key objectives, the capture of President Maduro. The date is important because, one, it's only a few hours ago, and two, it's exactly 35 years since the day that American forces captured Panamanian leader Manuel Noriega, who, like Maduro, had also been accused of drug trafficking and was clinging on to power after a disputed election. In a later interview with Fox News, President Trump announced that Maduro and his wife had been taken to the USS Iwo Jima, one of the American warships that have been prowling the Caribbean. According to a statement by Attorney General Pam Bondi, they will both be tried in a US court. The announcement came just hours after residents of Caracas, including several CNN correspondents, reported hearing explosions and seeing military aircraft flying overhead.
Raymond, maybe so.
According to the correspondents, the first blast that they witnessed happened at 12:50 a.m. Eastern Time, which means that in barely 3 hours, American forces had captured a sitting head of state and evacuated him from his country. I'll say that again. This entire operation took just 3.5
Yeah, he definitely has the soylent drinker aesthetic.
hours. So because 2026 has decided to get off to an insane start, that's why I'm here on a Saturday afternoon.
I don't understand why bald men feel the need to wear thick-ass glasses frames. Like, it just doesn't... Wear some context, bro. I don't know. It's just the soy-lennial phenotype.
Today, let's examine what we know, what we don't know, and what this attack means for the wider region. Let's start with what we know as the time of around 4 p.m. Central European time. 4:15. We are getting this out. On Friday, the 2nd of January, President Maduro appeared on state television while meeting with a delegation of Chinese officials in Caracas. This was the last time that he would be seen in public. A few hours later, the strikes began. A local journalist who spoke with NPR reported hearing 2 explosions at La Carlota military airport, the main airbase in Caracas, followed by fires on the runway that were quickly put out. Immediately afterward, they reported hearing similar detonations in other parts of the city and planes flying low over Caracas for about an hour. Quoting, "The whole ground shook. This is horrible. We heard explosions and planes." The Associated Press reported that at least 7 explosions were heard in Caracas during that time, and according to Ocean Fender, an X account that uses open source intelligence to track conflicts around the world, Fuerte Tuna, the capital's main military base, had also been targeted in these strikes. Other sites that were targeted include Cerro El Volcan, a major communications and signals antenna site, La Guaira Airport, Venezuela's primary seaport north of Caracas, and Girardot Airport, airbase in Miranda State. While other locations may have been targeted, these are the only ones that have been confirmed by sources on the ground. According to American officials who spoke,
I wear big-ass glasses. I really don't. I rarely ever wear my glasses. And the only reason I bought them is to wear them when I need to take my contacts out, which is almost like never. So... in fact, I don't even think my glasses are up to my current prescription. So, yeah. But yeah, I rarely wear glasses. But... yeah, I've always had shitty eyesight, but I just wear contacts.
With CBS, Delta Force, an elite special forces unit of the US Army, carried out the attacks. The same officials told CBS that the military had discussed conducting the mission in Venezuela on Christmas Day, but US airstrikes in Nigeria against ISIS targets took precedence. The days after Christmas gave the military more options, but the operation was held off until the weather was favorable enough to proceed. And proceed it did. Once the dust had settled, Maduro had been captured, and Trump made his announcement on Truth Social. And with that, the unspoken assumptions of that last 3.5 decades of US policy towards Latin America had been flipped on their head. At the moment, it seems that there won't be any further attacks. Mike Lee, a US senator who spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio after the attacks, posted on X that the secretary anticipated no further action now that Maduro was in custody. He also announced that Maduro would stand trial on criminal charges in the US, where he has been charged with narco-terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking, and a host of other criminal charges. Not that the lack of planned further attacks made much difference in Caracas. The government announced a state of emergency, demanded proof that Maduro was alive, and an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council to discuss the US attacks. Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Pedrino Lopez.
Dude, I love how these fucking shithole countries actually fucking think that the UN Security Council means anything. That shit's pitiful, man. I don't get it. They actually think people give a shit about that.
As well, calling for calm and a unified front, announced that the military would be deployed across the nation to defend against what he called the worst aggression ever against Venezuela. Quoting me here, "They've attacked us, but they will not subdue us. Let's not succumb to the panic the enemy seeks to instill." Additionally, Caracas urged supporters to take to the streets. This call was answered in neighborhoods in which Maduro enjoys popular support, where, according to the AP, armed individuals and ununiformed members of a civilian militia took to the streets while holding posters of Maduro. In other parts of the city, the streets remained empty. Hours after the attack, parts of the city remained without power, but vehicles moved freely. Outside of Venezuela, reactions have been varied, to say the least. In Latin America, Argentinian President Javier Milei celebrated the news, saying that freedom had finally come to Venezuela, while Colombian President Gustavo Petro, who has also been a target of Trump's ire, condemned the strikes as an assault on the sovereignty of Latin America. Warning of a humanitarian crisis. Additionally, Colombia is deploying its military to its 2,219-kilometer-long border with Venezuela, ostensibly to handle the influx of asylum seekers, but likely also as a defensive measure in case the conflict expands beyond Venezuela's borders. In Europe,
do I look good with my glasses? Oh yeah, dude. I'm like a slutty professor. Hell yeah.
The reaction has been more measured,
but not the bald kind.
With Germany saying that it was watching the situation with great concern, Spain offering to mediate, and the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs urging restraint while insisting that Maduro lacked legitimacy. More telling, though, might have been the reaction, or lack of it, from Venezuela's most important allies, Iran, Cuba, and Russia. For Russia's part, the Kremlin said it was deeply worried by the attack, saying that it was important to prevent escalation and to use dialogue to find a way out of the conflict. What it didn't say was that today's events came just months after Moscow and Caracas signed a new strategic partnership meant in part to improve Venezuela's military. A partnership that seems to have been about as useful to Caracas as Iran's partnership with Russia was for Tehran during last year's war with Israel. Savage. Speaking of Tehran, Iran's foreign ministry described the attack as a flagrant violation of the national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Venezuela, while Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez called for the international community to denounce what he described as state terrorism against Venezuelan people. And just in case you're playing Axis of Resistance bingo there, China, another friend of Venezuela, is yet to publicly respond. With all this in mind, let's now look at what we don't know. First, there is the
bald
question of the legality of the strikes. While Senator Lee, a constitutional lawyer, insisted that the Trump administration was justified in conducting the strike since the president had the authority to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack, Democratic lawmakers, including Senator Andy Kim, a former diplomat, have termed
no one cares
the action illegal, saying that it put American lives at risk and signaled to other
Dude, they should just put Maduro on the fucking steps of the Capitol building and put a fucking slug in the back of his head and say, there's your Constitution. Like, fuck, bro. Honestly, I'm so sick of this shit, bro. Can we just get rid of these fucking people already and just get shit done? It's not technically legal. Like, nobody fucking cares, bro. Just put a fucking bullet in his brain.
Superpowers that targeting a sitting head of state is acceptable to the US government. Now, we're not experts on the nuances of the American
He has to have a fair trial. Nobody cares.
Constitution, but we can
literally nobody cares.
Guarantee that this is a question that Congress and possibly the Supreme Court will have to answer.
Yeah, dude, leftists care more about enforcing the law when it comes to protecting foreigners than it does punishing, you know, a certain group of people, let's just say. Conveniently, they don't care about legality when it comes to letting off a certain demographic of people when they break the law. But when, you know, foreigners get in trouble with the law, then the law must be respected at all times. It's just ridiculous, man. Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
At some point in the future. Second, we don't know who is now in charge of Venezuela and how long their rule will last. At the moment, it seems much of Maduro's inner circle survived the strikes and the vice president will take over, maintaining the current status quo. However, there are two distinct scenarios that we have to consider. One, that America negotiates with the remaining government officials to hand over power to Edmundo Gonzalez, who Washington recognized as Venezuela's rightful president after the contested 2024 elections. Or two, that the military takes advantage of the confusion and disarray created by the American strikes to seize power in a coup. It wouldn't be the first time that the military sought to gain power by taking advantage of a crisis. This was a fear expressed.
The military should take power, and then we should cut a deal with the military to let them remain as the territorial government structure while paying a tithe in the form of oil to the United States. That's what we should do, is let the military take over, since they already have the infrastructure and manpower in place to control the country, and then basically use them as like a vassal in order to, you know, allow us to extract the oil from Venezuela as they remain an unofficial territory of the United States. I guarantee you that would work.
By Pedro Ras Arroyo, a Venezuelan entrepreneur who, speaking exclusively to war fronts, said that the vacuum of power left in Maduro's absence could embolden individuals in the military to launch violent bids for presidency, resulting in, and we'll quote him here, a bloodbath. If the second scenario were to occur, there is the possibility that Washington will be forced to launch another operation to install a government that has their support. The third thing we don't know, and which may be the most important, is whether Maduro made a deal with Washington and the attacks were theater to give him a face-saving exit from
Yeah, dude, I would love to have AOC as my territory.
power. While this does seem unlikely, some in the Venezuelan opposition told Sky News that this could be the case, given that Maduro has repeatedly expressed his willingness to negotiate
Let's just say, let's hope she has an open border policy.
with Trump. However, we've got to be honest here, this doesn't seem
especially from the South.
Super plausible, considering that Senator Lee announced Maduro would be facing charges in the United States. It's also unlikely that Trump would be willing to let Maduro save face after the acrimonious year that the two have had. Additionally, Rubio is a long-time Maduro opponent who has been pushing for the latter's ouster, so the possibility that Washington chose to be gracious to Maduro is incredibly slim. However, slim ain't zero. So what's this mean for the region? When looking at this attack against Venezuela, it is tempting to see it as just part of Trump and Rubio's campaign against Maduro. However, that would be missing the forest for the trees. There's a bigger...
Griffin will marry a Latina, calling it now. Who knows, bro? You can never say never, right? Maybe the opportunity will present itself, and I won't be able to, resist the Latina mommy.
strategy at play here.
God, I fucking hate that video.
That was revealed in the recently published National Security Strategy. Now, in case you missed our video analyzing that document, here's what you need to know. On Latin America, the Trump administration announced that it would be reinstituting the Monroe Doctrine, which basically means that the entire Western Hemisphere is Washington's backyard. Other superpowers, they're not welcome, and regimes in every country need to be aligned with America's interests, or they will have to deal with an angry Washington. This is why the operation matters far beyond Venezuela's borders. Every leader in Latin America is now watching and calculating. If the United States can conduct a decapitation strike against a sitting president in a matter of hours, what does that mean for their own security? What red lines exist anymore? Cuba's got to be particularly nervous right now. The island nation depends heavily on Venezuelan oil and has sent thousands of personnel to Venezuela over the years. It has also spent entire decades on Washington's hit list, with the CIA infamously trying to bump off Fidel Castro with everything from regular bullets to exploding cigars. With Maduro gone, Cuba loses a critical economic lifeline, while its leadership will be terrified that they're next for special U.S. treatment.
They should be next. Them and Mexico. We should take over Cuba, because that'd be a great vacation spot to have. I would love to buy some cheap Cuban real estate. So, I agree, man. Send them in.
Argue as Daniel Ortega, another vocal critic of Washington with close ties to Russia and China, must also be wondering if he's...
Dude, honestly, I'm kind of pissed I don't have any, like, working capital, so to say, because you could probably make a fortune right now investing in Venezuelan real estate.
On the list, and while Colombian President Gustavo Petro is likely safe due to Bogota's long history of cooperation with Washington, he is likely, at the very least, feeling a bit anxious today. But it's not just America's adversaries who should be recalculating. Even friendly governments should be asking questions about what their relationship with Washington means for their rule. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has maintained a delicate balancing act between Washington and her own agenda. Now, she undoubtedly faces pressure to more definitively support what Trump wants, even if it goes against what she wants. Brazil's Lula has tried to position himself as a mediator in regional conflicts.
Dude, he has the soy-lennial phenotype, so it's like all of them look the same. Bald, soy beard, and big glasses.
That role just became a lot more complicated. The operation also changes the calculus for Chinese and Russian investment in the region. Beijing has poured billions into Latin American infrastructure, mining and energy projects. Moscow has sold weapons and provided technical assistance to several governments. Both have used Venezuela as their primary foothold in the hemisphere. If Washington can remove a government this decisively, does that make other countries think twice about deepening ties with Beijing or Moscow? Or does it push them to seek stronger guarantees from those powers? And do these guarantees mean anything in the face of a Washington that has proven extremely capable of removing a leader in his own capital city? Again, we have to insist here. The entire operation took less than 3 hours and change. That's so short, it makes Israel's decisive 12-day conflict against Iran look like the 30 years war. There's also the question of what happens to Venezuela's oil. The country has the world's largest proven oil reserve. With Maduro gone, those reserves could be up for grabs. China has massive investments in Venezuelan oil infrastructure. Russian companies have been involved in joint ventures. American companies were largely shut out under sanctions. The scramble to control Venezuelan oil could reshape global energy markets. Finally, there's the humanitarian dimension. Venezuela has already produced one of the largest refugee crises in recent history, with millions fleeing the country since 2015. Colombia, which hosts the largest number of Venezuelan refugees, is already deploying troops to the border. If violence escalates or the economy collapses further, that number could surge. Peru, Ecuador, Chile, and other countries hosting Venezuelan migrants are bracing for what comes next. And hovering above all of this is the question of what will happen if Venezuela splits apart, if the remnants of the regime try to cling to power while the people rise up in the streets. Could there be wide-scale violence, a civil war? Or will the regime or military quickly consolidate under new leadership and carry on effectively as before?
Who will live in those? Dude, do you know how wealthy Venezuela is about to get now that their oil industry is no longer sanctioned? Like, dude, that entire country should be one of the wealthiest places on planet Earth, but they elected fucking Hugo Chavez or whatever the fuck, who literally, you know, kicked out all the oil companies, tried to nationalize the industry, and ended up turning it into a socialist shithole. And then Maduro succeeded him, and it's like ever since it's just been literally a third world shithole. So, yeah. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of very attractive Venezuelan women, too, so definitely a good geomaxing location. But the thing is now that Venezuela's unlocked for investment, and the oil industry is going to be a thing again. It's going to be very, very financially successful, especially in the major population centers. So if everything goes smoothly, then yeah, it'll be uplifted pretty substantially when it comes to the economic side of things.
Tiziano Breda, senior analyst for
Plus, they have a really nice climate, too, so that's the other thing.
Latin America at ACLED has noted, quote, a smooth transition remains unlikely, and the risk of resistance from pro-regime armed groups, including elements within the military and Colombian rebel networks active in the country, remains high. In short, we can't say for certain what will happen next. What we can say is that this is a crisis whose impact will be felt long after Maduro's successor has been chosen. A crisis that could reshape Latin America as we know it. Thank you for watching. We'll be posting more updates.
Oh my god. Oy vey. They used Delta Force because they didn't want 100 book deals and 50 pod. Dude, honestly, that is like something I am getting sick of, bro, is the heckin' based veteran stereotype for conservative podcasts, bro. Like the guy who has the fucking sleeve tattoos, obviously takes steroids in order to look, you know, as buff as possible, the fucking beard, and constantly has to remind everyone how much of a fucking badass he was when he was in the military. It's like, dude, that fucking, like, stereotypical right-wing podcast is so fucking obnoxious. Like, yeah, dude, I like fucking guns. I like drinking Black Rifle coffee. I like drinking bourbon, dude. It's like, oh my god, like, it's just the same shit. It's like, yeah, I jerk off to trans porn, but I'm fucking based. Like, that's literally the energy, bro. Yeah, I fucked that lady boy when I was stationed in Thailand, but let me tell you what a real fucking man is. Me! I'm so fucking based, man. 1 million more foreigners in my hometown. Tomorrow. I'm not racist. That shit's fucking gay. Like, it's so fucking obnoxious, man. It's so fucking obnoxious. It's like the same fucking guy copy-pasted 100 times over. Yeah, so what if my girlfriend is trans? Do you know what I'm doing? Having sex. Do you know what you're doing? Watching me and talking shit in my comments, you little fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna tell you what a real man does, because you could only hope to be as badass as I was back when I was in the fucking Marines, bro. You wouldn't last a fucking day in my shoes. Do you have any fucking idea what I did? Oh, yeah, I just worked in an office, but look how fucking jacked I am. It's like literally that. It's literally fucking that. Every single time. This stream is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the only thing that alphas in the Marines drink. It's like, oh my god. Like, every single one of them, dude. It's just like copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Like, every single time. Brutal. Dude, I'm sick of it. Every fucking clip I see on Twitter nowadays is that. It's like, come on, bro. There can't be that many of them. And they all promote Black Rifle Coffee or some form of niche firearms accessories company or some sort of fucking, you know, niche alcohol brand. Like, it's all the same shit over and over and over. Yeah, it's what Quartering wishes he could be. It's what Quartering wishes he could be if he didn't love food so much. But yeah, they're like usually the most covert leftists too. And that's the ironic part as well. But because they look like alphas, dude, or at least what they think is an alpha, you know, they somehow, you know, LARP as right-wingers. Oh, yeah, dude, Jack Murphy's like a perfect example of that phenotype. I forgot about that guy. Yup. Yeah, that dude is definitely exactly, you know, the same kind of type that I'm talking about. Yup. Yup. Who? This guy. What was that shit called? Was it Jack Murphy? Yeah, it was. Okay. This guy.
This thing is laughing. Like she'll be like, "How is it then that if like?"
Are we gonna do the ovens and the cookies?
Yeah,
thing
no,
now?
no. She'll read.
This guy.
Something so innocently, she'll be like, but they're so good and get her. They'll be like, I love carpentry and building things. I built a wood door for my shower, but the steam still got out while I was showering. How could wood keep steam in the shower and keep the?
And it has nothing to do with people think what they're thinking it to be today.
Dude, and they all always slouch too. Yup.
You talking about sex right now?
Do you know what cocoding is?
I totally thought
it's
you were
where
reading...
you get a chicken and you hold it and
no,
you love it.
I just blanked out for a second.
You make more chickens.
I just blanked out for a second.
I support you having chickens.
We don't kink shame.
I like chickens.
If you have a hen house, that's great. That's you should have your own eggs. Great.
We don't
supply,
kink shame.
Great for protein.
More moments later.
Mr. Dickenballs says, "Hey Jack."
See, that's what she does. She does this. Like she reads it like that's normal. Like it's not even. She's not even saying, I'm not gonna skip the name. She just goes, "Mr. Dickenballs said."
Could you please clear up the CUCK article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why are you?
Oh yeah, fuck you. Why are you bringing up the fact that I wrote about how I love being a cock?
Doing this to me.
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well,
this is one of those, you know, alpha right-wingers, like, you know, pseudo tough guy acts. Kind of like what I was talking about. I don't know if he's like a veteran or not. But, yeah, it basically he fits pretty much every other, you know, stereotype that I was just talking about. And yeah, he wrote an article in the past about how he enjoyed getting cucked.
Use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah, fuck you.
Elizabeth,
Heartfelt.
Elizabeth Harrison.
Yeah, he's so fucking alpha, dude. He told her to fuck off. Whoa, dude. Everybody forget about the fact that he talked about how he enjoyed being a cuck.
It says, gonna miss the show, but have a good break. IHTAC, what's that?
Dude, what a Chad. But yeah, he's one of those pseudo tough guy acts. This was a while ago, yeah, 4 years ago. But yeah, dude, it's all too common. This guy wrote a dildo. It wouldn't surprise me. Dude, the thing is, it's like, if you're willing to be a cock, you're definitely into gay shit as well, because you're turned on by another man's cock. Because you're probably... This is the reality. The type of people who like watching other people fuck their woman probably are imagining that other person fucking them instead. That is the brutal reality. Speaking, I've never watched someone fuck someone in front of me, sorry. You know? I have never fucking watched, you know, a live action scene with my own eyes, if you get what I'm saying. You know, the most I've ever seen is obviously porn, but, you know, not really the same. But I guess you could kind of say that most porn is cuck porn. What the fuck is this? Oh, this fucking whatever. Cartoon slapper.
Alright everyone, today we're going to prepare the park for the big gay Renaissance Fair.
Yikes. Sweet. What show is this from? I know it's like one of those like Adventure Time type kind of like, you know, pseudo-troon shows.
Celebrating white colonizer culture in the big 2026? Have you even done a land acknowledgement ceremony, you fucking fuck?
You two performative males can
Yeah, I've never watched it.
clip farm for mid-fart hoe pussy some other time. I need your help setting up the ticket booth now.
Yeah, you performative pussies should try acknowledging the real rightful owners of this land. It was promised to my people 5,000 years ago, bro. By the way, Benson, I think we should start lending out tickets with interest instead of selling them outright.
Muscle man, you're expelled from the park!
Fine. You know what, Benson? You're just as performative as those other two goyim anyway. I'm going to my private island, bro.
Me? Performative? It's called being a real man. Instead of matcha and labubus, I drink old fashions and read The Art of War in my spare time. I don't
Yeah, and I drink fucking black rifle coffee, dude. Cause I'm a real fucking man. I don't drink any of that pussy shit. I only drink real fucking cock and ball, you know, Kentucky bourbon, bro. It's like just literally the the performative male shit is exactly what, you know, I was just talking about. The heckin' based combat vet turned podcaster.
Don't fall for the bread and circuses like goy ball in video games.
Yeah, you're actually insanely fucking gay. At least we're actually doing this shit for the pussy, nigga.
Okay, you two fucking chuds will never have a trad wife on your homestead making homemade butter for your 9 kids while barefoot and pregnant.
Neither will you, nigga. You're fucking shot.
Okay, screw this shit. I'm going to...
Yeah, only coffee brand coffee, dude. Everything else is slop.
BoJack Horseman.
It's my fucking kid right there! I'd be damned if I fell!
Oh, I just wanted to see. My video was less cringe. I don't know about that, PK. I don't know about that. Anabolic plays of the two. Okay. Muscle man becomes Jewish. Another one of these.
Tonight's my 1-year anniversary with Starla.
Is she a goth girl?
Unfortunately, no, but she is Nordic as fuck. I can't believe a Jew like me was able to bag that.
Wait, I'm cutting the fucking Jew's hair?
Actually, that reminds me. Don't cut my hair too short in the back. It hides my kippa. I can't have her finding out.
Yeah, typical Jewish trickery.
What was that?
Yeah, you fucking big-nosed piece of shit. You're lucky I didn't slit your fucking throat.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, alright, give me your shekels and get the fuck out of here.
Hey, you didn't pay, asshole!
Muscle man, what's wrong? My kippa, bro. It's been exposed. Oh shit! An Aryan goddess like her would leave me. I'd just fucking kill you. Fuck you, Goy. I'll have to fight.
You just got felted because he talked shit about your precious pirate. PK, I'm sorry that you have shit taste, bro. I really am. But Pirates of the Caribbean 1, 2, and 3 are absolute peak. So, that's pure fantasy right there. You know, peak historical fiction.
Find something else to cover it up with. By Jewish law, I can't take the kippa off. She can't find out. Hola.
No, no, no!
What?
I don't want a whiff of El Gablino culture within the vicinity of the park!
It's Cinco de...
Okay, yeah, I'm getting a copyright claim on the TV show. Nope, we gotta stop. And just so everybody's like, bro, you're scamming. Nope, there, you can see it. Heads up, we detected your video. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. There you go. No scam accusations. But yeah, if it's a TV show clip, it'll get claimed. No, I wouldn't have known about the show because I didn't watch, what's it on, Cartoon Network? I never really watched Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon or Disney Channel or any of that shit, so. The only cartoon I watched was like Naruto and Bleach, and then some other random animes here and there. It doesn't matter, it's detecting the video, not the audio. So. The damn shekels, that's right. I think I'm getting another big shipment of shekels tomorrow. Or today. Shit, I keep forgetting I don't fucking have a normal day-night schedule. Nah, I played Final Fantasy before I ever watched Naruto, so. Naruto's peak gay? It became that, yeah. At first, it was good. Dude, I have no interest in watching the end of Naruto. I don't really care. After they killed off Maduro in such a homosexual fashion, I stopped watching it. I was like, nope, I'm out. Never finished it to this day. Ruined. Absolutely fucking ruined. You know, I put up with the fucking talk no jutsu dog shit when Pain died. But, bro, the Madara death, that was too much. Yeah, it's too bad Naruto didn't kill himself. It's too bad he didn't kill himself. Supposedly Rented Dogs Reddit, he was complaining on the Pornhub sub about Aerith and Tifa videos getting removed. Big oof. Yeah, I don't know why you would ever want to look at Aerith in that context, bro. It's disrespectful to her. Men are pigs. What can I say? Got my Switch 2 and been playing Donkey Kong. I can see why you said it's addictive. It's like every boy's dream to destroy everything. Yeah, it's just really satisfying. You know, Monkey Go Smash is super fucking fun. So, it's a genuinely fun game to play. Like, I don't know. I love in-game destruction, so I'm a sucker for it. Especially once you get the elephant. The elephant's so good. But yeah, I actually did watch anime recently. I watched that, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but I watched 3 episodes maybe of that NHK whatever, and I got to the part where he was like creep shotting middle school girls. It's like, bruh, it's brutal. Like, there are definitely people that watch that fucking show and they're like, yeah, dude, literally me, for real, for real. Some shut-in guy who just, like, cranks it to fucking porn, and you know, is out taking pictures of little girl. Like, dude, yeah. There's definitely people that watch that and they're like, yeah, literally me, for real, dude. Brutal. Schizo Garcia with the 5. Watch. Okay, yeah. And Jay just enjoyed the 2. My coin shop has silver coins. Cool. Plus PK 1 minute mute. Alright. I haven't been to a coin shop in my entire life. I don't know if I probably do have one near me, but I've never looked. Should see if they have more of Finkelstein's family silver in the form of Reichsmarks. Dude, what was the series that Astolfo was from? I forgot. Oh, Fate Apocrypha. Bro, that shit sucked. Fate Apocrypha was absolute fucking dog shit. The only good part was like the last 2 episodes. Other than that, it sucked. There's not a singular good Fate series other than Fate Zero, period. Fate Zero is the only based one. Yeah, I like the D-brand kill switch personally. I use mine always, so yeah, I think it's definitely better. The only negative is it makes it a little harder to dock and undock, but I don't know. I think it outweighs that slight negative. Griffin loves Astolfo. Dude, in that show, they had, like, literal fucking fetish torture of Astolfo. It was really weird. They literally had a scene in that show where, like, Astolfo is strapped to a table and some fucking Foyd is, like, doing experiments on his naked body or some shit. It was really fucking weird, bro. You can tell, like, the fetishist got their wish. You know, some Foyd was working in the animation studio. Yes, Astolfo is a femboy. But yeah, he was like strapped to a table or something. It was really dude, that series sucked. Genuinely. Yeah, they fixed the issue with the kill switch case. If you had bought one, you got the fix for free, but now it's fine. Griffin would, let's not lie. Well, when in France, right? Make the femboys dance. Jay, just enjoy the 2. I bought silver bars at 23 per ounce 2 years ago. Yeah, that's around what I paid for my British coins as well. I think it was $20 an ounce or something like that. So, yeah, if you bought silver even as recently as 2 years ago, you did even 1 year ago, you did very well. Price-wise. Schizo Garcia with the 5. Heaven's Feel fixes up a lot of the problems you were talking about in the last stream. The MC realizes his ideals are fully retarded. Yeah, I just hate fucking what's his name? Shiro. I just like, ugh, yuck. That dude gives me the ick. Gilgamesh is the only based fake character other than oh shit, what's the priest's name? The priest is based too. Fuck. What was that guy's name? Kuritsugu was pretty cool too, but The Priest and Gilgamesh were pretty much, I would say, the most based by a long shot. Yeah, Kyrie, or however you say his name. I don't know. But yeah, the Priest and Gilgamesh were the two goats of the series. It's been a long time since I watched that. Maybe now that I'm into my Crunchyroll account, I'll rewatch some stuff. Might as well use my membership that I've been paying for the past 7 years. Yeah, I need to get Trails from the Sky, or Trails in the Sky first. But, yeah, it's on the list of things. I just don't really want to pay full price for it, because I'm cheap. Hunter Eats Hunter, okay, and Jay just enjoyed the two. I'm drinking Bombay Sapphire Gin. Taste is good. Yeah, the thing I like about gin is the smell. It smells like a Christmas tree. Has a very good smell to it.
The public schooling system is a humiliation ritual designed to suck the vitality out of young men and women and mold them into work bots. Its origins lay in the...
I don't even know if I would say if it turns them into work bots, to be honest. More like consume bots. Because, like, let's be honest. Like, we have unqualified people coming out of high school, so they're not even fit to work anymore. That's the crazy part. It's like, you don't even get, you know, the knowledge needed to function as an employee out of high school anymore. You're basically just a vote blue no matter who, you know, brainwashed mind slave.
priestly style of education, where young candidates would sit in front of a father for hours on end, scribing. We are essentially following the model of celibate scribes in our youth.
Well, yeah, most schooling systems are based off of Catholic monasteries. That's actually a known fact, is the original idea or function behind school in general was to train priests. So, yeah, the entire school system comes from that entire structure. Same with hospitals, by the way. Pretty much every type of, I would say, public serving entity originates from some form of the Catholic Church's institutions.
Being led by an institutionalized individual, i.e. the teacher, because these teachers, they go to school, and then they go to school to be able to go back to school. Most of the time. Sometimes they get out, but mostly they are institutionalized individuals telling you what's what about the world and molding your worldview. And actually, these early advocates, is what they call them, of public education, that was their goal. They wanted to mold values for the mass of people because even in Canada here, in the 1800s, rebellions were spurring up across regional lines, across ethnic lines, across language lines. And one of the solutions to this was public schooling, so that we could all have this mono identity, and we would no longer be rebelling and trying to gain decentralized control. And so, the school system was founded. Also, deeply...
Dog, this guy needs to edit out his pauses. Sheesh.
Inspired by the Prussian system of education, which was designed to make line infantry who could stand in formation and get shot at without trying to do what a natural human being would do, jump into cover. Now they took that model and obviously they wanted to create good little factory workers so that we could get to the factory, have our little 15-minute break, aka recess, have our half-hour lunch.
Yeah, that is
Go back to
true.
work, have another 15-minute break, aka recess, and continue it on. Now, in school, we were lucky because we got to go home at 3, but actually not, because we had to go and do more work in the form of schoolwork. So they were conditioning us for
homework.
9 to 5 since basically grade 1, which is a very sad way to live a life. I can think of many examples where the public system was just not jiving with me very well. I would often leave school, and it would be a big kerfuffle because apparently you're not allowed to leave. You go there, and you're stuck there. You are a prisoner. Okay? So I found out that the hard way. You can't just leave, and you can't question the material, and you can't talk to people. I was very disruptive. I had to sit near the teacher or get sent to some office or get sent out in the hall because I was not interested in learning fake history and their lame excuse for geography and their pathetic excuse for mathematics and their horrendous English curriculum. I wasn't interested in. And so therefore, because I wasn't interested in it, I was not intelligent. And they would always remind me that. And they would always remind me I'm not good at reading, and I can't read, and I can't spell, and all this stuff. So they try to break you down. They know instinctively the institutionalized teachers. They hate the Hyperborean spirit because they don't have any of it. They hate virility. They hate
the Hyperborean spirit. What about the Agarthan spirit?
virility. Okay, new word, virility. And they want to stamp it out because they can't stand the fact that you have something they don't. And so the argument is, well, if you don't send your kids to school, they're not going to be socialized. Oh, they're not going to be socialized. You know what the socialization I had to do?
God! Dude, I don't want my kids to be socialized with most of the scum that's in the public schools. Like, fuck that, dude. Like, the amount of scum that's in public school nowadays, bro, like, they're literally just, like, fucking, you know... They're basically grounds for gang wars in a lot of populated areas, so... Yeah, there's no fucking chance I'd ever send my kids to public school. They're going to private.
You with Wiz? In public school, it's a free-for-all. You're mixed up with, you know, Johnny Meth down the street, Johnny Meth kid. So, my entire...
Tim Marco, the 279, top right girl, looks like Aerith. Kinda, yeah. Not too far off.
Career of school was fighting for my life against these twitchy meth kids constantly getting into fights, constantly having to defend myself, to the point where I had to go into martial arts at like grade 2 because they're just getting absolutely insane. And yeah, so you're just mixed up with 1,000 other random kids from any background. There's no screening, there's no discrimination. So have fun with that. And then have at her. Oh, but if you defend yourself, you get in trouble. If the bully can
white.
run his mouth all he wants. As soon as you fight the bully, oh, now you're in trouble because you swung at the bully. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be constantly disrespected and gaslit until you graduate, right? So this little vampiric institution tries to form our values so we don't rebel.
Yup, dude. We had a program at our school where we, I guess, brought in a bunch of inner city kids type shit. And every single one of them got busted in the fucking drug raid at my school. Like, it got so bad after they all came that we literally had the FBI come in and raid the fucking school because so many kids had fucking drugs in their lockers. So, yeah, apparently there was, like, a couple higher-ranking dealers amongst the student body at my school. And, yeah, they, like, apparently took a bunch of fucking pot out of the lockers. To the point where they brought in, like, a fucking drug hound and everything. So, yeah. You can interpret inner city however you want. But, yeah. That's up for your interpretation. But, yeah, they busted a ton of people. Then there was also the thing where the basketball team all had their phones seized because some girl sent, like, this guy nudes, and then he sent it to the basketball team group chat, and she was, like, 15. So, yeah, apparently her, I guess, parents found out and called the cops that the guy had distributed, like, child porn. So they came and seized all the phones. of all the basketball players and everybody who was in the group chat.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Jay just enjoyed the 10. I'm white-skinned Hispanic. Others Hispanic think I'm European or Russian. Mute PK again. He needs to make an honest woman out of Melanie Mac. I agree. He complains that we talk shit about the woman he's going to marry. Well, what the fuck are you waiting for, PK? Her to enter the retirement home? Like, come on. She ain't getting any younger.
Against the system, and you can't get socially well.
I guess PK wants her to be a menopause mommy.
I'm trying to think right now. I know several kids who were homeschooled up until high school. They're all entrepreneurs, or they have a really awesome career. They're very unique people. Sure, maybe they're a bit more shy. Maybe they're a bit more reserved. I think that's normal. This hyper socialization is not good, especially not good for girls. They have the most vicious social bullying and this extremely hierarchical bullshit they have to deal with. That, sure, we have to deal with mostly, there's still girls fighting, but we mostly have to deal with the physical aspects in the public school system. The girls have to deal with the social bullying, which is just over the freaking top, especially now with the smartphone. I don't even know what goes on. I can only imagine. It's absolutely insane. So they train you to be a good little taxpayer, to not ever think outside the box, to not ever be creative, to not start your own business, to not start your own life, don't ever go off the path. Don't ever go off the path. Listen to the authority.
The worst thing you can do for your daughter nowadays is send them to college. Like, bro, if I have a daughter, ain't no way she's going to college.
Sit in your desk until your back aches. Maybe you'll run you around for 20 minutes a day if you're lucky. And just be a good little boy. So I had to go to karate because I was in fights all the time with these twitchy little meth kids. And I have to say, the amount of respect I have for my karate teacher was infinitely higher for my pudgy, slumped over little institutionalized teachers. Other than maybe the gym teachers, but they're still not great.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. PK likes her because she's too skinny to fight back. Yeah, he can't handle all of these. You know, a queen is too much woman for him, right? That's what they would say.
Because here you have a guy who's actually scary, who trained in Okinawa, who knows actual wisdom about life, and he's teaching you extremely practical skills for your life that you'll carry on forever. The only thing I learned in school was reading and writing that I actually took with me. And I'm pretty sure that I don't need a teacher. I didn't need a teacher to teach me how to do that, right? And before public school was mass adopted, there were a lot of people not wanting this to happen. People were very protective of their children. They wanted to continue the tradition of home education, training your kids how you wanted them to be trained, i.e. gardening, farming, taking up the family trade, not wasting time learning about how to sing a lullaby for 3 hours a day or whatever we did in grade 1. I don't know. I just remember singing lots of songs that were really globalist in nature, right? This land is your land. This land is my land. That is a globalist psyop. And I still remember that. Okay? They psyop you with these little...
Let's see. Who wrote "This land is your land"? Woody Guthrie. It was written by him as a response to Irving Berlin's God Bless America. Interesting. Highlighting themes of common ownership and social justice. Written in 1940. Oy vey! Wow, what a shock. Should we find out who his manager was? Let's see. Oh, there we go. He has a Jewish mother-in-law. And his second wife, Marjorie Mazia, was a Jewish dancer. Led him to write many songs about Jewish themes, history, and holidays like Hanukkah, integrating Jewish cultural values into his folk music. There you go. That was his handler. That was his handler, his second wife. Without fail, man.
Seemingly innocent lullabies that are actually designed to make you a globalist shill. No wonder everyone's so messed up. So, people were against this. They didn't want the government to have that much control over their child's minds, because people back then had sense. But these early advocates said, oh, look, there's all these advantages, and they're going to get left behind. And then they started discriminating against people who were educated versus who weren't educated. And now you can't even pump gas without a freaking high school diploma. Pretty soon you're going to have to get your BA to pump gas. And
I think that's the rune for A, isn't it? I don't fucking know. I don't remember. Or no, it's not A. It's something else. Shit. Let's see. Forgot. I used to know these by, you know, pure memory, but it's O. Okay. It's O.
it just progressively became more and more stigmatized that you were taught at home. And in Europe, outside of the Anglosphere, you can't homeschool. Yeah, people want to say that the Anglosphere is cucked and that we're just these like slaves. You can't even homeschool your children outside the Anglosphere for the most part, which is just absolutely insane to me. And I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't. I'm just saying here's my experience with public school and here's my perspective. You know, you can alternative school. I'd rather my kids go to some hippie granola school, right? Crunchy granola school than go to a mainstream public school.
Yeah, because at least they won't end up with a knife in their back.
At this point, at least they'll learn to paint or something. They'll learn to paint. They'll bang on some bongos. You know what? That's a lot better than what. That's a lot better than the alternative. Oh man, it's just bad.
School is basically just state-sponsored daycare now, because now they can force women into the workforce because they don't have to worry about the kids at home. So women can enter the workforce having, you know, the pay by doubling the workforce overnight, and kids are off at school being indoctrinated so that women can be at work all day. That's the reason for it. It's just state-sponsored daycare.
I'm sure you guys have some crazy stories as well. And I'm just scratching the surface. I remember we had like a DARE, which is a drug awareness course. And I don't know why, but I just instinctively thought it was just BS. I didn't partake. I just didn't do any of the work in the folder at all. I don't know what I actually did in those. I think I just sat, did a lot of drawing, did a lot of doodling, did a lot of talking. I don't know how I did it, but anyway, I didn't do that. Oh, so there was a graduation assembly, and it was like 3 hours long. I wasn't allowed to go, so I had to sit in this like interrogation. You know those interrogation videos on YouTube? The room looked exactly like that. I had to sit there for like 3 hours with nothing, just staring at the wall. And like these people don't even let you just leave to go home. Like, okay, I could have just went home. Like it's no big deal. But these people are such control freaks that if you dare to not participate in their little humiliation ritual.
Dude, I remember one time when I was in high school, I just left one day because it's like, yeah, I'm not feeling good, so I just left. And it was like some big fucking deal that I did. So I told one of my teachers I was leaving. And apparently, like, they started freaking the fuck out that I had left. Like, keep in mind, I was 18 at the time. I think. Was I? Shit, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But regardless, they like freaked the fuck out because I said, I'm leaving, I don't feel good. Like, you have to call your parents. Like, no, I fucking don't. And I just left. So, yeah. They like tried to haul me in and like tried to make a big deal of it to my mom. And she's like, I don't care that he left. He has a car. He can make his own decision if he wants to leave. So it's like, yeah, the schools, it's a joke, bro. School is a fucking joke.
Well, I'm not going to do drugs. All these kids end up doing drugs anyway. Trust me, I went to high school with them. I know. But it was just absolutely crazy, a lot of stuff I had to deal with. It was just, you know, and now I look back, like, it was psychologically trying to break me down. Because it is easy for the kids who do socialize. And I'm not going to say I was outcast. I had lots of friends.
It's not even edgy, bro. It's like, literally, I'm pretty sure I was 18. Like, I'm almost certain. It was probably during senior year. But, yeah, they acted like it was some big fucking deal. And, like, I didn't even have, like, I forgot what it was. I think I had, like, my free period or whatever as the last class. So, it's like, it wasn't even a big deal. So, it was something retarded, but they, like, threw some massive fucking fit about it. And, like, they tried to get me in trouble with my mom. It's like, yeah, not gonna happen. At my school, if you were a senior, you could leave whenever you wanted. That's nice. PK, nobody actually gets fucking bullied in school. Bullying is not a thing in school unless you're, like, at a minority school and you're white. Like, literally, that's the only way people get bullied nowadays. Is if you're the white kid at a non-white school. Other than that, nobody gets fucking bullied. Bullying is a thing of the past unless you're like some furry freak. Then yeah, rightfully so, but... We weren't even allowed to leave the school during lunch break to go out and eat. Dude, my school got so fucking... I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, I remember. It was because one of my friends got into a fight. We used to be able to, like, go outside during lunchtime and, like, go out into, like, the sports fields and, like, throw a football or whatever. Or, you know, just do whatever. We used to play, like, this fucking one game where everybody would get a switch off a tree. And you would take it and just whip somebody in the back of the legs. And if you fell to the ground in pain, you lost. And the last person standing after getting whipped in the back of the fucking legs, you know, multiple times, like, he would win. So that was one of the things that got us in trouble. But then the thing that actually got us in trouble was one day during lunch, you know, my friend, I forgot. Oh, I remember what it was. He had dog shit on his shoe, and during, like, an assembly or something, wiped his dog shit shoe on someone's, like, jacket. Then, I guess during English class, one of the teachers walked up to him and said, your jacket smells like poop. So he remembered who it was. Or I guess somebody told him what it... I don't remember, but yeah, at lunchtime, he comes storming out to the fucking practice field. And literally is like, did you fucking wipe shit on my shoe? And they get into, like, this fight where they're, like, grabbing onto each other and, like, basically slapping each other. But one of them gets a fucking, I guess, punch on the other. And literally takes a chunk of the dude's lip. Because he had braces. So the guy who had shit on his back was wearing braces. And the other dude, my friend, punched him in the face. And it, like, ripped a chunk of his lip off because the braces, like, sliced it. And after that, the other guy punched the other guy in the face. And my friend was wearing glasses. Broke his glasses. So, yeah, they both got hauled into the, you know, the front office. The other guy who, like, sliced his lip had to go to the doctor to get it, I guess, stitched up. And yeah, after that, we weren't allowed to go outside for the rest of the year, and then they just removed that for basically all the years that I was in high school. I think that happened either freshman or sophomore year. I don't remember, but yeah. That was the reason why we couldn't go outside anymore during lunchtime, is because of that fight. Yeah, he smeared it on purpose because he thought it was funny. But, yeah. That's why we couldn't play outside anymore. The first strike was the switches thing. Which, if you guys don't know, a switch is when you take a green branch off a tree and you whip somebody with it. So that was the first thing. That got us like a 1 or 2 week ban from being outside. And then the final straw was the fight. Because of the, aftermath. If the guy's lip hadn't been sliced, then I don't think they would have cared as much because there wouldn't have been, like, proof. But the dude's lip was, like, visible, so, people started asking questions. But, yeah, it was funny as fuck, man. Good times. We also used to play dodge pine cone, so we would, like, just chuck pine cones at each other. Good times, dude. Boys will be boys, yep. Bruh, even a gay classmate told the class he got bullied for being one of the few white kids at a black school. Yep. It's the only way you get bullied, is if you're white at a non-white school. Jay, just enjoyed the 2 mute PK for another minute. Furry lover. Alright. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. We would just leave class to smoke bongs on the oval. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, the only time we were like really allowed to leave schools if we had lunchtime backed up to like one of our free periods, then we could leave and go get lunch. But you had to like sign out at the front office and shit. It was really stupid. But yeah, that was like the only time we were allowed to leave. But yeah, we used to go to Taco Bell and what was the other place? Shit. Fuck. Oh, Tropical Smoothie. Because one of my, I guess like one of my friends that had the same schedule as me, he really fucking liked Tropical Smoothie. So we used to go there too. Which, it wasn't that bad, honestly. Wasn't that bad. I call BS on the narrative that white gets bullied that much in black schools. I'm talking like, if they're, I mean, bullying's not really prominent at all, but that's probably the most common instance of it. I didn't have a problem when I went to a pretty much 99% black school, so yeah, I didn't experience it firsthand. But then I was also in 4th grade, so not really the same as like high school. But I don't really think bullying is that widespread at all anymore. Most people are just on their phone. Apparently my school used to a while back in the day. They let you leave midday. If you didn't have anything else to do as a senior, they got rid of it. Yeah. Because then it's no longer state-sponsored daycare. Dude, I remember they tried to take my phone one time. My French teacher tried to take my phone. I'm like, yeah, no, you're not taking my phone. Like, I wasn't even using it. I was just taking it out of my pocket because I was, like, sitting in those uncomfortable-ass desks, and it was, like, digging into my leg or something. I don't remember what the fuck. Like, I literally just took it out of my pocket. The screen turned on, and I just pushed the button to turn it off and put it face down on my desk. And she, like, threw some fucking fit about it. It's like, dude, no. You're not taking my fucking phone. It's my property. You have no right to take it. So I got sent up to the front office for that. I got sent out to the front office over that, and it's just like, yeah, no. You're not taking my fucking phone. You have zero right to take my possessions. You can remove me off the premises, but you can't fucking take my shit. So, yeah, that was another situation where they called my mom thinking it was going to be like some fucking lay heckin' own, dude. And she's like, no, it's his phone. You can't take it. I'll come get him if I have to. It's like, yeah. Good luck. Good fucking luck. Or like one time too, this one teacher at my school who was like super fucking strict, you know, would bitch out people about the dress code. Like she tried to give me a demerit because I was wearing a fucking hooded jacket in school when it was fucking raining outside. Like, fuck off, dude. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. Like, you weren't allowed to wear a hood in school. So I had my hood on because it was fucking raining outside and I had just walked in. It's like, what the fuck, bro? I don't know, dude. Some teachers are just bitches. Real talk. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Our school was right next to the beach, so we would just skip during lunch and surf until 2:30. I want to go back. God. Indeed, man. I want to go back and invest in Bitcoin. Really be the only thing I would do. There was a substitute teacher with a power surge fantasy who used to write up everyone who was on their phone, even if class was done, to the front office for detention. Yeah, it's fucking retarded, man. In Ohio, a bill has passed and now started that you have to put your phone in a special locker. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I remember, like, my school, middle school, they had a rule where you had to, like, leave your phone in a basket. And I remember, you know, I had a dispute over that policy because I also had an iPod Touch. So I would just use my iPod Touch during class. Easy. And that was easy.
I can't afford this shit!
I had uniforms in middle school. Yeah, I did too. And the rule that pissed me off, I could not wear my own jacket because it was not part of the uniform rules. Yeah, we had to wear a collared shirt and, like, khaki pants or shorts. That was the dress code at my school. went to a day. Well, the thing is, I don't know why my middle school was so strict. None of the other people I knew, like, growing up, their middle schools didn't fucking have that shit. But, yeah, ours did. They were, like, really strict about it, too. It was kind of in a rough area, so maybe that's why. Trying to, I guess, add some form of structure into the lives of certain people. Did I cringe when they had... We rarely had guest speakers. It was a very rare thing. Like, we had the typical, like, drugs are bad, MK type speaker, but we really didn't have many that I remember, at least. Dude, the only thing I remember... speaker-wise, and this one was cringe, was in, I think it was first or second grade, a guy from the local weather station came in to talk about, you know, meteorology and working in, I guess, the weather industry, whatever you call it. And, dude, I remember there was people in my class that were, like, fucking freaking out because he was passing out like little foam soccer balls that he had signed. Like, bro, you were a fucking local news weatherman and you're signing, like, oh, it was so cringe. It was so fucking cringe, man. And, like, you had all these, like, little retards clamoring for the signed soccer balls. It's like, oh my god, bro. Because they thought he was a big deal because he was on TV. Oh my god. Dude, even back then as a kid, I was like, dog, what the fuck? And dance for your, you know, dance for your trinkets. Oh my god. The only cool thing that we got was in elementary school. I don't remember what year it was, but one of my classmates, his dad worked at a bank. So he was like the manager of like one of the big banks in the area. And I remember we got to see like, you know, the vault and, you know, that type of shit. And everybody got like the little baggie of like shredded money. That was kind of cool. But other than that, I was like, eh. I don't know. I didn't like, you know, freak out over it. That was like the only cool, I guess, little trinkety thing I got as a kid from school that I remember. I thought that was kind of neat. Griffin saw his future in the vault. That's right. Lots and lots of money. Dude, did you guys ever have the yo-yo marketers come in? Did y'all ever have that? Like, there was this thing for a while, I guess, where there was this company that was selling yo-yos, and they would pay schools to come in and perform, like, fucking yo-yo tricks, and then they would pass out, like, a thing to order yo-yos from the company. Yep, yeah, okay, yeah. Dude, I remember that was like a big deal. That was a big fucking deal. I still have the red yo-yo I got. I still have mine somewhere. I saw it kind of recently going through some stuff, but yeah, that was like a huge fucking thing. Whatever company thought to do that was genius, because every single person in my class had to have at least one yo-yo. I bought like one of each. But yeah. They were good at their job. I'll just say that. But yeah, everybody was like, that was like the flex of the year, was if you had the yo-yos or not. Got in trouble my junior year because I went to the senior assembly after being given the wrong time it was happening. Brutal. Let's see. Jay just enjoyed the 2. Alright, I will after I finish reading the other super chats. Schizo Garcia with the 5. We had a pretty famous bushfire burn victim come to our school and do a speech. And when she stopped talking, I tore ass on accident in the hall. Oh my god. Brutal. And Captain Hook Games of the 5, I remember Dare, they'd come in and give you all the ingredients in different ways to make meth, tell you not to. Yeah, my chemistry teacher thought that was like some huge fucking flex. She's like, yeah, I know how to make meth. But this was around the time of Breaking Bad, so, you know, everybody's like, oh my god, dude, oh. That bitch was crazy. It looked like she smoked meth, honestly. She was a bitch, dude. Everybody had like a 60 in that class because she was so fucking bad. She was terrible at teaching. Genuinely fucking terrible. Schizo Garcia with a 5. I also tore ass during the end of our minute of silence for Anzac Day. It was absolutely brutal. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, I'll mute myself for 1 minute. We'll play the video, I guess.
But the learning and the teacher aspect, for me, that was absolutely brutal. It got better in high school, because at least in high school, your entire ecosystem of your social life isn't revolved around teachers' approval, right? When you're in high school, other hierarchies start to form, you know, athletics, music, just social hierarchies, skills and talents, and people recognizing that. So that helped a lot for me because, you know, I was bigger and I was fast and I could play guitar really good. So there was some value and something I could provide socially for people to rise up. But in public school, like, nobody cares if you're good at guitar. Public school, nobody cares if you're good at hockey or whatever. It's just all about who's got the highest grades for teacher, who does teacher like, you know, who's the best at reading aloud in front of everybody. Like, it's just so freaking petty. It's awful. Another thing, like, I don't know if I've talked about this, but essentially I was raised in the bush until grade 1, so like 7. I lived in a very remote community on the West Coast, and so I didn't have a lot of like kindergarten, preschool type stuff. Like, there was there, but it wasn't like how it is in the population centers. So I had a very free range youth, and then going to public school and being regimented was extremely difficult transition for me. That did not fare well in that. You know, meth kids just constantly trying to fight me because, you know.
All right, there we go. But yeah, all that matters in public school is who has the least creased, newest Jordans. That's it. That's the flex, bro. Who's got the, you know, newest shoes? You got the new iPhone. You know, that's all that matters. Nobody cares about grades anymore. That's not a flex or even a focal point for most kids. They don't give a shit. You know, people are taught to be as ignorant as, you know, possible from birth. That's what's rewarded. You know, the lowest common denominator of society is the one that's propped up the most on social media and in the media. So you're quite literally incentivized to be a fucking degenerate at a young age rather than a high achiever. You know, the Chinese have TV shows celebrating inventors and, you know, scientists and stuff like that. You know, we have reality slappa and the most ghetto fucking horrors being promoted instead of actual genuine good shit. So, sabotaged from within.
I was different because I wasn't socialized the way they were, and I was from, like, you know, the West Coast, so it was different to them, and they were kind of like these...
Yeah, like one of the guys I went to high school with, who was in, I think, the grade below me, he was a Chinese exchange student, and he was featured on a reality TV show or something in China for being a patent holder as a teenager. So he had, like, some patent. I don't remember what it was for. But, yeah, he got, like... They had, like, basically an America's Got Talent type stage where they would bring out, like, inventors and stuff, and they would show off their inventions and, like, give, like, a quick interview and demonstration. And it was, like, some big deal over in China. And it just makes you think, like, yeah, that's what they glorify and put on TV and promote to their population. What do we promote? Some fucking half-rate whore having, you know, 7 kids with 7 different men. It's just pitiful, dude. Genuinely.
You know, different types. So I didn't originally get along well with a lot of people. Sure, I had some best friends. I had some friends, but the ones who didn't like me really didn't like me. So there was lots of fighting. Yeah. But I guess the bright side is if you do survive, then wow, like, it was psychologically strengthening in a way because of all the torment. I don't know. That could just be a cope. It might not have been necessary at all. And yeah, I said, like, high school has some good things about it because of hierarchy, but then there's also, like, the cultural, social degeneracy enforcement within high school that is also just off the freaking wall. You know, you have to have sex immediately when you're in high school. Otherwise, you are going to be
That's right, dude. Pick the fattest chicken. Fuck.
a TI. You're a freaking TI in high school if you're not, you know, slamming around right off the hop. So that was a little bit, you know, over the top for me because I was a shy, sensitive young man. Now I'm being told all this stuff off the hop. It's just a sea of a cesspool. It's just a cesspool. So yeah, I couldn't avoid that because there was just so much pressure. You know, dating, pressure to date. You're that young. Now you got like these black...
Dude, very few guys in my high school actually dated. Because all of our friends who were dating were always fucking miserable. So nobody actually wanted to fucking date. It was funny, dude. Like, the guys that were dating were always bitching about how much they fucking hated their girlfriend or whatever. It's like, well, why don't you break up with them? No, I don't want to, dude. I don't want to have to find someone else to date. It's like, oh my god. So that is kind of, I guess, prevalent, but I would say 80 to 90% of the dudes in my class did not date anybody. And most of the girls who were dating people dated people from other schools. So that was the thing, is most of the chicks in my class who were dating people, they didn't date people from the actual school.
Like Zoomers who think because they're like 18 that they don't have a girlfriend, their life is over. It's absolutely insane. Because these social hierarchies are being psyoped into the poor little Zoomer skulls, and they just can't handle it. Again, humiliation ritual. You're not dating 12 girls when you're 15. There's something wrong with you. So then they try to break you down. You know, maybe you're the type of individual who's inclined and wired for a long-term, meaningful relationship. The cultural enforcement, the slop culture, is trying to tell you otherwise and shaming you for not partaking. Especially as a young man, your self-esteem is taking a massive hit. So was it all worth it to be churned through this institution for your first 18 years, whatever, 14 years? When do people start? I don't know, 6, 12 years. 12 years of what? Trying to break you down. But again, I think schooling needs to be completely reimagined in this day and age. I think it's such narrow-minded thinking that we think that this is the only way to raise children. I think it's sick. I think if you just think just because it's the way it's always been, it's not the way it's always been. There's lots of alternatives. I don't want to subject anybody else to this kind of freak fest.
I didn't date anyone, but a slightly chubby Mexican was into me, and a skinny, bookish white girl. She's probably thick, bro. A lot of the nerdy chicks in my class eventually kind of got pretty hot. Brutal, dude. Should have put down the down payment.
And if you're telling me it's not going to fare well for your children, I can give you examples of people in my life who were homeschooled and they're killing it. They know because they weren't regimented. They can self-regulate. They can self-regulate their time. They don't need to be told what to do by teacher, by the
Had
father,
a pregnant chick? I didn't have any pregnant chicks, luckily.
by the priest, by the church.
Fuck my chud life, yeah.
It's a priestly order style. Why do you wear the black
Yeah, fuck my chud life, indeed.
robes at the end with that weird hat? Because you've been initiated into their cult. You're a Jesuit now, basically. You're a free Martin. You're a free Martin Jesuit. You're like the initiate degree. You don't even know you're initiated, but you're that little, you just opened the door to that little half degree. And most people are only half, and they only need to be a half degree. So that is my view on the humiliation ritual, PSYOP, the public school system. Let me know what you think. Thanks for listening. Have a good one.
I don't mind a little chub on a foid. Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, as long as they're not, like, really overweight, then, they don't have to be, like, literal fucking models. But, yeah. I would prefer skinny any day of the week. But, yeah, a little extra body weight's not the biggest deal. A little mini torta? Oh my god. No. No tortas. At all. The only chicks I'll accept that are a little chubby are white, and that's it. Otherwise, it's a no-go. Modern weddings are a humiliation ritual. Should we watch that? The title ain't wrong. Alright, we'll watch this real quick and then decide. I thought he was gonna spin out. Damn it. I thought it was gonna be one of those videos where somebody gets a new car, floors it, and then smashes into something. Man. Alright, let's see what this is.
What is going on, everybody? It's Random Hero Gaming. It is so nice to be back with you all here tonight. And this is going to be a video talking about a wedding I attended over the weekend. This is the wedding of the guy I made the video about earlier with the bachelor party several videos ago. That was his bachelor party. This is his wedding. It was a destination wedding. We had to travel to Pennsylvania. Me and all of his friends are all from Florida.
A destination wedding in Pennsylvania. Gee, that's a top-tier location to travel to, man. You know where I've always wanted to travel to? Where's that? Pennsylvania. Who the fuck goes to Pennsylvania for a destination wedding? That's brutal, dude. The whole point of a destination wedding is supposed to be like a, vacation and wedding in one.
We flew up there. That's where the girl he married, his family is all from the Pennsylvania area. It was on a beautiful golf course / hotel in, let's not say. So we all get there. It's a reunion in many ways. It's a lot of friends together in one place friends that grew up in elementary school, went to middle school together, high school, played this game right here, Modern Warfare 2. We all played this game together. It was a large group of us. There was also some people from high school I caught up with I hadn't seen in many years. It was quite the weekend. So to start things off, you get there, and there's the rehearsal dinner with the people involved in the wedding. I'm a groomsman. My brother was the best man. So we get there. There is the rehearsal dinner, and then there's the welcome party where people not involved in the wedding all get to go and have some drinks together, catch up, all that good stuff. So it's time for the rehearsal dinner. And there's a table, it just so happened to work out. There's a table with all the groomsmen, me, a bunch of people I grew up with, some close friends, some other, kind of frat guys my friend went to college with. I didn't go to college with him. And they made a mistake with the amount of people that could sit at our table. So my brother volunteered, he's the best man, my brother volunteers to sit at a different table with the bridesmaids. So my brother, as you know, Chad, has a way of words with women. Very attractive, chiseled jawline.
Chad.
Great shape. Has no issue.
Massive, throbbing, veiny cock.
Attracting a woman. And this is not the first time I've seen this happen at a wedding, so I've spoken about this in a previous video, but my brother had hooked up with one of the bridesmaids at the engagement party. And this was over a year ago. They had gotten engaged. And my brother hooked up with her, went all the way with this girl. She, pretty girl. She's the best friend of the bride. And she hooked up with my brother. She had a boyfriend at the time, who's now her fiance. And he's at the wedding sitting next to her. So my brother, because there's like some sick satisfaction he either gets or the girls either get from this, it's like holding up a trophy. I don't know. It's strange. It's like strange sexual dynamics. But from a previous wedding I was at, I saw this one girl that got passed around in college, was with her serious boyfriend, sitting in between her serious boyfriend and the guy that hit it and quit it in college many times. So here's my brother. Chooses to sit next to this girl that he did the fancy with, made whoopee with. And then the other side is her now fiance, who she cheated on him with, which is just mind-blowing. So we have all the guys at my table. We're just watching this. They're at the table next to us, and we are all just cracking up. Everyone's talking about it. This is hilarious. And then my brother shows a text conversation, comes up to us, he's talking. He's like, oh, yeah, she still thinks about me. And they end up walking hand in hand out during the wedding ceremony. I mean, think about this too. Something just with women is crazy. I know I'm a little all over the place, but this just is mind-blowing to me. So the bride knows her best friend hooked up with my brother, and she still pairs them together. Like, the woman, the bride's in charge of who walks out together. The bridesmaids and the groomsmen, they walk hand in hand out together in pairs of two. She puts him with my brother, knowing their history together.
Dude, almost every single female-centric romance movie involves some level of infidelity, or breaking up a marriage, breaking up an engagement, breaking up a couple. Like, that is the female fantasy. Making a man leave another woman for them. So, yeah, they all flick their bean to this shit.
And it's like, just bizarre that women do that. But my brother was showing me text message conversations leading up to the wedding, them just going back and forth, like, oh, hey, I heard we're partnered up together, I heard we're walking out together. And they're just like flirting, like, oh, no, I didn't pick that, or oh, no, I didn't mean that, or oh, yeah, it's gonna be the best day of your life, you wish you were with me. And they're just flirting back and forth. And I'm just like, block him. But, like, why are you going back and forth with him? You have a fiance. You're going back and forth with my brother over text messages. Anyway, I observe things like I'm watching an Animal Planet documentary, and there's chimps fighting for the hierarchy of the tribe in the jungle in their pack. So that's how I observe life, because I'm kind of just admittedly a side character in all this. I'm a side character. Everyone's living their life, getting married. I'm the side character. I'm not the NPC. I wouldn't say the NPC. I'm the main character.
I'm the villain.
Friend that dies tragically to add some emotional breath to the film. So that happens. They walk out together. Everyone's clowning on this guy, and he's like within distance where you can hear us, but he has no idea we're talking about him. And we're all just laughing. Oh, my brother's sitting next to this guy and his girl, and they're just the talk of the dinner. So that happens. We get through that. Next, it's the welcome party, where everyone is sort of together, reuniting. People haven't seen each other in a while, and we're all having a great time. Great time. My cousin's there. We have many mutual friends. We're all having a grand old time. My cousin has a girl he's been dating for about a year. My cousin is never single, ever. He's just girl to girl to girl. Another very good-looking, charismatic guy. And his girlfriend gets a headache. And this is probably about 10 o'clock. This party was supposed to run to like midnight. It was such a great celebration. Everyone was having such an amazing time. She gets a headache and wants to go back to the room. But for some reason, she can't do it by herself. So she guilt trips my cousin. I watch this whole thing out. My cousin's upset. I'm watching the body language, and she gets him to go back to the room. Keep in mind, my cousin hasn't seen all his friends in the same place like this in years, and he's having a great time, and he's still just cowered like a wounded animal. This guy is an alpha male, good-looking guy, in great shape. Probably would beat up 99% of the population, and I'm just watching him tuck his tail between his leg, scurry off to his hotel room, said a little quick goodbye to me, and ran off with her. She was all mad and grumpy. I just can't stand seeing things like that. And again, I'm seeing...
Yeah, tell her to fuck off, bro.
My friends get married. I'm weighing the cost-benefit.
Dude, the thing is that's crazy is the way most women are. If you do that type of shit, it actually hurts your standing with them. If you actually stand your ground and tell her, nah, you can go back, I'm going to stay here, they start to respect you more and like you more. The more you give in to their feminine whims, the less they respect you. It's actually a very weird parallel. Like a different reality, bro. Like, what you think you should do is the opposite of what you actually should be doing. Because if you have a spine, that makes you more attractive to her in the long run. And that temporary anger will fade.
Analysis of marriage. Do I want this? Do I pursue this? Do I go after this? Am I okay on my own? Am I coping? It's just all going through my head at once. I'm sure you guys can relate. But then let's get to the actual wedding ceremony itself, which was very nice again. I'm not a believer of sort of true unconditional love. I'm a bit of a cynic, a bit of a misanthrope, I'm a bit of a freak in that regard. So, that's kind of the viewpoint you're getting this all from, someone that is quite antisocial. So, if you believe in true love, that's great. I'm not going to shame you for that. I'm still kind of on the fence about that. I lean towards not. But anyway, we get into the wedding, and it's beautiful, and I'm loving it, and I'm emotional, and it's.
I believe that true love can exist in a moment. It's not something that's perpetual.
It's awesome. I love my friend that's getting married. I love his wife. She's a really, really cool person. She's pleasant to be around, which is, man, if you find a woman that's just pleasant to be around.
You can love someone in a moment. I don't think it's, constant. It's not a perpetual feeling thing.
Hold on to her tight, because there aren't too many of them, if we're being honest, and I bet you women will be the first to admit that. So we get through the ceremony. It's now the party, and I see a guy I went to high school with that hadn't spoken to, and it's been over 10 years. He's now a passport bro. This guy is very nerdy. He was very, very smart, but extremely nerdy, beta male, probably like 140 pounds, 5'11", scrawny. And he is now dating a Venezuelan refugee, and she is wearing a dress that is so inappropriate. So just, she had a banging body, killer body. And her breasts are popping out of her dress. It's like embarrassing. It just takes away all the attention from everything in the room when she walks by. You have to just look at her breasts. They are sticking out, and they are magnificent. They are perfectly rounded, and she accommodates it well with her figure. But she didn't even speak English. And the sight of them two together, it just didn't work. Something within
the perfect type of woman, the one you can't talk to.
And you just something being wrong. You just get this gut, this intuitive feeling that something is not quite right. And the girl didn't even speak English, which was just crazy. She didn't even speak English. And she's a Venezuelan refugee, and she's with a guy that, he probably is doing well for himself, but a girl like that is going to be with Dan Bilzerian, not, Schmendrick over here. So that was odd. First time seeing a real passport bro, and, I heard several people making comments about her and her dress and inappropriate and how crazy it is, and all the guys would stop and stare and look, and it was just odd. If they're happy, God bless them. Who am I to judge? If they're happy, it is what it is, but just saying, it just felt a little wrong. First time I've seen a passport bro, yeah, man, I would rethink bringing them back to the States. Maybe over there it's a little more, you stay in Caracas, might be a little more accepted or wherever, or you just go to Brazil or something, but in America, at a wedding like that, where we know you since you were a little kid, yeah, something's not adding up there. So, saw passport bro, and then comes the speeches, the best man speech and the best woman speech. My brother gives a speech. It's great. He kind of memorized a lot of it. He killed it. But then it was I don't know, what is it, best woman, bridesmaid? I guess just bridesmaid. The bridesmaid gives a speech.
Yeah, and then they go through, dude, this happened at my cousin's wedding. They go through the list of exploits. It's like, oh, I remember when you dated this guy, and then you dated this guy, and then you went to his house, and then you dated that guy, and then you finally found your husband. It's like, bro, they literally go through the fucking body count to, try and, backhandedly shame the bride. It's really fucking passive-aggressive, dude. These bitches are wild. They literally list off all the fucking exploits and degenerate shit that they did. It's super fucking passive-aggressive, too.
And it's really strange. So I was under the impression, and what my brother had told me, what everyone told me, because again, we didn't grow up with this girl that my friend is marrying. So what happens is, she's giving her speech, and all I know from my friend's wife is that she's only been with one other guy her whole life. She was in one serious relationship, and that was that. And then she met my friend, and it was happily ever after. But she starts giving a speech and kind of embarrassing him and her, which was odd. I'll tell you, if I was the man they married, I would not have.
Wow, it's almost like they're all the same.
Been too happy with this, and everyone just kind of smiled and laughed it off, and a little uncanny, a little Lynchian. So in her speech, she says, she embarrassed him. She says, "Now you're gonna have to take care of 2 golden retrievers for the rest of your life," which was weird because they have a golden retriever, but they die. But anyway, she basically likened my friend to a golden retriever that's a total submissive husband, wife guy that did uproot his entire life and moved to be with her and left all his friends behind and everything.
Brutal.
That is a true story. And then she turns to the bride and brings up a story in high school. She says, "I'll never forget in high school when we used to sneak out and hang out with guys way too old for us at the diner."
Yep, dude, I knew it. This is exactly what happened at the wedding I was just at. It's literally all of them, bro. They're all the fucking same. You just get Foyd, serial number 80114 versus Foyd serial number 96119. They're all the fucking same, man.
And I'm just like, what? I look around at my friends at the table, and they're just they don't even look back at me. They're all just smiling. Everyone's clapping and laughing. I don't know why I thought that was just so inappropriate and kind of gross. So you're in high school and you're sneaking off with guys too old for you and you're sleeping around. Like, I would want the Carfax if I'm getting married and sharing my finances. I want to know everything. And maybe he did know all this. I don't know, but I wouldn't have been okay with. So I would have wanted to know a lot more about that. So that happens and no one cared. I'm realizing maybe I'm just not made for this. Maybe I just can't make the concessions needed for the cohesiveness to make this work in the modern day. Maybe I just can't do it. I don't know. I'm a fedora tipping Redditor, sounding like, oh, you know, this world isn't meant for me. I'm an alien. But it was strange, and I recognized, or I came to this realization when I looked around, and I had an issue with that, and I was a little grossed out by that, and everyone's laughing and smiling and clapping. That I'm probably gonna end up alone. This is not
brutal, dude. But same.
This is not for me. I don't think it will be. I don't think I'll find my person, because that bothered me, and it didn't bother anyone else. I even asked people about it after, like, hey, that was kind of strange, you know? She said high school they were sneaking off with guys too old for them, whatever that meant, and laughing about it, and then she called my buddy a golden retriever. I don't know. But I guess I'll be dying alone, being rocked to sleep by my Tesla Optimus bot as I fade off into the abyss. I guess that's my fate. At least my cats won't eat me when I die alone in my apartment. The Optimus bot will call the police when my pulse is gone. Anyway, that's it. It's good to be back. Long video, but I hope you guys enjoyed this modern wedding.
Brutal, dude. I mean, that's basically the experience I had, too. It's like some open humiliation ritual, so I do agree with that. The fucking bridesmaid speeches especially.
Culture. It's pretty cucked. It's pretty damn cucked.
Like, literally, the ones about my cousin, you know, were all his friends talking about, like, all the great times they had together, doing fun stuff, and, like, all that, like, positive stuff. And then comes the, you know, the bridesmaids, and they're, like, literally just trying their best to, you know, backhandedly insult the bride. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Yeah. Very fucking weird. But I guess woman moment.
Not to mention, oh my god, I know I was going to this video, I'm rambling a bit, but they did a rehearsed dance. It was like, oh, it was so painful. They practiced for like months doing this dance, and then they did it, like doing all these moves, and it was in super slow motion. You could just tell, like, oh my god, this is a very rehearsed dance that isn't very good, that he's just going along with because, oh honey, it would look great for the cameras, they'll love it. God, I can never do that. God, I can't do that. Women, potential future prospects, that is a warning. Stay far away, because I'm not putting up with that. And it seems like if you want love these days, as a man, you're expected to give up a lot and concede a lot. All right, that's it for real this time. That's it for real. Thank you guys if you're still here. I love you.
Yeah, personally, there's zero chance I would pay for a big wedding. Not only because there'd only be like 5 to 10 people I would even invite in the first place, but also I ain't paying for that shit. Weddings are super expensive for no fucking reason. Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Griffin, why are women so scary? I don't know, dude. Maybe it's because they don't have penises. But yeah, I don't know, man. That shit's crazy, though. It's the exact same thing that happened at the wedding I was just at, so...
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, I don't... Dude, I hate being the center of attention. That shit pisses me off. Like, I don't like having to talk to people and them to pretend to care. Like, it's just... I remember, like, whenever I used to be around, like, my dad's friends and stuff growing up, he would, like, always brag about the shit that It's like, oh my god, just stop. They don't care. They don't fucking care. They don't... Like, it irritated me. And then I have to go, yeah... It's pretty cool, and pretend like I cared about it too. But yeah. I just like, I don't know. I'm not a very warm and fuzzy and sociable person. Period. I don't like small talk. I don't like meeting new people. And I don't like talking about myself or being the focus of things. Not my thing. Schizo Garcia with the 2. It may be brutal, but not as brutal as giving up. I guess so, man. I don't know. It is kind of true what they say, though. It's like there's very few happily married people anymore. Most people who are married are miserable. Let's see. Yeah, 20 to 40% of married couples are sexless. That's brutal, dude. It's probably a lot higher than that because people don't want to admit it. A dad can't love us. No, it's not that. It's the fact that it's like, okay, you're like talking about some random shit that I don't care about to someone I don't know, and you're expecting the person who doesn't know me to care about something that even I don't care about. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's not that I don't want my dad to like love me or whatever. It's the fact that, you know, he's basically just giving someone information who doesn't care or know me, information about something they don't care about, and I don't even care about. So, I don't know. You know, maybe that sentiment will change in me if I ever have kids, but I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing that I've always heard is most men stay in unhappy marriages just to tough it out for the kids. And that's usually the reality in a lot of cases, which is admirable. Count those shekels. I don't know if y'all can hear it. There will probably be more shekels today. Hopefully. I need to grow the stack even larger. Boomer's worse. Moloch. That's true. Just walk into a, you know, evangelical church. Brutal. Oski Woski with the 2. Let's see. Hold on, let me just open this in the other tab so it'll be at the right volume. Yup.
I can't afford this shit!
My shekel counting music. There you go. Some good old shackle counting. But unlike the shackles, none of them are clipped. Yeah, I'm starving, dude. Where is it?
These are difficult times for elderly Holocaust survivors. With no food and no heat, they get weaker and more die.
You live in the desert!
Every day.
I want you to see their faces. Look into their eyes that are haunted still by the memories of the past.
They desperately need our help now. A simple blanket, a loaf of bread, and medicine are life-saving. For only $25, you can help save a life with the gift of bread, a blanket, and medicine to a Holocaust survivor suffering alone with no one to turn to. Thank you, and God bless you for showing you care.
I hope and pray you will do so before time is up and it is too late.
Oh my god. We're not giving her a fucking, crumb of bread unless you get $25 in my pocket right now, goy. We're gonna let her starve. They're still running the ad. Dude, I remember I just used to laugh my ass off as a kid whenever I'd see them. They used to spam them everywhere back in the day. So, the grift just never ends. The grift never ends. Oh, I know there's second generation Holocaust survivors. And there's third generation Holocaust survivors too. It's wild, man. Or the ones that survived 7 death camps. It's like, wait, what? You survived 7 death camps. What? Wouldn't they just kill you at the first one? Or the second one? Maybe the third, the fourth, the fifth? The 6th? Not even at the 7th? It's like, bro, what? Yeah, the grifting is insane with that shit, man. How the fuck do you survive 7 death camps? Like, does that pass the smell test to anyone? At all? That's crazy, bro. Things that never happened for 500. Like, come on, bruh. The lampshades are more believable. But yeah, it's the same energy that's like, behind, the grifting for reparations. Imagine that. It's the same people. But yeah, it's like literally the grift for reparations. Like, we was slaves and shit, so we deserve $5 million. Because we built America. Quote unquote. But yeah, It's the exact same mentality. Grifting some random historical event in order to, you know, extract monies from people by guilting them into giving it to you. It's the exact same fucking tactic. Victim complex, period. You know, people who never experienced anything demand reparations for something they never even experienced. Wild. The soap, there it is. Oh my god, let's see. The truth about work from home that nobody mentions. Another COD slop channel, let's see.
So this may be a highly unpopular opinion, but I think working from home is overrated. Now, I've worked from home fully. I've been fully remote for the past year.
Let me tell you something, guys. It's not. It's great. Your commute is literally rolling over in bed to open your laptop.
Meaning I have not gone into the office for a whole year, not one day, not 1 second. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to act like I'm not blessed or grateful for working from home, because there are a lot of positives, but I think people glamorize it. Because every time I talk to somebody and tell them that I work from home, they just act as if it's the best thing ever, and that they wish they could do that, and, you know, never return to the office or the construction site or whatever it is ever again, and that they could just sit in their home all week and work. But sure, some people can definitely do it. I've talked to multiple people that say that it doesn't disrupt their, you know, normal life at all. But I'm, for some reason, quite opposite, or quite different, and I didn't even realize it until I got a fully remote job. So for any of you guys that work remote or thinking about it, maybe this video can give you guys a little insight, or you can share the same opinion that I have on working from home. Because from what I've seen, almost every post or video on YouTube just absolutely glazes work from home jobs. And like I said before, for many good reasons. But they almost talk about very few of the negatives of it, and they make it seem like it's the best job or best position to be in the world. And I just kind of want to tear that down a little bit, just because it's my own opinion, and I'm allowed to. And as this channel is.
Yeah, if you live in like a rural area, maybe commuting's not bad, but dude, if I commute into DC, it's like 30 plus minutes on the fucking metro. Not to mention I have to drive to the metro stop, pay for parking, then I have to pay both ways on the metro, then go back to my car, drive through traffic, back to my place. And yeah, it's like, commuting sucks dick. Period. So if your commute's not bad, maybe it's not that bad, but commuting in my area would add an extra 2 hours onto my workday.
Let's just say, or as the name of the channel says, who cares? So one of the biggest things for me, guys, about working from home is it has absolutely ruined my home life and some of the things I enjoyed before. To elaborate on that, one of the biggest things is gaming. So obviously, as you can see, I'm playing some MW2, but...
So you've just been gaming instead of working, which, you know... Guilty. I used to do that too. Not so much anymore, but in the past I did. I would play Minecraft while sitting on a, you know, call or whatever.
I can only really game now, guys, for about 30 minutes to an hour before I just either get bored or, I don't want to say anxious, but I start to feel like I should be going and doing something outside of my house. You have to think, guys, I wake up at about, you know, let's say I just start work at about 8 a.m. I maybe get off the computer at around 4:30 to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. And then, you know, obviously I have the rest of my night off. But if I want to go record a YouTube video, play some games with my friends, or do anything on the computer, I then have to sit at the same desk that I sat at all day. And many people may think this isn't that big of a deal. But
okay, I can kind of relate to that. But I still do it every night. Anyway, so I kind of understand what he's saying. All right, that's actually valid. But the solution to that is just get another desk.
It's kind of hard to explain until you do it for a long time. And I'm not saying,
or work at like your dining room table or something like that.
saying it's always bad. There are many days where I don't feel bad, or I do have energy to hop back on my computer and get some things done that I needed to do. But for the most part, instantly when I'm done from work, I'm looking for ways to get out of my house, which is opposite for most of you who probably work away from home. At the end of the workday, you probably can't wait to get home, make a fresh meal, take a shower, and just relax. For me, on the other hand, I cannot wait to leave the house, which sucks because sometimes I have to find a way to leave the house. You know, going to the gym is perfectly fine, but there's other times I just want to go out and physically do something, but I can't. Because where I live, it's very, very cold outside right now during the winter, and most of the things outside of working from home involve, you know, going to a restaurant, going to a bar, which is then just more sitting down. Which leads me on to my other thing, my negative about working from home, and that is I felt my physical health gone down in a sense. Now, I'm not saying my body's totally broken and ruined. What I am saying, though, is a lot of people will say that, oh, you want a desk job, you want an office job because otherwise your body will get ruined doing any physical labor. I have to highly disagree.
That is true. That is very true.
Agree with that. Now, I'm not saying that obviously physical jobs can definitely stress out and ruin your body. If you're
While you're young, you don't feel it, but try being 40 years old doing construction. That shit fucking wrecks people.
in construction 25 hours out of the day, more or less, yes, your body will take a beating, especially, you know, if you don't take care of it, or just after years and years and decades of doing hard physical labor. But I think some jobs where you're on your feet for better part of the day and you're at least moving around, at least walking around, that aren't super...
Yeah, but you work from home. What's stopping you from walking around or standing up or, you know, going to the gym on your lunch break or using the time that you commute to go for a walk or something? Like, go take your dog for a walk. I don't know, man. It's pretty easily fixed.
Physically intense, but, you know, physically active. I think you'll be in much better shape than having a desk job. But everyone makes it seem like sitting down all day is super healthy for you. When it's been researched over and over again, that is horrible actually for your physical health and also pretty bad for your mental health as well. And I'm not talking mental health just as in terms of depression and anxiety. It literally, sitting down all day slows down your brain and your cognitive activity. And I felt this myself. I felt my body physically, I'm a little bit sore sometimes, my back hurts a little bit more. And I even try to mitigate this by getting up, you know, every 30 minutes or so from my desk, you know, doing some stretches, taking a couple walks throughout the day. I go to the gym at least 5 days a week. And I've still felt a lot of discomfort throughout my work from home job. So yes, there's ways to mitigate it. Like I said, going to the gym, stretching, or just going for a walk rather than sitting at your desk for 8 straight hours. But this doesn't fully take away from the fact that you are sitting for most of your week and most of your days. So that is definitely something to think about if you guys think that, you know, working a desk job is this ultimate healthy thing where your body will be in perfect condition and you won't ever have to worry about any ailments. The biggest thing I realized with a desk job is you have to find ways to go be physical. Whereas maybe you have a warehouse job or a semi, you know, active job, you usually don't have to worry about that too much. Maybe you still have to go to the gym if you want to be fit, but if you're on your feet most of the day and you're moving around, usually you're not too worried about getting home and having to do a bunch of stretches and get another walk in or having to go compensate with some extra physical activity. You just don't have to worry about that because you get most of it done throughout the day. So this kind of touches on the first topic, but it's also pretty much ruined gaming for me and anything that has to do with me sitting at a desk. It's just kind of ruined almost being at home for me. There'll be some days throughout the weekend, guys, where I'm sitting at home and I don't get a lot of anxiety, but I get this feeling in my mind that I need to get out of the house, man. And even if I had been out of the house for most of the weekend, even if I sit down for say half a day at my house, I'll get the feeling that I'm like, I need to go do something. Like, I can't be here because, you know, this is the place I work. I got to get out of here. Even though there are some days where I would just actually prefer to, you know, stay at my house and you know, record a YouTube video or play some games or study some stuff that I'm working on. But
I never feel the urge to go out and do shit, but that could also be because of where I live. So, if anything, it's the complete opposite for me. It's like, I'm so used to just being in my apartment all the time that I don't want to change my scenery or do anything else. I just want to stay in my apartment because that's where I am all the time anyway.
I just can't bring myself to do it. I literally have to go, you know, find a way to get out of my house. So those are obviously some of the negative things I would say about working from home, which just really only applies to me personally. I don't know, some of you guys may share this opinion, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people can go back after a long workday at home and hop right back on the computer, play some games, and do all the things that they did before.
Yeah, what you need to do is set up a different workspace from your, like, gaming setup. It was what happened with me in college when I was making YouTube videos and doing my schoolwork in my bedroom, because that's where my desk was. Bro, I started sleeping on the couch because I literally had to have some sort of change of scenery. Because if I was laying in bed, I would just see the lights from my desk, like from the computer and keyboard and all that, and I would just think like, oh, there's something I should be working on right now, or, oh, I could go and study more, oh, I should go and finish working on that video, or whatever it was. It's like I always had this sense of urgency, like, oh, you need to go do this right now. So I would literally work and study in my bedroom. And then after I was done for the day, I would go out into my living room and just sleep on the couch. So I did that for like 3 or 4 months straight at one point because I literally couldn't fall asleep in my bed. So I do understand that one too. I have had some experience with that.
Personally, I think it's ruined that aspect of my life. I still do have some fun doing those things, but really not as much as I used to. But I don't want to paint the picture totally bad either. I will mention that some of the greatest things some of the greatest pros of working from home is obviously not having to commute, not having to get dressed, being able to make fresh meals at your house, being able to take breaks somewhat whenever you kind of want to, as long as you don't have too much work where you have to be tied to your desk all day. Luckily, my job, I'm able to get a lot of stuff knocked out if I work at a good pace, and then I can kind of choose when I want to take my breaks. So it's really not all bad, guys. Just like anything else, there's pros and cons. But I just wanted to talk about or highlight some of the negative things about working from home, since they've been fresh on my mind, and since I hear so many people just always hyping up, just always glazing it, always saying it's the best thing ever. There are some days where I really wouldn't mind going back and getting a job where I interacted with people more. And I've met some friends at work, especially when you're younger. I don't have a wife, kids, or anything like that, so I do have friends. But I think when you're younger, especially in your 20s or starting out your career, it's kind of best to be around people, building those connections. Maybe especially if you want to advance your career in whatever field you're in, or you just want to make friends. Like a lot of friends that people have come from working or going to school or doing things in person together. It's really hard to make friends when you're at your house all day, unless you go out afterwards to go to a bar or go to pick up a class or something where you can go meet other people. But as always, that's just my opinion, whether it be popular or unpopular. I decided I'd share it since it was on my mind. But I also want to say happy holidays to all you guys, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, or just, whatever holiday you celebrate, or if you don't celebrate any at all. I just hope you guys are having a good.
The big thing about working from home is that you probably save like $10,000 a year on vehicle shit. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely more of a net positive to work from home. Like, yeah, you don't get to socialize in person, and yeah, your living space feels like an office, but I think that is heavily, overshadowed by the fact that you don't have to spend an extra 2 hours a day commuting. You don't have to wear fucking work clothing. You don't have to deal with obnoxious office shit and people you can't fucking stand. You save money cooking at home, and you can kind of just make your own schedule too, depending on your, nature of your work. So. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2 wins the true crime episode on Renadog. I have no idea, man. And Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Watch. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Oops. Shit, there we go. And then Schizo Garcia with the 5. I'm 21.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And I already have permanent damage to my hands and back from bricklaying. If I got the same amount of money to do a desk job, I would instantly. Yeah, exactly, man. When you're younger, it's a lot easier to ignore the wear and tear on your body. But when you start to get older, you feel every bit of it. So, yeah, it is bad to be sedentary and not move, but it's much worse to put physical strain on your body doing especially repetitive tasks. And Ryan Miller with the 5, the left are so brainwashed that they're a bunch of mind slaves, and they call Trump a dictator and now protesting for an actual dictator. So pathetic. Yeah, they have no actual principles. They're just jokes. They just, regurgitate whatever the talking point of the day is from their favorite authorized mainstream media source. So they genuinely have no real belief structure other than, anti-Trump right now. It doesn't matter what he does, they'll oppose it. Very sad. I live in Richmond or D.C.? Damn. That's actually hard to decide, because Richmond is really bad, too. That's actually kind of tough. Brad Kicker real with the 2. I remember when they wanted a hot war with Russia. Yeah, well, Venezuela's a Russian ally, so now, Of course the thing's broken. Yup. Of course it's fucking broken. Yup, dude, this is every train. It's supposed to tell you what stop it's at. And yeah, they're all man.
Sleet or hail. Or all of the above.
Since 2002?
It could be sunny.
For a government job? Dude, get a different job. Holy shit. Dude, the highest, hold on, let's look this up real quick. Highest pay level for government employee, DOJ. Yeah, that's what I thought. 195,000. So the most he could be making is $200,000. Like, it doesn't look like he's making that much just based off of his home. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's worth it. He's probably making like $120,000, $140,000. Like, how much wear and dude, yeah, I just... That can't be worth it if you actually did the fucking math. He's basically putting in a full day. It's like work just in travel. Like, why not just get a place up in the DC area and then commute back and forth on the weekends? That's crazy, man. No, it's a 220-mile commute, which means that's at least 3 hours. Like, best case scenario, that's 3 hours. With DC traffic, it's probably even worse. And when I say DC traffic, I mean the surrounding area, too. Like, all of Northern Virginia has terrible fucking traffic. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I would not be doing that. So yeah, ever since the Civil Rights Act passed, DEI has been a thing. Yup. What is this? Millions are losing interest in everything. I have lost interest in almost everything, other than trading cards. Let's see. What has begun? We'll see.
I'm starting to feel a difference. You and me both. I'm starting to feel a change. And it's been happening for quite some time now. I'm starting to realize that...
He ain't lying.
People are just losing interest in everything now. They're losing interest in activities. They're losing interest...
True.
...in holidays.
That's always been true for me, but...
And I wonder why. Because we've been feeling like this for quite some time. You and me both. Because the concerts that you used to go to, it's not fun anymore.
The concerts? I've never been to a concert.
The movies that you used to go see, they're not the same movies.
Yeah, they suck.
And a lot of people are saying it's because we're maturing and we're older now. But I think it's deeper than that.
The bread is turning stale. The circus is no longer in town. You know, it's just... I think people are just getting inadvertently resistant to the Zog slop.
I think it's a lot to do with the way that things are going on in this world, in this economy. It's like we're drained. A lot of people are mentally drained. And
yep, slop fatigue, indeed.
Mine is so far gone that they don't feel like nothing is fun anymore. Because I'm starting to notice that. Because all the things that you thought that should be fun, it's not fun anymore. And then I seen a comment on my channel that got to me. They were saying that people are not having fun because they don't have enough financial stability to have fun. And then people...
I disagree with that. People have more money than ever before. It's just people spend more money on useless shit nowadays.
Who have financial stability, they can have fun all day, every day.
I mean, the thing is I have financial stability and I don't have fun most days. There's not really anything I enjoy doing. I don't look forward to anything. You know, the only thing I look forward to is opening up my packages in the mail when I occasionally order something off of eBay. That's about it. So, it is what it is, dude.
And I want to know in the comments, is that true? Do a lot of y'all feel like that? Because I thought holidays wasn't just about money. And that's sad that we got to the point in this country that everything evolves around money. And I'm sad to say that. But it's really true. But I didn't think that having fun came with a price.
Yeah, everything's monetized now, so... I mean, I do the same thing, honestly. Like, the first thing I think of if somebody asks me to do something or if I'm going to go do something is, how much is this going to cost? And what am I, you know, sacrificing by doing it? Could I be making more money doing something different? Like, immediately, that's what my mind defaults to is this financially even worth the effort or expenditure or whatever? So, yeah.
Because when you were younger, we used to have fun all the time. It didn't come with a price. I used to play the Super Nintendo with my friends. I used to go over to my friend's house, knock on the door, and it was simple. We played a game. So that's what I want to know, because it seems like we're just waking up. We're starting to realize what matters the most in life. Because all the things that we thought that mattered, what we was programmed to believe, it doesn't really even matter. Because you're supposed to be spending all the quality time with your family. And the most devastating thing that I found out, a lot of people don't even speak to their family no more. They don't have a good relationship.
Or they don't have one. I mean, that's the thing, too, is most people aren't married and they don't have kids. So, especially in the younger age groups. So, most people don't even have families of their own.
With their family. So that's why it's a lot of people who gets sad around this time, who gets emotional, because they don't have no family. Some people burnt bridges with their family that they can't come back from. And some people are just saying they're just outgrowing holidays and just things in general because they got so much going on in their life. Times like this don't matter to them no more. And that's sad, because who would have ever thought that it would be times like this where stuff like this don't matter no more? People don't even celebrate birthdays no more. And that's the day that you was...
I don't like my birthday, so...
born. And you don't even celebrate it. It's just like it's another day.
Yeah, it is. I don't really care. I've never cared about my birthday.
And I guess you know what people say. What you gonna do for your birthday? You
sleep.
Gonna go out somewhere? You gonna buy yourself something?
Work, stream, and sleep, dude. Hell yeah.
But what if you don't got the money to even fund your own birthday? You can't even afford to pay for your own birthday. So that's why that comment got to me, because that's part of the reason. That's a good perspective. And I want to know, do y'all feel that same way? Because that's interesting, because
I just don't see the point in celebrating a birthday, honestly. I don't know. I just don't. It doesn't mean anything to me, personally. Like, ooh, wowie zowie, I was born on this day. Hooray! Anyway, moving on.
I thought it was much more. But we're lost. As Americans, it's like we're lost. We're so lost to the point that we forgot what matters the most. We don't value important things anymore. And that's sad, because that's what they want us to do. To not value nothing anymore. other than making $1 and be stuck on survival mode for the majority of your life. So nothing seems fun. The music ain't the same no more. You don't get that good quality no more. When you walk down the street, it ain't hello no more. It's what you're looking at. Everybody got an attitude. Everybody's speeding now.
Welcome to a low trust society. So
don't nobody know how to drive the speed limit? Not everybody, majority. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And then you so lost to the point that you got so much going on in your life. People are just losing interest. They're not interested in the TV shows no more that they used to watch. They feel like the TV shows is not making no sense no more. They're not ending them off right. A lot of shows are getting canceled because they're losing their audience. A lot of video games that people play, they don't have that same fun. Maybe it's because you're getting older. And then as you're getting older, time seems to be flying by.
No, they're getting worse.
So fast. Then it's like you're getting up every day, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, working your shift. And it's been a big energy shift. And I didn't know that it would get to this point. But I guess it had to show up one day. And it showed up a day too soon because nobody seems to be interested in nothing. And that's crazy. Lost interest in music. Lost interest in movies. Lost interest in chilling with their family. And some people even lost interest in their relationships and their marriage. And they didn't check themselves out the relationship a long time ago. Because at the end of the day, people changed. And sometimes you can change for the better or you can change for the worse. But it may not be a bad thing that we're outgrowing things because you're supposed to evolve and grow in life. So that's why nothing really seems fun to you anymore. Because you're outgrowing it.
But like, what is actually fun? Like, honest question, what is fun? Paying hundreds of dollars to go listen to some fucking person sing on stage for an hour? You know, going to a sports ball game? Like, going to a bar, eating food? Like, what is actually fun that people are missing out on? It's like, there's nothing. There's like literally fucking nothing. Like, I don't do anything and I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything either. Like, even if, let's say, I had, you know, a massive group of friends, like, I still wouldn't feel like going out and doing shit. It's just like, I have zero desire to go indulge in modernity at all. Like, it's just all repulsive to me. Genuinely. Modern society is just repulsive. Whether it's entertainment or the social events or the culture, whatever it is, it's just like, I really don't want to fucking engage in it. There's nothing about it that draws me in.
You want to evolve. Because if you don't evolve, you're going to have the same mindset. So a lot of people are switching up their mindsets. And a lot of people are starting to wake up. That's why. They feel like they can't be programmed no more to like this and like that because somebody told them to like that. And they're starting to feel good about it. And they're starting to just get rid of anything that they're not interested in anymore, that they consider toxic and what's bad for their mind, out their life. But can you blame them? But that's my take on the situation. So let me know if I got a point.
What if your girlfriend won't? I still wouldn't want to go. Dude, that's one of the other reasons why I'm not, like, actively trying to date. It's like, I don't want to fucking, like, I don't want to do anything. Like, if I had the date, I would have to go do a bunch of shit I don't want to do. It's like, man. It's like, there's just nothing appealing about it. You know, I got to go spend a bunch of money at a restaurant I don't want to go to. Then I get to go to a bar and spend a bunch of money on drinks I don't even want to fucking drink. And then I get to spend a bunch of money to go see a fucking concert I don't even like the music at. And then I got to spend a bunch of money to go on a fucking vacation to a destination I don't care about to go sit on a beach I don't fucking like. It's just like, dude, there's nothing appealing about it to me. I have zero desire to interact with the world at all. So even if I was like not single, had a huge friend group who I could go do stuff with, I wouldn't want to do it anyway. Like my lifestyle would not change, I feel like, unless I absolutely had to change it. If I was worried about, you know, breaking off those relations. But even then, it's like, what's the point of keeping a relationship with someone who makes you do a bunch of shit that makes you miserable? So... Griffin has fun hoarding in this month. Dude, honestly, like, the collecting shit is really the only thing I like doing anymore. I do enjoy my cards. That's about it. Aside from that, I don't have any, you know, real passions. Which even that, I don't really know if I'd call it a passion. I just like it. Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Much of what motivates. I'm not. What is that? It's like an emoji symbol. Pressures to assimilate. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, dude. Or is pressure to assimilate? Okay. I think that's what it is. But yeah, pretty much. Most people do shit just because they feel like they have to. It's like people who drink coffee. They don't even like it, but they feel like they have to drink it because everybody else does. Or, oh, I need to go buy a fucking Stanley Cup because everyone on TikTok has one. Oh my god. Yeah. So, it's just like... I'm completely disconnected from modernity, dude. I don't enjoy it. Like, I don't like movies. I don't like modern music. I don't like TV shows. Don't like sports. Don't like going out to bars and shit. I've only been to a bar once, and it was for a work event. I don't know, dude. It's just like, there's nothing about it that is endearing. Or, you know, even slightly appealing to me.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
People are hardwired with consuming means having fun and fulfilling life. Yeah. I mean, that's basically it. It's, you know, every aspect of life has been monetized. So it's like the only thing that exists is how can we get as much money out of people as possible? And that's every activity now. Or how can we brainwash you further? VTubing enthusiast with a 5. Okay. I don't like Pastor Anderson, but he's funny and makes good points in the video. Okay. I'm not familiar with him. Fuck.
Let's just burn it all down! Woo! I'm gonna die anyway. Might as well burn it all down.
Yup, another 50 million Mexicans, please. Yeah, that is the boomer mentality. I'll be dead anyway. I don't care. You kids will have to figure it out when I'm gone. Not that you'll get any money for me because I spent it all. Yeah, that is the boomer mentality.
The baby boomers were the dope-smoking, long-haired hippies.
Tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Responsible for the sexual revolution, no-fault divorce in their generation, abortion, sodomy, false Bible versions. The 1960s and the 1970s, when the baby boomers were reaching adulthood, were some of the most wicked times culturally in our country, when our country
Agreed, but it wasn't just the boomers.
really went down the toilet
What else was pushing that?
spiritually. Let me tell you something. The summer of love was not the summer of love, because love is when we love God and keep his commandments and love thy neighbor as thyself. Love is the fulfilling of the law. Love worketh no ill to his neighbor. No, it's the summer of filth, the summer of fornication, the summer of bastard children, the summer of wickedness.
Dude, one of my favorite quotes is, Richard Nixon's biggest mistake was not napalming Woodstock. I 100% agree with that statement.
It's what it ought to be called. Not the summer of love. It's the summer of debauchery, summer of fornication, summer of adultery, summer of drugs, summer of frying your brain, summer of LSD, summer of dope and fools. It's not nothing to be glorified. Woodstock, the Monterey Pop Festival.
Yeah, there you go, Woodstock. Fucking light it up, bitches.
These aren't cool
Here,
things.
let me get your blunt for you. Dumps, literal tons of napalm on them. Did I get it?
These are things that destroyed the morals of a generation. I want to turn this thing around in my generation. I'm going to follow that garbage. They want to shut me up. No, you shut up, baby boomer. And you say, oh, you respect your elders. Well, the Bible says the hoary head is a crown of glory if it be found in the way of righteousness. But there's no fool like an old fool. And you know what? If some 55, 65, 75-year-old person is going to come to me and preach Sodom and Gomorrah's teachings, then I will stand up to them and tell them, no! I'm just going to sit there and say, oh, well, you're old. You're old, so just say whatever filthy, blasphemous thing you want, and I'll just sit here and listen to you blaspheme God and blaspheme Christ and teach that the worst filth and perversion is wonderful and they should be brought into church in the form of a wedding.
Yeah, all the fucking boomers in my area. They're the ones who are always protesting shit.
Ceremony, and I'm going to sit here and respect you because you're old. Wrong.
It's all the fucking boomers who are waving the pride flags and all this other shit. So that generation is truly the root of all evil. They are the most brainwashed generation in human history.
Sweet sermons with no savory meat on the bone type Bible teaching, no bitter hard preaching, the bitter herbs of the hard teachings of the Bible. I want to make sure that my kids get a balanced diet, and if it means that I'm persecuted, so be it. If it means I'm hated and reviled, so be it. If it means people get up and walk out of the church, so be it. Because it's not about me, it's about them. It's about them hearing what they need to hear.
Dude, get that guitar off stage, and maybe I'll take you seriously.
And all Israel with them, and they besieged Tirzah. And it came to pass when Zimri
Churches should not have a fucking guitar.
saw that the city was taken,
That's some boomer slop right there, is having a guitar in church.
he went into the palace of the king's house and burnt the king's house over him with fire and died for his sins which he did, or which he sinned in doing evil in the sight of the Lord, in walking in the way of Jeroboam, and in his sin which he did to make Israel to sin. As I was thinking about this generation of preachers that are leading fundamentalism right now, this story just kept coming into my mind. Just burn it all down. Burn it down. Just burn down the house.
Agreed.
Just make sure that the next generation inherits nothing. Let's just burn it all down. What these people are doing...
That's exactly their mentality. They're selling out the country on their way into the grave. Why do I care? I'll be dead anyway. I hate my kids.
Is turning our country into a modern-day Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what they're doing to our country.
They already have.
And they don't care. They don't care.
God's asshole would wince, in comparison between the two at modernity.
If they cared, they'd do something to stop it, my friend. If they loved me, they talk so much about love, they only love themselves. Because if they loved me, and if they loved you, and if they loved our children, you know what they'd do? They would try to stop our country from turning into a modern-day Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what they would do if they really loved us. They don't love us. Instead, they're just burning it all down. And you know what's going to happen? We're going to have to go build a city somewhere else. Just like in the story where Zimri burns it all down, we have to start our own churches.
Right.
Because spiritually speaking, the baby boomer generation of preachers is just burning it all down. So what if my grandson's a eunuch? So what if my son's a eunuch? There's peace and truth in my days. That's the mentality. That's what's going on today. Otherwise, explain this, huh? Why don't you explain this crap to me? Huh? Why don't you explain to me why the leaders of the Fundamental Baptist movement are supporting Born That Way ministries and, oh, don't say sodomites, that's you offend me. You offend me with your queer-loving doctrine. You offend me with your watered-down compromise. You offend me when you bring the police chief and the mayor and the congressman across your pulpit and praise the wicked, and then you criticize the law of God and make fun of it. They make fun of Leviticus 20:13. They make fun of the teachings of the Bible.
Yep.
They wouldn't touch Romans 1 with a 10-foot pole. They're scared of it because they love money. They love possessions.
Whoa! Chilled anti-Semitism there, buddy.
They love boats and RVs and guest homes and everything. You know what? I don't want any of it. I don't want a boat. I don't want a guest house. I don't want an RV. I don't want to own anything. I'll take off my coat and get rid of it. I don't even want it. I don't need anything. You know what I want? I want my children to love God. That's what I want.
Amen.
I want to feel the life leave your body with my hands around your throat.
I don't want to
in Minecraft.
Building. I don't want a chandelier. I don't want a stained glass window. I don't want a steeple. I don't want to own anything. I want my children to love God, and I want them to be able to live in a country where they're not surrounded by filth like Lot, where they have to vex their right to soul from day to day with sodomy. That's what I want. That's all I want. That's all I care about. The things of this world are a vapor.
What
Let's
the
just burn it all down. Woo! I'm going to die anyway. Might as well burn it all down.
Is it looping?
I get asked this question all the time, and I'm sick of it. It's a stupid question. And usually my policy is just avoid foolish questions. But I get asked this question over and over again because the wicked baby boomers and other wicked people of my generation and other generations, they're constantly coming at you with this. They think it's like this trump card that they're pulling out. Oh, yeah? Well, what if one of your children comes to you and tells you that they're gay? What then?
Okay, it's not.
And they think that's like a hard question. Let me just answer this question once and for all. If one of my children, and this is like asking if aliens are going to land or if the sky turned green. But if somebody came to me and said, if one of my children came to me and said, Dad, I've got something to tell you. I'm gay. Okay. Now, unless he's saying he's happy and in a good mood.
No, you're not. That's it.
But, you know, that's not what they mean. If he came because gay just means happy, right? We're all gay, man.
They're fishing for a reaction. Don't give
We're all
it to
happy,
them.
right? I'm happy. I'm in a good mood, believe it or not. You used to see me when I get in a bad mood. But anyway, now I'm usually in a good mood. The joy of the Lord is my strength, amen? But here's the thing. If one of my children, you know why I'm so happy? Because my children love the Lord. I have no greater joy than to hear that my children walk in truth. But if one of my sons came to me and said, Dad, I'm a homo, I would grab my son and I would hurl him as hard as I could out the front door of my house. Within 10 seconds, he would be hurled out the front door.
If my kids grow up to be gay, I'm beating the shit out of them. Look here, there's two choices in life.
Wings.
You pretend you're straight or I beat you to death.
The door would be slammed shut. He would be cursed in the name of the Lord and told never come back. You go ahead and quote me on that. Go ahead and put that in your pipe and smoke it. So much artificial prosperity after World War II, which was, you know, an unrighteous war where many tens of millions of people died. And, you know, a lot of wicked forces were at work, obviously. That's not of God. You know, the deaths of tens of millions of people in World War II. And both sides were wicked, not just the Nazi side. Woo!
Whoa! Uh-oh! Curb your anti-Semitism there, buddy.
There, I said it. The Soviets were even more wicked.
Oh, my God! This Goyim's out of control.
We teamed up with the Soviet Union in World War II. You can go to a museum of World War II and see posters of a Soviet Red Army soldier. And it says, this man is your friend. He fights for freedom. And that was shown to our troops because the Soviets are our friend. They fight for freedom. When the Soviet Union was wicked, communist, murderous, you know, that war was wicked against wicked. Yep. Wickedness against wickedness. We should have just stayed out of it. There, I said it. We should have minded our own business. He said, well, Japan attacked us. Yeah, after we were already against them for 2 years.
Thank you. Yep, the oil fucking embargo. Or blockade, or whatever the fuck you call it.
Embargoing their country, helping the enemy, training the enemy, giving money to their enemy when we should have just stayed out of it. Let Hitler and Stalin destroy each other, amen? But we got in on it because we wanted a piece of that financial action. We got in it because of the Jew controllers to get them into Israel and Palestine, and that's a whole other story. You know, the baby boomers might be freaked out by that statement, but it's the truth.
He's too dangerous to be left alive. Uh-oh. I don't know, bro. That guy is better than, I would say, 99.9% of American pastors, so... At least. So... Everybody's like spot on. Legend on how old it is. Let's see. How old is the 6 years? Just curious if anybody's like... I can't afford this shit! Legend. Alright, cool. Nobody's spurting out. But yeah, that's based as fuck. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. That's my dad? I don't think so. Unless my dad has had a side hustle of preaching and that I didn't know about. I don't think so. Also, he would have tossed me out of the house and cursed me, dude. Just kidding, I'm not gay. I could never be gay, bro. Butt stuff is gross. Schizo Garcia with the 10. No more Doomer Hour Griff Watch in reference to Tony Chase. Let me see. It depends. All right, this is like an hour-long documentary. I don't know if we had time for that tonight because I got to get off soon. Yeah, I don't have time to do this tonight, man. I got to hop off in like 30-ish minutes because I got to go to the gym and then get ready for work. Just remind me, and we can maybe do it tomorrow. Or I guess later tonight. Or probably tomorrow by the time, yeah. You get the point. Next stream, if just remind me, and we can maybe do it. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. God. Indeed, man. Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Okay. Let's see. But yeah, just remind me and we can probably watch it.
This is what the original
Veggie Tales is communist propaganda.
Xbox looked like in 2001. It's a far cry from what we see today, with its almost otherworldly design. In fact, that's exactly what Microsoft intended. It was made to look alien, exciting, and powerful.
What are my parents' political... They are increasingly becoming more and more based. It started out when I was a kid in middle school, my mom like yelling at me for being too right-wing, but they've come around a lot more than they have in the past, for sure. So, my mom listens to Alex Jones pretty frequently now, too, so, yeah. She stopped watching, like, Fox and all, like, cable TV and all that type of shit, but they've never been leftist. They've always been right-leaning, just more centrist than, you know, a radical, hard right.
If you fell asleep next to this screen, there was a good chance you'd wake up to the sounds of inhuman voices, and a wailing ambience that feels more at home in the depths of Subnautica. The PlayStation 2 also had a very unique feel to it, from the futuristic startup screen to the menu, with these floating objects representing each game. Of course, it wasn't just consoles that used to look like this. The term Y2K, more broadly, describes a range of unique, strange, and downright disturbing aesthetic styles from the early 2000s, a time when tech was still an unchained collection of zeros and ones that could fly around your house at lightspeed, but somehow couldn't run Crysis. Anyway, let's dive in.
Why is everything chrome? Everything is chrome in the future.
Coming at a similar time to the obsession with making everything see-through, we'll get to that later, there was a trend of metallic silver
Dude, I love the translucent plastic electronics. I wish we could go back to those controller-wise.
Technology and media. You might remember this from things like the Nintendo DS, flip phones and digital cameras. It was usually achieved with a curved chrome-plated plastic, a great example being this version of the PlayStation 3 controller, or even an earlier concept for it. However, if you grew up around the time, you probably recognize it more from music videos. People love to set them in these weirdly abstract and futuristic environments, likely to show off their superior CGI budget. This is captured perfectly in Busta Rhymes and Janet Jackson's What's It Gonna Be from 1998, where everything down to their teeth is covered in this fluid chrome plating. Album covers got a similar treatment, with the same blue-tinted silver objects being prevalent in design. A lot of people refer to this trend in general as chromecore. The main distinction between this and aesthetics like
Dude, is that the Lugia? Oh yeah.
like cybercore
Neo Genesis Lugia. Oh, yeah.
is the use of less diverse color palettes and gradients. However, I believe the main reason for their popularity in the 2000s is pretty much identical. With effects like this rapidly emerging and wowing audiences across the world, there was a deep fascination with rendering
What if your mom listens to... I mean, the type of shit I talk about on here, I've talked about with her, so I don't really think she would care.
reflective 3D objects. So they were linked with actual advancements in technology at the time, but also allowed for the creation of these exciting interpretations of the future. For example, you'll notice a lot of images associated with cybercore are just cool renders created through software like Bryce 3D.
I don't really think anything would come as a surprise.
Interestingly, these designs weren't limited to technology and media. Architectural movements like blobism made use of these rounded chrome objects as well. Have a look at these seats from a New York jeans.
Yeah, the fucking... What is it? The Chicago bean, is it? Yeah, I've sent her that clip before.
Store in 1997, or this prediction of household appliances in 2020. If you never had a controller like this, I'm sorry, because another huge trend in the early 2000s was these translucent, colorful casings for devices.
Dude, my favorite is the old Pokemon games, like Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and Fire Red, Leaf Green. Bro, inject those clear plastic fucking, cartridges into my veins, bro. That is the most literal nostalgic item from my childhood, hands down. Those clear plastic, like, color-coded Pokemon games. Those things are so fucking sick. I love those old Game Boy Advance games. They just look perfect, dude.
Of course, this design choice wasn't necessarily anything new, having been around since the 80s and things like the Game Boy Advance. However, it was extremely popular. If you have...
Wait, what?
Having been around since the 80s and things like the Game Boy Advance.
The Game Boy Advance was not in the fucking 80s. That was literally, like, the 2000s, but... Okay.
However, it was extremely popular. If you have $500 spare now, you can see it yourself in the original Halo Edition Xbox with its dark see-through green. The PlayStation 2 even had an ocean blue version that came equipped with a translucent controller. I remember loving tech like this, and the way you could look inside and pretend you knew what the hell any of the switches and wires were doing. Other prominent examples are the iMac G3s, and the whole slogan of "Sorry, no beige." This of course refers to a series of advertisements put out with the iMacs in 1999 to accompany the 13 or so widely different coloured casings. Apple, like many others, used these sorts of colourful designs to distance themselves from the previous generations of technology and capitalise on the hype around futurism. Today, this transparent type of tech is more of a novelty, and I associate it more with lower quality hardware that's trying to appear more interesting than it actually is. That being said, I wouldn't be upset if Xbox started shipping consoles with controllers like these again. Naturally, this brings us to the aesthetics of gaming in the late 90s and early 2000s. Before the era of endless boxes and panels, a lot of UIs would take on a more adventurous and, at times, surreal form. I've already mentioned the obvious examples of Xbox and PlayStation 2, but you can look a bit closer at games themselves. Halo CE is a great example, with
things had soul, dude. Not anymore.
Its chromes and blues, giving the menu a unique, futuristic feel. Hot Wheels Velocity on PlayStation 2 is another, drawing from a similar color palette and style of text. These sorts of designs also translated into a number of different widgets for Windows devices, particularly the media player. I've seen the original one from Halo 2 pop up again, as well as this awesome Xbox theme for Windows XP. Something else I've noticed recently is a fascination with showcases in stores from the 2000s, especially those around the original Xbox and PlayStations. Take a look at this, the first and only example of an in-person, physical PlayStation store. Before closing into...
Dude, I remember, where was Pentagon City Mall? There used to be a Sony store. And then in Tyson's, there used to be a Microsoft store. Those are both gone now. But we never had like an actual PlayStation store in my state, I don't think. We had a Sony store, but it was only in Pentagon City Mall. And I only went to it like once or twice when I was up in this area as a kid a few times. And then the Microsoft store, I think, was open up until COVID. but it was in Tyson's. But yeah, that's a blast from the past, bro. They had a big-ass PlayStation section in there, and same with the Microsoft store had a huge Xbox section.
2009, this shop was home to all of the latest games and consoles, with its curved architecture and futuristic design.
That shit looks cool, man.
Another cool example is this Xbox booth at a 2001 Tokyo Game Show. I love the cases full of Xboxes and various controllers, all lit by an alien green glow. The booths of today are a bit different, opting for cleaner, glossier, and more minimal displays. There are also a lot of advertisements that follow the same aesthetic principles. You'll note similarities across images like these, having almost psychedelic swirls, patterns, and gradients in the background. You'll note similarities across
Who's that cutie?
images like these,
I'd love to turn her on.
having almost psychedelic swirls, patterns, and gradients in the background, and chrome emblems and text. They were made to be edgy and attention-grabbing, much like the design of games and consoles themselves. Dubbed after a 2001 book of the same name, Metal Heart can be described as an edgier version of aesthetics like Cybercore. A lot of the widgets and designs I just mentioned fall under this category, featuring abstract, jagged, and metallic shapes. The images you'll see associated with it feel very mechanical and otherworldly. Reaching its peak popularity around 2001, a lot of later designs were likely influenced by the aesthetics in The Matrix, inspiring digital artists and communities like DeviantArt. Metal Heart would ultimately fall into obscurity long before the 2010s, and the emergence of aesthetics like Fruitiger Aero. The aesthetic called Gen X Soft Club is probably my favourite one in this video, and a style you likely didn't know had been given a name. It's essentially a softer representation of Y2K and 90s futurism, characterised by cool colour schemes, skylines, and blurred, distorted graphics. Looking at images like these, you'll probably notice some other common stylistic elements. A lot of them use a technique called the Lomo effect, a method of analog cross-processing that gives them their soft visuals. You can see it more in album covers like this, and even the cover art of games like Dead or Alive 2. Additionally, a lot of settings across the Mirror's Edge titles give off a very similar feel, especially when looking at office spaces and urban design, showing that the style is still somewhat inspirational today. Now, it wouldn't be a Y2K video if I didn't touch on some of the fashion-related aesthetics.
Yeah, terrible. Dude, the fucking Juicy, oh my god.
Today, when people use the term Y2K, they are often referring to a bunch
Yeah, bro, nothing better than a bunch of 5th grade girls walking around with Juicy printed on their ass.
of different clothing styles from the early 2000s.
What the fuck? I remember that, bro. All the girls in my fucking school in like 4th and 5th grade, they all had the fucking Juicy sweatpants on constantly.
Which have been divided up into a lot of different categories. I've touched on this in an earlier video, but one of the most prominent is McBling. This encompasses the trend of rhinestone-studded flip phones, hot pinks, silvers,
I remember that.
golds. Basically anything a Brat stole would be sold wearing at the time. Common themes are animal print clothing, slogan t-shirts, and low-rise jeans. Today you'll spot it in TikTok hashtags or collages of various pinks and metallic items. Another distinct style is known as 2K1. A lot of this revolves around denim outfits and clothing that incorporates the American flag. Throwback jerseys are another common thread, alongside low-rise jeans, similar to McBling. It can also be seen in music videos, often associated with pieces like Can't Deny It from 2001. Nowadays, the term Y2K has become pretty ambiguous. It originally referred to a software problem known as the Y2K bug, which I'm sure you've heard more than enough about online. It's become more known now as simply a general name for a number of distinctly 2000s design aesthetics.
Oh yeah, I remember that clip of AOC saying, yeah, the big juicy booty.
Which can be broken down into useful categories.
Brutal.
In answering the question of why it looked the way it did, a lot of it can be boiled down to brands trying to capitalize on the excitement for the new millennium, and the promises of technological advancements. People were more likely to buy into a console that felt alien and futuristic, or products with interesting shapes and a slick coating of chrome. Additionally, as digital art became more accessible and the software more powerful, the natural thing to do was to show it off with complex renders or textures in music videos. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today. Join the Discord through the link in the description if that's your kind of thing.
Better days, though, overall. The early 2000s were, you know, when the collapse began. Looking back on it now. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Watch Golden Oreos. Good. Trash. Alright. Let's see. Paste. This one? Is it the top one? Like how they call laziness minimalist? Yeah. I mean, I don't know, dude. It's just everything feels worse. There's not really anything that feels like it's getting better. Like, even our technology feels like it's stalling. I mean, you could make the case that technology is getting worse because now it's more unaffordable than ever. So you have less access to technology now than you did in the past. Get excited for your $5,000 GPU.
How's the cookie? You want to know? It's the Oreo review show.
Welcome to the Oreo review show.
The phenotype is inescapable, man. It's inescapable. He's got his Samus shirt on, too. Paul with the 2. Yeah, we'll take a look. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. It's Soy Jack lore. Hell yeah.
The only show on YouTube where I review Oreos. You will not find me reviewing Oreos on any other YouTube channel, and that I guarantee. Today I am reviewing a very unusual spin-off of the Oreo, sort of the 7-up to the Oreo's DNL. It's the Golden Oreo. They called it the Golden Oreo because yellow Oreo sounded like a confusing racial slur. The fact is, this color is yellow. I don't know why we feel the need to dress up yellow as golden. There's nothing wrong with the color yellow, but gold is associated with a lot of positive things. Gold medals, golden showers, Goldilocks,
Goldstein,
Goldar. Some people put gold on their food and eat it, so I imagine there are a good portion of others who walk into the grocery store and see the word golden on a foodstuff and imagine it's delicious. Let's put that shit to the test. One thing I immediately can appreciate about the Golden Oreo is that it uses the same proportions as the original standard classic Oreo flavor. A lot of these spin-off Oreos go for the double stuff proportions because they assume that the degenerates who are purchasing those things are into that shit. I'm not one of them, and I thank them for it. There is kind of a weird thing going on here where some of these cookies are, I don't know, they're kind of sloppy looking. It looks like there's a bit of a pasty effect on the corners.
Dude, the best Oreos were the mint Oreos and it was like a fudge covered Oreo. Those are the two best. Otherwise, Oreos are pretty mid.
Some of them are just kind of, the edges are a little smushed in, or there's like too much cream almost leaking out. Too much cream leaking out. But I'm not gonna let that put me off. I'm gonna eat one of these bad boys right now.
Of course he has a stuffed animal on his bed.
So what is the flavor of a golden Oreo? What does golden taste like? Is it piss? I think the immediate conclusion that you jump to is that it's vanilla flavored. Now, I like vanilla. It's the finest of the flavors. I don't know that I can exactly pin...
Bruh, vanilla is the finest of the flavors? Wrong.
...down what flavor this is supposed to be. It almost has a hint of... I hesitate to even say this for fear that I may be banned from certain snack cookie critic circles. But I want to say almost a lemon-lime aftertaste. It's got that...
What?
That pine scentedness to it.
I mean, I haven't had a golden Oreo in over a decade, but lemon lime?
Like maybe you took a regular Oreo and sprayed it with a little bit of Febreze. According to the back here, it sounds like it's artificial flavor, natural flavor, and it contains wheat and soy. So that answers all of our questions. I think an obvious cookie comparison is the Vienna finger, which is essentially the same concept, but I think there's a slightly different quality and flavor to the cookie portions of a Vienna finger. Also, what a strange name. Something...
Dude, the best pre-packaged cookies, though, are not Oreos or any of that shit. It's those pinwheel cookies. Those are absolutely fucking fire, man. They're like basically a little chocolate cookie that has a marshmallow on top, and then it's dipped in like chocolate. It's really good. Those are the best like packaged cookies.
Interesting I find about the Golden Oreo is that I don't think it really necessitates the drinking of milk so much. I'm a fairly strong proponent of having Oreos with milk, but I think because these are lighter, they're not chocolatey, it's not as big of a requirement. Your mouth doesn't get all cookied. To that end, I feel like dunking one of these might be overkill, but I'm going to test it out right now.
You have to let it sit for more than half a second.
It doesn't really add that much to it.
Bro, you have to keep it in the fucking milk until it starts to get soggy. You can't just dip it in for like a little splash.
I think you could probably go more cookies on average between milk drinks with the Golden versus probably almost any other regular Oreo flavor. So if that's a concern and you'd like to save on milk, maybe these are the cookies for you. Pokemon Gold version is another gold thing. ABBA Gold. I'm not sure why the cookies that I'm opening here are like more hastily packed. I don't know if that's something that's standard for Golden Oreos I just never noticed before, or if I just got a weird batch right here. But I can't imagine what that would be. Maybe the Golden Cookie Factory is a little more lax than the regular factory. Maybe the little cookie elves don't work as hard over there. Maybe the little sweatshop workers don't work as hard over there. But in spite of that appearance, I think once you bite into it, it's good. It's a good texture. It's not too crunchy. It's not too soft. It's pretty much the same thing as a regular
No, I've never watched Sailor Moon.
Oreo. Were I the type to believe in conspiracies, I might be inclined to suggest that these are in fact the exact same thing as a regular Oreo, just with a differently dyed cookie. But that cannot be true, because it does taste different. It does not taste chocolatey, and as you'll note on the packaging, it does not say that it contains real cocoa, which is a staple of the Oreo line. Something I'm noticing while filming this review is that I actually want to keep eating these. They are good. I'm an original Oreo purist, but even I must admit that the Golden Oreo is a solid choice. 99 times out of 100, I'm gonna choose the original Oreos over these because that's who I am deep inside of my soul, a good person. But I can see someone who's maybe not that big of a chocolate fan digging on this just as much, if not more. Now, if there's one big criticism, it would be that, the original Oreo being a balance between chocolate and vanilla, that contrast I think is important. You do not get that with these. It's all golden all the time. And I think for that reason, it's easier to get fatigued when eating multiple cookies. You're kind of just getting the same flavor and it can be a little bit overwhelming. And again, with the milk, with the original Oreo, the milk in between each one is
Schizo Garcia with the 2. My girlfriend's bull lets me watch this after D&D. That's really nice of him.
Nice contrast. It's a little break between cookies. Oh, a little cookie, a little milk. Oh, I'm having
He is so generous from the sounds of it. I wish my girlfriend's bull was that kind.
fun. It's like I'm taking part in different activities without leaving my own bed or putting on
The only thing I get to do is clean up and do the laundry.
pants. These guys are kind of just a homogeneous blur of sugar. The flavor could be stronger. It could be more well-defined. Golden is not a flavor. And it never will be. I think they should come out with a line of silver Oreos, bronze Oreos. They wouldn't taste like anything, just kind of taste like silver and bronze, whatever you think those flavors mean to you. Maybe in a few months, when society has collapsed, golden Oreos will be our new currency, and you'll find me under your local bridge turning tricks to get my hands on some of them. Maybe I'm just in a good mood today. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too generous. Maybe my feelings on this will change depending on the day. But right now, in the moment, I gotta go with my guts and give the Golden Oreo a final review score on a scale from no Oreos to 1 complete Oreo of 1/2 Oreo with cream on it. Congratulations, Golden Oreo. You're not completely disgusting. You're one of the very few okay additions to the Oreo lineup. Yeah.
Dude, I haven't had a fucking Oreo. I don't even know, bro. Like, probably in 8+ years. I've never bought Oreos myself, so I don't even fucking know.
Have your place. Stay in it, though. Like this video to let me know that you want to meet me under a bridge later. Subscribe to get updates on the collapse of society. Comment to tell me that I'm a shill for Golden Oreos, or that you're crazy for Golden Oreos and you think they're better than the original. What the fuck is wrong with you? Until you find me in the bad part of town, I'm signing off saying, Oreo-Froken. How's the cookie?
Holy shit, man. That's brutal. Alright, so... Alright, this will be probably the last video. But, hold on. Bro, why are these not... Yeah, these. Bro, these are the best cookies. Hands down. If you ever see these, buy a pack. I mean, they used to be good. I don't know if they are now, but... I haven't had them in like 7... No, dude. How long? Oh, fuck. It's been since my grandma died. Jeez. That was way longer than 7 years ago. Probably like 12 years ago. So, yeah, there you go. I haven't had them in like 12 years, but they're really good. I used to like pick the chocolate off the top, eat the marshmallow, and then dip the chocolate cookie in milk. But yeah. All right, let's see what the Void has to say.
2025 was the year that AI was supposed to change everything. CEOs and researchers told us that AI wouldn't just replace software engineers, but entire teams across organizations. There would be one sole employee managing the AI agents because everybody else had been made redundant. It's now 2026. Let's evaluate.
Probably in 2025, we at Meta, as well as the other companies that are basically working on this, are going to have an AI that can effectively be a sort of mid-level engineer that you have at your company that can write code.
He said this would be expensive at first, but eventually a lot of the code in our apps would be built by AI engineers instead of people engineers. Sam Altman, January 2025, in his blog post titled Reflections, a look back at 2024, we are now confident.
Well, to be real, most of the code is built by AI, even if you have a real person doing the work, quote unquote. Because those real people just use AI and then say that they did it.
We know how to build AGI as we have traditionally understood it. We believe that in 2025, we may see the first AI agents join the workforce and materially change the output of companies. Then in April, a group of researchers, including a former OpenAI employee who left the company to warn people about AI risks, published AI 2027. It was a detailed month-by-month prediction of how AI would take over. By mid-2025, agents would be doing the real work. They would be our personal assistants and do the boring things for us like ordering a burrito from DoorDash. Coding agents would take instructions from Slack and make substantial code changes on their own. By early 2027, coding would be fully automated. By late 2027, an intelligence explosion and the emergence of a superhuman, super intelligent, super threat to humans. One of their two endings had AI eliminating all humans by 2030.
Dario, you
Could we be so long? Nah.
said that AI could wipe out half
Oh my god, bro.
of all entry-level white-collar jobs.
No comment needed.
And spike unemployment to 10 to 20%. How soon might that happen?
I really worry, particularly at the entry level, that the AI models are very much at the center of what an entry-level human worker would do.
These weren't fringe voices. These were the CEOs of the companies building the technology and researchers who left those companies because they thought things were moving too fast. So did any of this happen? Let's look at the numbers. In 2025, there were 1.17 million reported layoffs. That's the highest it's been since the pandemic in 2020. But according to Challenger, Gray & Christmas, a firm that tracks layoffs, only about 55,000 of those layoffs were directly attributed to AI. That's less than 5% of the reported
Well, they're not going to say we fired you because we're using AI. They'll come up with some creative reason to fire you.
1.17 million layoffs. In 2024, Klarna, the company that became the poster child for AI replacement, bragged that their AI was doing the work of 700 customer service agents and was allowing them to reduce their workforce by 40%. According to Sebastian, the CEO, he wanted Klarna to become OpenAI's favorite guinea pig.
We haven't hired people for 2 years. We've shrank the company from 7,400 to 3,000 people, which is fantastic.
But by early 2025, he admitted that quality had suffered, customer satisfaction had dropped, and that they had started hiring humans again. He claimed, as cost unfortunately seems to have been a too predominant evaluation factor when organizing this, what you end up having is lower quality. Such insight, who could have predicted that quality would suffer? And then there's Salesforce. They cut 4,000 customer support jobs. The CEO said AI was doing 50% of the work.
So you said you won't hire any more coders at Salesforce, and you've said today's CEOs will be the last to manage all human workforces.
Well, I think I just had a meeting, coming from a meeting with my head of engineering, and we're looking at productivity levels of 30 to 50% this year in key functions like engineering, coding, support,
You're saying
service.
AI is doing 30 to 50% of the work?
Yeah, this whole AI shit is a pure bubble. They're trying to hype it up so hard.
AI is doing 30 to 50% of the work at Salesforce now.
But it was later revealed that the company had redeployed hundreds of employees to other areas of the organization. They moved people around. That's not AI replacing them. It's becoming so common for companies to claim AI job replacement that they've now coined the term AI washing. Essentially, these companies are saying AI is responsible for everything.
Yep.
Innovation, growth, job loss. It's just
in order to boost the stock price.
Just a way for them to market themselves as forward-thinking to investors and shareholders. A lot of these same companies overhired during the pandemic. When everything went remote and tech stocks were soaring, they added headcount like crazy. Amazon nearly doubled its workforce between 2019 and 2022. Then the interest rates went up, growth slowed down, and suddenly all those people were expensive. You can't go to investors and say, we messed up our hiring forecast and now we need to cut costs. That makes you look incompetent. But what you can say is we're fully embracing AI to increase efficiency and to disrupt the market. That makes you look visionary. It's the same layoffs, but one has an innovative spin. Meanwhile, an MIT study published in mid-2025 found 95% of organizations that launched AI initiatives have seen little to no measurable impact. And then Deloitte dropped their survey results in October. They had surveyed nearly 2,000 executives, with more than half saying that they were already using agentic AI. Sounds impressive, right? Except only 10% of the executives reported seeing any significant return on that investment. It reads, despite these hurdles, executives remain convinced of AI's long-term potential. One executive said, if we do not do it, someone else will, and we will be behind. It's a feedback loop of FOMO. These executives are hyping AI to each other. They're pouring in even more money, but they're
Well, it's just a circular, money exchange that's taking place. Like, there's that one instance where they generated $45 billion of investment, quote unquote, in AI companies where Microsoft gave OpenAI $30 billion, and then OpenAI gave NVIDIA $15 billion, and so on and so forth, and then they claim like, oh, that's like $45 billion in created value, when in reality it's just them moving money around to each other back and forth.
Seeing little to no returns, but then they hype it even harder to justify their spending. It's like their entire strategy is a rigged flowchart. Is AI working? Yes. Invest more. If no, more AI, but invest even more this time. The question doesn't matter when the answer is always more AI. But if AI isn't replacing everyone, then why are so many people struggling to land a job? It's the promise of AI. It gave companies permission to do 3 things. First is hiring freezes. They believe that they can reduce their hiring because the employees they have now are more efficient with AI. Shopify's CEO sent an internal memo telling teams they had to demonstrate why they cannot get what they want done using AI before requesting their team hire new.
My company is requesting us to, note the use cases of AI that we have. It's like every company is trying to do this shit.
People. Next is attrition. When people leave, these companies aren't replacing them. But that's not AI. That's just the natural cycle of having a job.
I think what we've done internally hasn't been reported as widely. Is we stopped hiring about a year ago, so we were 4,500. Now we're 3,500. We have a natural attrition as every tech company. So people stay about 5 years, so 20% leave every year. And by not hiring, we're simply shrinking, right?
Then there's the offshoring and the H-1B visas. Forrester Research predicts that half of all AI-attributed layoffs will be quietly rehired, but offshore or at significantly lower salaries. Companies lay off workers, blame AI, and then hire cheaper labor overseas and hope no one notices.
Yep, actually India. AI living up to the name, actually India.
But we can see their job postings. Every company that laid off in 2025 is still hiring both in the US and abroad. The New York Fed surveyed businesses in August 2025. Only 1% of service firms actually laid off workers because of AI. But 12% said they hired fewer workers because of AI, and a quarter of firms planning to adopt AI said they expected to reduce hiring in the future. AI isn't pushing people out, it's preventing people from getting in. This becomes very clear when we look at new graduates. Entry-level positions are being destroyed. The New York Fed found that recent college graduates ages 22 to 27 are experiencing unemployment rates of 5.8% as
Griffin would kiss this void. Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Of August 2025. But the underemployment rate for recent graduates is 41.8%. So while they are employed, they're working.
The problem is it's our money, because if these businesses fail, they will simply ask for a bailout. I wouldn't necessarily say that's the underlying problem. I don't know if I'd say that's the issue.
In a job that doesn't typically require a college degree. They're taking any job just to pay the bills. Entry-level positions are being displaced by AI. Juniors are the foundation of the workforce. They allow everyone else to be promoted. Mid-level employees are now stuck too. If no one's being hired below you, no one's moving up. The career ladder isn't a ladder anymore. The Burning Glass Institute warned we're approaching a tipping point if companies
AI is nothing compared to Aryan intelligence.
Keep eliminating entry-level opportunities, the consequences go beyond individual careers. A generation locked out of advancement, loss of institutional knowledge, reduced innovation because fewer people gain hands-on experience. We're watching an entire generation wake up to a lie. We were told to go to college, get a good job, buy a house. That was supposed to be the American dream. Now it's out of reach for so many, it barely qualifies as a dream anymore. And you can see the psychological toll and the effects it's having on society. Doom spending, buying things.
I wouldn't really use a performative TikTok as a example for how it's affecting people, but yeah.
Now because saving feels pointless.
Doom spending. Oh my god.
Remember the research titled AI 2027?
I'm dooming, dude. Time to max out my credit card.
The one that predicts by the year 2027, we will have this intelligence explosion. The same one that also has this scenario that sounds like Ex Machina and The Matrix combined. In November 2025, just 7 months after they published it, the authors started walking it back. Daniel, one of the main authors, said, "Things seem to be going somewhat slower than the AI 2027 scenario. Our timelines were longer than 2027 when we published, and now they are a bit longer still." The researchers are now saying they always knew the timeline was further out than 2027. Okay. Eli, another author, confirmed their median forecast has moved back to roughly 2028. Someone on Twitter captured the absurdity. Our timelines were longer than 2027 when we published AI 2027. Bro, what? They're acting like they were forced to choose the name AI 2027, as if they didn't build this vivid scenario around the year 2027. They're the ones that created this urgency that superintelligence was going to be released upon the world. And now they're adding disclaimers after they and others have used this AI scenario to grift. Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Could she defend herself from PK? I'm going to go with yes.
And Dario Amodei, these AI 2027 authors, every interview, podcast, and media segment is more money for them and their companies. It's another opportunity for them to grow their personal brand, to attract new investors, and to justify their very high valuations. Sam Altman went on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. For someone who claims he's not in this for fame or fortune, he sure spends a lot of time on camera telling us how powerful his technology is about to become. When the CEO of an AI company says AI will replace half of all jobs, that's not a warning, that's a sales pitch. It always starts the same. The threat is AI will replace jobs. The solution is also all the same. Use AI to stay relevant in the job market. They create fear and then they conveniently sell us on their solution, AI, to solve the problem.
I think for ordinary citizens, I think it's very important, learn to use AI, learn to understand where the technology is going. If you're not blindsided, you have a much better chance of adapting. There's some, better world, at least in the short term, at least for now, we should take it bit by bit.
Or what advice would you give on how to adapt and succeed in an AI world?
This is so dumb, but the obvious thing is just use the tools. One thing that OpenAI does that I think is really cool, we put out the most powerful model that we know of that exists in the world today, O1. And anybody can use it if you pay us $20 a month. It's out there, the leading edge. And so go use it.
But with that said, no one truly knows how this is going to play out, not the CEOs, the researchers, or myself. But there are a few things that are certain. These corporations are spending billions to employ some of the smartest people in the world to research and build AI. Companies are making decisions today based on what they think AI will do tomorrow. They've proven that if or when AI is good enough to actually replace workers, they will. In 2025, they told us AI would replace workers. Instead, it replaced accountability. It's the perfect excuse for hiring freezes, layoffs, and shipping jobs overseas.
What if AI gets so smart that the President of the United States cannot do better than following ChatGPT 7's recommendation, but can't really understand it either? What if I cannot make any better decision about how to run OpenAI and I just say, you know what, I fully hand it over. ChatGPT 7, you are in charge. Good luck.
$20 a month. That's right. The thing is, bro, at the rate that they're building all these fucking data centers and shit, $20 a month is not going to be a thing. It's going to be like $200 a month. They're going to have to pay for all these data centers eventually, and all these AI companies are going to be expected to make a profit eventually. So this age of infinite spending with zero actual financial profitability is not going to last. So eventually they are going to demand, more money to make this shit profitable. And how many people are actually going to be willing to pay 200 instead of 20, or even 50 instead of 20, or whatever the number lands on? It's probably not going to be very high. And a lot of these AI data centers and companies are going to have very negative financial impact as a result. But we'll see. We shall see. I think they are jumping the shark in a lot of ways with a lot of these data centers. But as long as they keep building these data centers, the price of silver is going to stay high, so we shall see, man. Alright, guys, I do need to hop off. It's almost 7 o'clock for me, and I got to go to the gym, take out my dog, and hop into the wage cage again. Let's see. Elijah Petty with the 2. Did you ever watch Tyler? I don't think so. But anyway, guys, I do need to go. Have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And I guess I'll talk to everyone later tonight. Peace out, guys.